Introduction of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Introduction. Quote, History may truly be defined a mighty warfare against time, forasmuch as, taking prisoners by force the years of time already dead, she recalleth them to life, bringeth them under review, and rearrangeth them in battle array. But the illustrious champions, who in this arena reap a harvest of palms and laurels, do use to seize only upon the most pompous and brilliant of the spoils, embalming with their empurpled fluid the enterprises of princes and potentates, and such like qualified personages, and embroidering with the acute needle of genius those golden and silken threads which form an uninterrupted tapestry of famous actions. Whereas to my feebleness it is not permitted to rise to such arguments and perilous sublimities, ranging among the labyrinths of political factions, and the warlike clang of brazen trumpets; but only this, that having come to the knowledge of facts worthy of remembrance, even though they happened to persons of low condition and ordinary rank, I would address myself to the task of leaving their memory to posterity, by giving with all accuracy and genuineness the account, or rather relation, of them; wherein will be seen, on a narrow theatre, grievous tragedies of horror, and scenes of great wickedness, interspersed with virtuous enterprises and angelic goodness, opposed unto satanic operations. And in good truth, seeing that this our country is beneath the rule of his Catholic Majesty, our Governor, who is that sun which doth never set, and that moreover, in addition, shineth with reflected light that moon which never waneth, the hero of Prosopia, who, for the time present, occupieth his place, and the most noble senators, those fixed stars, and the other admirable magistrates, who, like wandering planets, diffuse the light in all quarters, hereby forming a most glorious firmament; other cause cannot be discovered wherefore it should be transmuted into the dark shadows of infernal deeds, wickedness, and cruelty, such as by rash men are multiplied, except it come to pass by diabolical art and plottings, since human malice alone could never suffice to resist so great a force of heroes, who, with the eyes of Argus, and limbs of Briareus, deal with the public wealth. Wherefore, describing these events which took place in the times of my still verdant youth, notwithstanding the greater part of the persons here represented have disappeared from the stage of this world, and become tributaries to the fates, nevertheless, for worthy reasons, silence shall shroud their names, that is, the names of their families, and the same shall be observed of places, only indicating the territory generaliter. Nor let any one say that this will be an unperfectness in the story, and deformity of this my unpolished production; at least let not such a critic be a person greedy of philosophic repute; for as to men versed in the stores of philosophy, they will see clearly that there is nothing wanting to the substance of the said narrative; forasmuch as, it being self-evident, and denied by none, that names are nothing but the merest accidents. But when I shall have undergone the heroic fatigue of transcribing this history from this blotted and bescratched autograph, and shall have brought it, as they say, to light, will any one be found to endure the fatigue of reading it? This doubtful reflection, originating in the endeavor to decipher a great blot which came after accidents, brought my copy to a standstill, and made me reflect more seriously upon what ought to be done. It is quite true, said I to myself, running my eye over the manuscript, it is very true, this hailstorm of little conceits and figures of speech does not continue so uninterruptedly through the work. The good man, after the fashion of his time, was willing at first start to make a little show of his abilities; but afterwards, in the course of the narration, sometimes for a long time together, the style runs more naturally and smoothly. Yes, but then how commonplace he is! how dry, how incorrect! Lombard idioms without end, conversational terms introduced out of place, grammatical rules neglected at will, sentences awkwardly constructed; and then sundry Spanish elegances scattered here and there; and then, which is worse, in tragic or pitiful portions of the story, on every event which excites wonder, or calls forth reflections, in all such passages, in short, as require a little eloquence, but discreet, delicate, and in good taste, this author never fails to indulge in something of similar character with his exordium. And then, uniting, with wonderful talent, the most repugnant qualities, he manages to be unpolished and affected at once, in the same page, the same period, the same expression. Here are bombastic declamations made up by force of limping solecisms, and throughout the whole that ambitious dullness which is the peculiar characteristic of the writers of his country at that time. In very truth, it is not a production fit to present to readers of today. They are too well advised, too much disgusted with extravagances of this kind. A fortunate escape for me, that this good thought has suggested itself at the beginning of this unhappy work. I wash my hands of it. But in the very act of shutting up the rejected manuscript, to put it away again, it seemed sad to me that so pretty a story should remain for ever unknown; for as to the story itself, it may appear differently to the reader, but to me, I say, it appears very pretty. Why, thought I, should I not take the series of facts from this manuscript, and recast the language? No reasonable why not having presented itself, this plan was embraced at once. And now you have the origin of the present work, set forth with an ingenuousness corresponding to the importance of the same. Some of these facts, however, certain customs described by our author, seem to us so new, so strange, to say no worse, that, before putting faith in them, we determined to question other authorities; and we set ourselves the task of groping among the records of that age, to certify ourselves whether the world in those days really so went. This search dissipated all our doubts. At every step we stumbled on similar events, and even more wonderful; and, what appeared to us most decisive, we have, in the course of our reading, met with some personages, of whom having never seen any notice beyond the pages of our manuscript, we had doubted whether they had ever enjoyed a real existence. In the course of the story we cite a few of these testimonies to gain credence for facts, from which, on account of their strangeness, the reader might have been most tempted to withhold it. But having rejected as intolerable the diction of our author, of what kind is that which we have substituted? Here's the point. Whoever, without being asked, sets himself to revise another's work, must be prepared to render a strict account of his own, and, as it were, contracts an obligation to do so. This is a rule in fact and justice from which we do not pretend to exempt ourselves; so much so, that in order to conform to it with a good grace, we had proposed to give here a minute account of the manner of composition adopted by us; and to this end we went seeking, all the time the work lasted, to divine all possible and contingent criticisms, with the intention of answering them by anticipation. Nor would the difficulty have lain here, since we must say this in honor of truth, not a single criticism occurred to us, but there came along with it a triumphant answer. I do not say such an answer as resolves questions, but reverses them. Often, too, putting two criticisms one over against the other, we made them beat each other down; or examining well their inward essence, and attentively comparing them, we succeeded in discovering and showing that, opposed as they were in appearance, they were nevertheless of one genus, springing forth one in another from not perceiving the facts and principles on which a judgment should be formed. To their great surprise, we put them both together, and together walked them off. Never was there an author who proved so undeniably that he had done well. But then By the time we have developed all the said objections and replies, and put them in some order, alas, we shall have made a book! When we saw this, we put aside the thought for two reasons, which the reader will certainly find convincing. First, that to print a book to defend another, not to say the style of another, might appear ridiculous. Secondly, that of books, one at a time is enough, when there is no profit in advance. End of introduction. Chapter 1, Part 1 of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 1, Part 1. That branch of the Lake of Como, which extends towards the south, is enclosed by two unbroken chains of mountains, which, as they advance and recede, diversify its shores with numerous bays and inlets. Suddenly the lake contracts itself, and takes the course and form of a river, between a promontory on the right and a wide open shore on the opposite side. The bridge which there joins the two banks seems to render this transformation more sensible to the eye, and marks the point where the lake ends, and the Adda again begins, soon to resume the name of the lake, where the banks receding afresh allow the water to extend and spread itself into new gulfs and bays. The open country bordering the lake, formed of the alluvial deposits of three great torrents, reclines upon the roots of two contiguous mountains, one named San Martino, the other, in the Lombard dialect, Il Risegane, because of its many peaks seen in profile, which in truth resemble the teeth of a saw so much so, that no one at first sight, viewing it in front, as for example from the northern bastions of Milan, could fail to distinguish it by this simple description from the other mountains of more obscure name and ordinary form in that long and vast chain. For a considerable distance the country rises with a gentle and continuous ascent. Afterwards it is broken into hill and dale, terraces and elevated plains, formed by the intertwining of the roots of the two mountains, and the action of the waters. The shore itself, intersected by the torrents, consists for the most part of gravel and large flints; the rest of the plain, of fields and vineyards, interspersed with towns, villages, and hamlets. Other parts are clothed with woods, extending far up the mountain. Lecco, the principal of these towns, giving its name to the territory, is at a short distance from the bridge, and so close upon the shore, that, when the waters are high, it seems to stand in the lake itself. A large town even now, it promises soon to become a city. At the same time the events happened which we undertake to recount, this town, already of considerable importance, was also a place of defense, and for that reason had the honor of lodging a commander, and the advantage of possessing a fixed garrison of Spanish soldiers, who taught modesty to the damsels and matrons of the country, bestowed from time to time marks of their favor on the shoulder of a husband or a father, and never failed in autumn to disperse themselves in the vineyards, to thin the grapes, and lighten for the peasant the labors of the vintage. From one to the other of these towns, from the heights to the lake, from one height to another, down through the little valleys which lay between, there ran many narrow lanes or mule paths, and they still exist, one while abrupt and steep, another level, another pleasantly sloping, in most places enclosed by walls built of large flints, and clothed here and there with ancient ivy, which, eating with its roots into the cement, usurps its place, and binds together the wall it renders verdant. For some distance these lanes are hidden, and as it were buried between the walls, so that the passenger, looking upwards, can see nothing but the sky and the peaks of some neighboring mountain. In other places they are terraced; sometimes they skirt the edge of a plain, or project from the face of a declivity like a long staircase, upheld by walls which flank the hillsides like bastions, but in the pathway rise only the height of a parapet; and here the eye of a traveler can range over varied and most beautiful prospects. On one side he commands the azure surface of the lake, and the inverted image of the rural banks reflected in the placid wave. On the other, the Adda, scarcely escaped from the arches of the bridge, expands itself anew into a little lake, then is again contracted, and prolongs to the horizon its bright windings. Upward, the massive piles of the mountains, overhanging the head of the gazer; below, the cultivated terrace, the champaign, the bridge; opposite, the further bank of the lake, and, rising from it, the mountain boundary. Along one of these narrow lanes, in the evening of the 7th of November, in the year 1628, Don Abbondio, curate of one of the towns alluded to above, was leisurely returning home from a walk. Our author does not mention the name of the town, 2 blanks already. He was quietly repeating his office, and now and then, between one psalm and another, he would shut the breviary upon the forefinger of his right hand, keeping it there for a mark; then, putting both his hands behind his back, the right, with the closed book, in the palm of the left, he pursued his way with downcast eyes, kicking, from time to time, towards the wall the flints which lay as stumbling blocks in the path. Thus he gave more undisturbed audience to the idle thoughts which had come to tempt his spirit, while his lips repeated, of their own accord, his evening prayers. Escaping from these thoughts, he raised his eyes to the mountain which rose opposite, and mechanically gazed on the gleaming of the scarcely set sun, which, making its way through the clefts of the opposite mountain, was thrown upon the projecting peaks in large unequal masses of rose-colored light. The breviary open again, and another portion recited, he reached a turn where he always used to raise his eyes and look forward, and so he did today. After the turn, the road ran straight forward about 60 yards, and then divided into 2 lanes, Y fashion. The right-hand path ascended towards the mountain, and led to the parsonage; the left branch descended through the valley to a torrent, and on this side the walls were not higher than about 2 feet. The inner walls of the 2 ways, instead of meeting so as to form an angle, ended in a little chapel, on which there depicted certain figures, long, waving, and terminating in a point. These, in the intention of the artist, and to the eyes of the neighboring inhabitants, represented flames. Alternately with the flames were other figures, indescribable, meant for souls in purgatory, souls and flames of brick color on a gray ground enlivened with patches of the natural wall, where the plaster was gone. The curate, having turned the corner and looked forward, as was his custom, towards the chapel, beheld an unexpected sight, and one he would not willingly have seen. 2 men, one opposite the other, were stationed at the confluence, so to say, of the 2 ways. One of them was sitting across the low wall, with one leg dangling on the outer side, and the other supporting him in the path. His companion was standing up, leaning against the wall, with his arms crossed on his breast. Their dress, their carriage, and so much of their expression as could be distinguished at the distance at which the curate stood, left no doubt about their condition. Each had a green net on his head, which fell upon the left shoulder, and ended in a large tassel; their long hair appearing in one large lock upon the forehead; on the upper lip 2 long mustachios, curled at the end; their doublets confined by bright leathern girdles, from which hung a brace of pistols; a little horn of powder dangling round their necks, and falling on their breasts like a necklace; on the right side of their large and loose pantaloons, a pocket, and from the pocket the handle of a dagger; a sword hanging on the left, with a large basket hilt of brass, carved in cipher, polished and gleaming; all, at a glance, discovered them to be individuals of the species bravo. This order, now quite extinct, was then most flourishing in Lombardy, and already of considerable antiquity. Has any one no clear idea of it? Here are some authentic sketches, which may give him a distinct notion of its principal characteristics, of the means put in force to destroy it, and of its obstinate vitality. On the 8th of April, 1583, the most illustrious and excellent Señor Don Carlo de Aragon, Prince of Castelvetrano, Duke of Terranuova, Marquis of Avola, Count of Bergetto, Grand Admiral and Grand Constable of Sicily, Governor of Milan and Captain General of His Catholic Majesty in Italy, being fully informed of the intolerable misery in which this city of Milan was lain, and does lie, by reason of bravos and vagabonds, publishes a ban against them, declares and defines all those to be included in this ban, and to be held bravos and vagabonds who, whether foreigners or natives, have no occupation, or having it do not employ themselves in it; but without salary, or with, engage themselves to any cavalier or gentleman, officer or merchant, to render them aid and service, or rather, as may be presumed, to lay wait against others. All these he commands, that, within the term of 6 days, they should evacuate the country, threatens the galleys to the refractory, and grants to all officials the most strangely ample and indefinite power of executing the order. But the following year, on the 12th of April, this same señor, perceiving that the city is completely full of the said bravos, returned to live as they had lived before, their customs wholly unchanged and their numbers undiminished, issues another hue and cry, more vigorous and marked, in which, among other ordinances, he prescribes, that whatever person, as well as inhabitant of this city as a foreigner, who by the testimony of 2 witnesses should appear to be held and commonly reputed a bravo, and to have that name, although he cannot be convicted of having committed any crime, for this reputation of being a bravo alone, without any other proof, may, by the said judges, and by every individual of them, be put to the rack and torture, for process of information; and although he confess no crime whatever, notwithstanding, he shall be sent to the galleys for the said 3 years, for the sole reputation and name of bravo, as aforesaid. All this and more which is omitted, because his excellency is resolved to be obeyed by every one. At hearing such brave and confident words of so great a señor, accompanied too with many penalties, one feels much inclined to suppose that, at the echo of their rumblings, all the bravos had disappeared for ever. But the testimony of a señor not less authoritative, nor less endowed with names, obliges us to believe quite the contrary. The most illustrious and the most excellent Señor Juan Fernandez de Velasco, Constable of Castile, Grand Chamberlain of His Majesty, Duke of the city of Frias, Count of Haro and Castelnovo, Lord of the House of Velasco, and that of the 7 Infantas of Lara, Governor of the State of Milan, etc., on the 5th of June, 1593, he also, fully informed of how much loss and destruction bravos and vagabonds are the cause, and of the mischief such sort of people effects against the public weal, in despite of justice, warns them anew that within the term of 6 days they are to evacuate the country, repeating almost word for word the threats and penalties of his predecessor. On the 23rd of May in a subsequent year, 1598, being informed with no little displeasure of mind, that every day in this city and state the number of these people, bravos and vagabonds, is on the increase, and day and night nothing is heard of them but murder, homicide, robbery, and crimes of every kind, for which there is greater facility, because these bravos are confident of being supported by their great employers, he prescribes anew the same remedies, increasing the dose, as men do in obstinate maladies. Let every one then, he concludes, be wholly on his guard against contravening in the least the present proclamation; for, instead of experiencing the clemency of his excellency, he will experience the rigor of his anger; he being resolved and determined that this shall be the last and peremptory admonition. Not, however, of this opinion was the most illustrious and most excellent señor, el señor Don Pietro Enriquez de Acevedo, Count of Fuentes, captain and governor of the state of Milan. Not of this opinion was he, and for good reasons. Being fully informed of the misery in which this city and state lies, by reason of the great number of bravos which abound in it, and being resolved wholly to extirpate a plant so pernicious, he issues, on the 5th of December, 1600, a new admonition, full of severe penalties, with a firm purpose, that, with all rigor, and without any hope of remission, they shall be fully carried out. We must believe, however, that he did not apply himself to this matter with that hearty good will which he knew how to employ in contriving cabals and exciting enemies against his great enemy, Henry IV. History informs us that he succeeded in arming against that king, the Duke of Savoy, and caused him to lose a city. He succeeded also in engaging the Duke of Biron on his behalf, and caused him to lose his head. But as to this pernicious plant of bravos, certain it is that it continued to blossom until the 22nd of September, 1612. On that day, the most illustrious Señor Don Giovanni de Mendoza, Marquis of Hinojosa, gentleman, etc., governor, etc., had serious thoughts of extirpating it. To this end he sent the usual proclamation, corrected and enlarged, to Pandolfo and Marco Tullio Molatesti, associated printers to his Majesty, with orders to print it to the destruction of the bravos. Yet they lived to receive, on the 24th of December, 1618, similar and more vigorous blows from the most illustrious and most excellent señor, the Señor Don Gomez Suarez de Figueroa, Duke of Feria, etc., governor, etc. Moreover, they not being hereby done to death, the most illustrious and most excellent señor, the Señor Gonzalo Fernandez de Cordova, under whose government these events happened to Don Abbondio, had found himself obliged to recorrect and republish the usual proclamation against the bravos, on the 5th day of October, 1627, i.e., 1 year, 1 month, and 2 days before this memorable event. Nor was this the last publication. We do not feel bound, however, to make mention of these which ensued, as they are beyond the period of our story. We will notice only one, of the 13th of February, 1632, in which the most illustrious and most excellent Señor the Duke of Feria, a second time governor, signifies to us that the greatest outrages are caused by those denominated bravos. This suffices to make it pretty certain that at the time of which we treat there was as yet no lack of bravos. That the two described above were on the lookout for someone was but too evident; but what more alarmed Don Abbondio was, that he was assured by certain signs that he was the person expected; for, the moment he appeared, they exchanged glances, raising their heads with a movement which plainly expressed that both at once had exclaimed, "Here's our man!" He who bestrode the wall got up, and brought his other leg into the path. His companion left leaning on the wall, and both began to walk towards him. Don Abbondio, keeping the breviary open before him, as if reading, directed his glance forward to watch their movements. He saw them advancing straight towards him. Multitudes of thoughts, all at once, crowded upon him. With quick anxiety he asked himself whether any pathway to the right or left lay between him and the bravos, and quickly came the answer, "No." He made a hasty examination, to discover whether he had offended some great man, some vindictive neighbor. But even in this moment of alarm, the consoling testimony of conscience somewhat reassured him. Meanwhile the bravos drew near, eyeing him fixedly. He put the forefinger and middle finger of his left hand up to his collar, as if to settle it, and running the 2 fingers round his neck, he turned his head backwards at the same time, twisting his mouth in the same direction, and looked out of the corner of his eyes as far as he could, to see whether anyone was coming. But he saw no one. He cast a glance over the low wall into the fields. No one. Another, more subdued, along the path forward. No one but the bravos. What is to be done? Turn back? It is too late. Run? It is the same as to say, "Follow me," or worse. Since he could not escape the danger, he went to meet it. These moments of uncertainty were already so painful, he desired only to shorten them. He quickened his pace, recited a verse in a louder tone, composed his face to a tranquil and careless expression as well as he could, used every effort to have a smile ready; and when he found himself in the presence of the two good men, exclaiming mentally, "Here we are," he stood still. "Señor Curato," said one, staring in his face. "Who commands me?" quickly answered Don Abbondio, raising his eyes from the book and holding it open in both hands. "You intend," continued the other, with the threatening angry brow of one who has caught an inferior committing some grievous fault, "you intend tomorrow to marry Renzo Tremaglino and Lucia Mondella." "That is," replied Don Abbondio, with a quivering voice, "that is, you, gentlemen, are men of the world, and know well how these things go. A poor curate has nothing to do with them. They patch up their little treaties between themselves, and then they come to us, as one goes to the bank to make a demand, and we are the servants of the community." "Mark well," said the bravo, in a lower voice but with a solemn tone of command. "This marriage is not to be performed, not tomorrow, nor ever." "But, gentlemen," replied Don Abbondio, with the soothing, mild tone of one who would persuade an impatient man, "be so kind as put yourselves in my place. If the thing depended on me, you see plainly that it is no advantage to me—" "Come, come," interrupted the bravo, "if the thing were to be decided by prating, you might soon put our heads in a poke. We know nothing about it, and we don't want to know more. A warned man, you understand." "But gentlemen like you are too just, too reasonable—" "But," this time the other companion broke in, who had not hitherto spoken, "but the marriage is not to be performed, or" (here a great oath) "or he who performs it will never repent, because he shall have no time for it." Another oath. "Silence, silence," replied the first orator. "The Señor Curato knows the way of the world, and we are good sort of men who don't wish to do him any harm if he will act like a wise man. Señor Curato, the illustrious Señor Don Rodrigo, our master, sends his kind respects." To the mind of Don Abbondio this name was like the lightning flash in a storm at night, which, illuminating for a moment and confusing all objects, increases the terror. As by instinct, he made a low bow and said, "If you could suggest—" "Oh, suggest is for you who know Latin," again interrupted the bravo, with a smile between awkwardness and ferocity. "It is all very well for you. But, above all, let not a word be whispered about this notice that we have given you for your good, or—it will be the same as marrying them. Well, what will your reverence that we say for you to the illustrious Señor Don Rodrigo?" "My respects." "Be clear, Señor Curato." "Disposed, always disposed to obedience." And having said these words, he did not himself well know whether he had given a promise, or whether he had only sent an ordinary compliment. The bravos took it, and showed that they took it, in the more serious meaning. "Very well. Good evening, Señor Curato," said one of them, leading his companion away. Chapter 2 Part 2 of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 1, Part 2. Don Abbondio, who a few moments before would have given one of his eyes to have got rid of them, now wished to prolong the conversation and modify the treaty. In vain they would not listen, but took the path along which he had come, and were soon out of sight, singing a ballad, which I do not choose to transcribe. Poor Don Abbondio stood for a moment with his mouth open as if enchanted, and then he too departed, taking that path which led to his house, and hardly dragging one leg after the other, with a sensation of walking on crab claws, and in a frame of mind which the reader will better understand, after having learnt somewhat more of the character of this personage, and of the sort of times in which his lot was cast. Don Abbondio, the reader may have discovered it already, was not born with the heart of a lion. Besides this, from his earliest years, he had had occasion to learn, that the most embarrassing of all conditions in those times was that of an animal without claws and without teeth, which yet, nevertheless, had no inclination to be devoured. The arm of the law by no means protected the quiet inoffensive man, who had no other means of inspiring fear. Not, indeed, that there was any want of laws and penalties against private violence. Laws came down like hail. Crimes were recounted and particularized with minute prolixity. Penalties were absurdly exorbitant; and if that were not enough, capable of augmentation in almost every case, at the will of the legislator himself and of 100 executives. The forms of procedure studied only how to liberate the judge from every impediment in the way of passing a sentence of condemnation. The sketches we have given of the proclamations against the bravos are a feeble but true index of this. Notwithstanding, or rather in great measure for this reason, these proclamations, republished and reinforced by one government after another, served only to attest most magniloquently the impotence of their authors; or if they produced any immediate effect, it was for the most part to add new vexations to those already suffered by the peaceable and helpless at the hands of the turbulent, and to increase the violence and cunning of the latter. Impunity was organized and implanted so deeply that its roots were untouched, or at least unmoved, by these proclamations. Such were the asylums, such were the privileges of certain classes, privileges partly recognized by law, partly borne with envious silence, or decried with vain protests, but kept up in fact and guarded by these classes, and by almost every individual in them, with interested activity and punctilious jealousy. Now impunity of this kind, threatened and insulted, but not destroyed by the proclamations, was naturally obliged, on every new threat and insult, to put in force new powers and new schemes to preserve its own existence. So it fell out in fact. And on the appearance of a proclamation for the restraint of the violent, these sought in their power new means more apt in effecting that which the proclamations forbade. The proclamations, indeed, could accomplish at every step the molestation of a good sort of men, who had neither power themselves, nor protection from others; because, in order to have every person under their hands, to prevent or punish every crime, they subjected every movement of private life to the arbitrary will of 1,000 magistrates and executives. But whoever, before committing a crime, had taken measures to secure his escape in time to a convent or a palace, where the Biri had never dared to enter; whoever, without any other measures, bore a livery which called to his defense the vanity and interest of a powerful family or order, such an one was free to do as he pleased, and could set at naught the clamor of the proclamations. Of those very persons to whom the enforcing of them was committed, some belonged by birth to the privileged class, some were dependent on it, as clients; both one and the other by education, interest, habit, and imitation had embraced its maxims, and would have taken good care not to offend it for the sake of a piece of paper pasted on the corners of the streets. The men entrusted with the immediate execution of the decrees, had they been enterprising as heroes, obedient as monks, and devoted as martyrs, could not have had the upper hand, inferior as they were in number to those with whom they would have been engaged in battle, with the probability of being frequently abandoned, or even sacrificed, by those who abstractedly, or, so to say, in theory, set them to work. But besides this, these men were, generally, chosen from the lowest and most rascally classes of those times. Their office was held base even by those who stood most in fear of it, and their title a reproach. It was therefore but natural that they, instead of risking, or rather throwing away, their lives in an impracticable undertaking, should take pay for inaction, or even connivance at the powerful, and reserve the exercise of their execrated authority and diminished power for those occasions where they could oppress without danger, i.e., by annoying pacific and defenseless persons. The man who is ready to give and expecting to receive offense every moment, naturally seeks allies and companions. Hence the tendency of individuals to unite into classes was in these times carried to the greatest excess. New societies were formed, and each man strove to increase the power of his own party to the greatest degree. The clergy were on the watch to defend and extend their immunities; the nobility their privileges; the military their exemptions. Tradespeople and artisans were enrolled in subordinate confraternities, lawyers constituted a league, and even doctors a corporation. Each of these little oligarchies had its own peculiar power. In each, the individual found it an advantage to avail himself, in proportion to their authority and vigor, of the united force of the many. Honest men availed themselves of this advantage for defense; the evil disposed and sharp witted made use of it to accomplish deeds of violence, for which their personal means were insufficient, and to ensure themselves impunity. The power, however, of these various combinations was very unequal; and especially in the country, a rich and violent nobility, having a band of bravos, and surrounded by a peasantry accustomed by immemorial tradition, and compelled by interest or force to look upon themselves as soldiers of their lords, exercised a power against which no other league could have maintained effectual resistance. Our Abbondio, not noble, not rich, not courageous, was therefore accustomed from his very infancy to look upon himself as a vessel of fragile earthenware, obliged to journey in company with many vessels of iron. Hence he had very easily acquiesced in his parents' wish to make him a priest. To say the truth, he had not reflected much on the obligations and noble ends of the ministry to which he was dedicating himself. To ensure something to live upon with comfort, and to place himself in a class revered and powerful, seemed to him two sufficient reasons for his choice. But no class whatever provides for an individual, or secures him, beyond a certain point; and none dispenses him from forming his own particular system. Don Abbondio, continually absorbed in thoughts about his own security, cared not at all for those advantages which risked a little to secure a great deal. His system was to escape all opposition, and to yield where he could not escape. In all the frequent contests carried on around him between the clergy and the laity, in the perpetual collision between officials and the nobility, between the nobility and magistrates, between bravos and soldiers, down to the pitched battle between two rustics arising from a word and decided with fists or poniards, an unarmed neutrality was his chosen position. If he were absolutely obliged to take a part, he favored the stronger, always, however, with a reserve, and an endeavor to show the other that he was not willingly his enemy. It seemed as if he would say, "Why did you not manage to be stronger? I would have taken your side then." Keeping a respectful distance from the powerful, silently bearing their scorn when capriciously shown in passing instances, answering with submission when it assumed a more serious and decided form, obliging, by his profound bows and respectful salutations, the most surly and haughty to return him a smile, when he met them by the way, the poor man had performed the voyage of 60 years without experiencing any very violent tempests. It was not that he had not too his own little portion of gall in his disposition; and this continual exercise of endurance, this ceaseless giving reasons to others, these many bitter mouthfuls gulped down in silence, had so far exasperated it, that had he not an opportunity sometimes of giving it a little of its own way, his health would certainly have suffered. But because there were in the world, close around him, some few persons whom he knew well to be incapable of hurting, Upon them he was able now and then to let out the bad humor so long pent up, and take upon himself, even he, the right to be a little fantastic, and to scold unreasonably. Besides, he was a rigid censor of those who did not guide themselves by his rules; that is, when the censure could be passed without any the most distant danger. Was any one beaten? He was at least imprudent. Any one murdered? He had always been a turbulent meddler. If any one, having tried to maintain his right against some powerful noble, came off with a broken head, Don Abbondio always knew how to discover some fault; a thing not difficult, since right and wrong are never divided with so clean a cut that one party has the whole of either. Above all, he declaimed against any of his brethren, who at their own risk took the part of the weak and oppressed against the powerful oppressor. This he called paying for quarrels, and giving one's legs to the dogs. He even pronounced with severity upon it, as a mixing in profane things, to the loss of dignity to the sacred ministry. Against such men he discoursed, always, however, with his eyes about him, or in a retired corner, with greater vehemence in proportion as he knew them to be strangers to anxiety about their personal safety. He had, finally, a favorite sentence, with which he always wound up discourses on these matters, that a respectable man who looked to himself, and minded his own business, could always keep clear of mischievous quarrels. My 25 readers may imagine what impression such an encounter as has been related above would make on the mind of this pitiable being. The fearful aspect of those faces, the great words, the threats of a señor known for never threatening in vain, a system of living in quiet, the patient study of so many years, upset in a moment; and, in prospect, a path narrow and rugged, from which no exit could be seen, all these thoughts buzzed about tumultuously in the downcast head of Don Abbondio. If Renzo could be dismissed in peace with a mere no, it is all plain, but he would want reasons, and what am I to say to him? And he is a lamb, quiet as a lamb if no one touches him, but if he were contradicted, whew! And then, out of his senses about this Lucia, in love overhead, and these young men who fall in love for want of something to do, will be married, and think nothing about other people; they do not care anything for the trouble they bring upon a poor curate. Unfortunate me! What possible business had these two frightful figures to put themselves in my path and interfere with me? Is it I who want to be married? Why did they not rather go and talk with—let me see, what a great misfortune it is that the right plan never comes into my head till it is too late. If I had but thought of suggesting to them to carry their message to— But at this point it occurred to him that to repent of not having been aider and abettor in iniquity was itself iniquitous; and he turned his angry thoughts upon the man who had come, in this manner, to rob him of his peace. He knew Don Rodrigo only by sight and by report, nor had he had to do with him further than to make a lowly reverence when he had chanced to meet him. It had fallen to him several times to defend this señor against those who, with subdued voice and looks of fear, wished ill to some of his enterprises. He had said 100 times that he was a respectable cavalier; but at this moment he bestowed upon him all those epithets which he had never heard applied by others without an exclamation of disapprobation. Amid the tumult of these thoughts he reached his own door, hastily applied the key which he held in his hand, opened, entered, carefully closed it behind him, and anxious to find himself in trustworthy company, called quickly, "Perpetua! Perpetua!" as he went towards the dining room, where he was sure to find Perpetua laying the cloth for supper. Perpetua, as everyone already knows, was Don Abbondio's servant, a servant affectionate and faithful, who knew how to obey and command in turn as occasion required; to bear in season the grumblings and fancies of her master, and to make him bear the like when her turn came; which day by day recurred more frequently, since she had passed the synodal age of 40, remaining single because, as she said herself, she had refused all offers, or because she had never found any one goose enough to have her, as her friends said. "I am coming," replied Perpetua, putting down in its usual place a little flask of Don Abbondio's favourite wine, and moving leisurely. But before she reached the door of the dining-room, he entered, with a step so unsteady, with an expression so overcast, with features so disturbed, that there had been no need of Perpetua's experienced eye to discover at a glance that something very extraordinary had happened. "Mercy! What has happened to you, master?" "Nothing, nothing," replied Don Abbondio, sinking down breathless on his armchair. "How nothing? Would you make me believe this, so disordered as you are? Some great misfortune has happened." "Oh, for heaven's sake! When I say nothing, either it is nothing, or it is something I cannot tell." "Not tell, even to me? Who will take care of your safety, sir? Who will advise you?" "Oh, dear, hold your tongue and say no more. Give me a glass of my wine." "And you will persist, sir, that it is nothing," said Perpetua, filling the glass, and then holding it in her hand, as if she would give it in payment for the confidence he kept her waiting for so long. "Give it here," said Don Abbondio, taking the glass from her with no very steady hand and emptying it hastily, as if it were a draught of medicine. "Do you wish me then, sir, to be obliged to ask here and there what has happened to my master?" said Perpetua, right opposite him, with her arms akimbo, looking steadily at him, as if she would gather the truth from his eyes. "For heaven's sake, let us have no brawling, let us have no noise. It is my life." "Your life?" "My life." "You know, sir, that whenever you have told me anything sincerely in confidence, I have never—" "Well done! For instance, when—" Perpetua saw she had touched a wrong chord; wherefore, suddenly changing her tone, "Señor, master," she said with a softened and affecting voice, "I have always been an affectionate servant to you, sir, and if I wish to know this, it is because of my care for you, because I wish to be able to help you, and give you good advice, and to comfort you." The fact was, Don Abbondio was, perhaps, just as anxious to get rid of his burdensome secret as Perpetua was to know it. In consequence, after having rebutted, always more feebly, her reiterated and more vigorous assaults, after having made her vow more than once not to breathe the subject, with many sighs and many doleful exclamations, he repeated at last the miserable event. When he came to the terrible name, it was necessary for Perpetua to make new and more solemn vows of silence; and Don Abbondio, having pronounced this name, sank back on the chair, lifting up his hands in an act at once of command and entreaty, exclaiming, "For heaven's sake!" "Mercy!" exclaimed Perpetua. "Oh, what a wretch! Oh, what a tyrant! Oh, what a godless man!" "Will you hold your tongue, or do you wish to ruin me altogether?" "Why, we're all alone, no one can hear us. But what will you do, sir? Oh, my poor master!" "You see now, you see," said Don Abbondio in an angry tone, "what good advice this woman can give me. She comes and asks me what shall I do, as if she were in a quandary, and it were my place to help her out." "But I could even give my poor opinion, but then—" "But then, let us hear." "My advice would be, since, as everybody says, our archbishop is a saint, a bold-hearted man, and one who is not afraid of an ugly face, and one who glories in upholding a poor curate against these tyrants when he has an opportunity, I should say, and I do say, that you should write a nice letter to inform him how that—" "Will you hold your tongue? Will you be silent? Is this fit advice to give a poor man? When a bullet was lodged in my back, Heaven defend me, would the archbishop dislodge it?" "Why, bullets don't fly in showers like comfits." [Footnote: It is a custom in Italy, during the carnival, for friends to salute each other with showers of comfits as they pass in the streets.] Woe to us if these dogs could bite whenever they bark! And I have always taken notice that whoever knows how to show his teeth, and makes use of them, is treated with respect. And just because master will never give his reasons, we are come to that pass, that every one comes to us, if I may say it, to— Will you hold your tongue? I will directly, but it is, however, certain, that when all the world sees a man always, in every encounter, ready to yield the— Will you hold your tongue? Is this a time for such nonsensical words? Very well, you can think about it tonight. But now, don't be doing any mischief to yourself. Don't be making yourself ill. Take a mouthful to eat. Think about it, shall I? Grumbled Don Abbondio. To be sure I shall think about it. I've got it to think about. And he got up, going on, I will take nothing, nothing. I have something else to do. I know, too, what I ought to think about it. But that this should have come on my head. Swallow at least this other little drop, said Perpetua, pouring it out. You know, sir, this always strengthens your stomach. Ah, we want another strengthener, another. So saying, he took the candle, and constantly grumbling, a nice little business to a man like me, and tomorrow what is to be done? With other like lamentations went to his chamber, to lie down. When he had reached the door, he paused a moment, turned round, and laid his finger on his lips, pronouncing slowly and solemnly, For heaven's sake, and disappeared. Chapter 2 Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 2, Part 1. It is related that the Prince Condé slept soundly the night before the battle of Rocroi. But, in the first place, he was very tired, and, secondly, he had given all needful previous orders, and arranged what was to be done on the morrow. Don Abbondio, on the other hand, as yet knew nothing, except that the morrow would be a day of battle. Hence great part of the night was spent by him in anxious and harassing deliberations. To take no notice of the lawless intimation, and proceed with the marriage, was a plan on which he would not even expend a thought. To confide the occurrence to Renzo, and seek with him some means, he dreaded the thought. He must not let a word escape, otherwise— ahem! Thus one of the bravos had spoken, and the re-echoing of this ahem! Don Abbondio, far from thinking of transgressing such a law, began to repent of having revealed it to Perpetua. Must he fly? Whither? And then, how many annoyances, how many reasons to give! As he rejected plan after plan, the unfortunate man tossed from side to side in bed. The course which seemed best to him was to gain time, by imposing on Renzo. He opportunely remembered that it wanted only a few days of the time when weddings were prohibited. And if I can only put him off for these few days, I have then 2 months before me, and in 2 months great things may be done. He ruminated over various pretexts to bring into play. And though they appeared to him rather slight, yet he reassured himself with the thought that his authority added to them would make them appear of sufficient weight, and then his practised experience would give him great advantage over an ignorant youth. Let us see, he said to himself. He thinks of his love, but I of my life. I am more interested than he. Beside that, I am cleverer. My dear child, if you feel your back smarting, I know not what to say, but I will not put my foot in it. His mind being thus a little settled to deliberation, he was able at last to close his eyes. But what sleep! What dreams! Bravos, Don Rodrigo, Renzo, pathways, rocks, flight, chase, cries, muskets! The moment of first awakening after a misfortune, while still in perplexity, is a bitter one. The mind scarcely restored to consciousness returns to the habitual idea of former tranquillity, but the thought of the new state of things soon presents itself with rude abruptness; and our misfortune is most trying in this moment of contrast. Dolefully Don Abbondio tasted the bitterness of this moment, and then began hastily to recapitulate the designs of the night, confirmed himself in them, arranged them anew, arose, and waited for Renzo at once with fear and impatience. Lorenzo, or as everyone called him, Renzo, did not keep him long waiting. Scarcely had the hour arrived at which he thought he could with propriety present himself to the curate, when he set off with the light step of a man of 20, who was on that day to espouse her whom he loved. He had in early youth been deprived of his parents, and carried on the trade of silk weaver, hereditary, so they say, in his family, a trade lucrative enough in former years, but even then beginning to decline, yet not to such a degree that a clever workman was not able to make an honest livelihood by it. Work became more scarce from day to day, but the continual emigration of the workmen, attracted to the neighboring states by promises, privileges, and large wages, left sufficient occupation for those who remained in the country. Renzo possessed, besides, a plot of land, which he cultivated, working in it himself when he was disengaged from his silk weaving, so that in his station he might be called a rich man. Although this year was one of greater scarcity than those which had preceded it, and real want began to be felt already, yet he, having become a saver of money ever since he had cast his eyes upon Lucia, found himself sufficiently furnished with provisions, and had no need to beg his bread. He appeared before Don Abbondio in gay bridal costume, with feathers of various colors in his cap, with an ornamental hilted dagger in his pocket, and with an air of festivity, and at the same time of defiance, common at that time even to men the most quiet. The hesitating and mysterious reception of Don Abbondio formed a strange contrast with the joyous and resolute bearing of the young. He must have got some notion in his head, thought Renzo to himself, and then said, "I have come, señor curate, to know at what hour it will suit you for us to be at church." "What day are you speaking of?" "How! Of what day? Don't you remember, sir, that this is the day fixed upon?" "Today?" replied Don Abbondio, as if he now heard it spoken of for the first time. "Today, today. Don't be impatient, but today I cannot." "Today you cannot! What has happened, sir?" "First of all, I do not feel well, you see." "I am very sorry, but what you have to do, sir, is so soon done, and so little fatiguing, and then—" "And then what, señor curate?" "And then there are difficulties." "Difficulties? What difficulties can there be?" "You need to stand in our shoes to understand what perplexities we have in these matters, what reasons to give. I am too soft-hearted, I think of nothing but how to remove obstacles, and make all easy, and arrange things to please others. I neglect my duty, and then I am subject to reproofs, and worse." "But in heaven's name, don't keep me so on the stretch. Tell me at once what is the matter." "Do you know how many, many formalities are necessary to perform a marriage regularly?" "I ought to know a little about it," said Renzo, beginning to be warm, "for you, sir, have puzzled my head enough about it the last few days back. But now is not everything made clear? Is not everything done that had to be done?" "All on your part. Therefore have patience. An ass I am to neglect my duty that I may not give pain to people. We poor curates are between the anvil and the hammer. You are impatient. I am sorry for you, poor young man. And the great people— Enough, one must not say everything, and we have to go between." "But explain to me at once, sir, what this new formality is, which has to be gone through, as you say, and it shall be done soon." "Do you know what the number of absolute impediments is?" "What would you have me know about impediments, sir?" error condito votum cognatio crimen cultus disparitas vis ordo. Cicita finis. Are you making game of me, sir? What do you expect me to know about your Latinorum? Then, if you don't understand things, have patience and leave them to those who do. Orsu. Quiet, my dear Renzo. Don't get in a passion, for I am ready to do all that depends on me. I wish to see you satisfied. I wish you well. Alas! When I think how well off you were, what were you wanting? The whim of getting married came upon you. What talk is this, señor mio? Interrupted Renzo, with a voice between astonishment and anger. Have patience, I tell you. I wish to see you satisfied. In short, my son, it is no fault of mine. I did not make the law, and before concluding a marriage, it is our special duty to certify ourselves that there is no impediment. But come, tell me once for all what impediment has come in the way. Have patience. They are not things to be deciphered thus at a standing. It will be nothing to us, I hope, but, be the consequence great or little, we must make these researches. The text is clear and evident. Antequam matrimonium denuncisset. I have told you, sir, I will have no Latin. But it is necessary that I should explain to you. But have you not made all these researches? I tell you I have not made them all, as I must. Why did you not do it in time, sir? Why did you tell me that all was finished? Why wait? Look now, you are finding fault with my over-kindness. I have facilitated everything to serve you without loss of time, but now I have received enough, I know. And what do you wish me to do, sir? To have patience for a few days. My dear son, a few days are not eternity. Have patience. For how long? We are in good train now, thought Don Abbondio to himself, and added with a more polite manner than ever, Come now, in 15 days I will endeavor to do— 15 days! This indeed is something new. You have had everything your own way, sir. You fixed the day arrives, and now you go tell me I must wait 15 days. 15— He began again, with a louder and more angry voice, extending his arm and striking the air with his fist. And nobody knows what shocking words he would have added to this number 15, if Don Abbondio had not interrupted him, taking his other hand with a timid and anxious friendliness. Come, don't be angry, for heaven's sake. I will try whether in 1 week— And Lucia, what must I say to her? That it has been an oversight of mine. And what will the world say? Tell them, too, that I have made a blunder through over-haste, through too much good nature. Lay all the fault on me. Can I say more? Come now, for 1 week. And then will there be no more impediments? When I tell you— Very well, I will be quiet for a week, but I know well enough that when it is past I shall get nothing but talk. But before that I shall see you again. Having so said, he retired, making a bow much less lowly than usual to Don Abbondio, and bestowing on him a glance more expressive than reverent. Having reached the road, and walking with heavy heart towards the home of his betrothed, in the midst of his wrath, he turned his thoughts on the late conversation, and more strange it seemed to him. The cold and constrained greeting of Don Abbondio, his guarded and yet impatient words, his grey eyes, which, as he spoke, glanced inquisitively here and there, as if afraid of coming in contact with the words which issued from his mouth, the making a new thing, as it were, of the nuptials so expressly determined, and, above all, the constant hinting at some great occurrence, without ever saying anything decided— all these things put together made Renzo think that there was some overhanging mystery, different from that which Don Abbondio would have had him suppose. The youth was just on the point of turning back to oblige him to speak more plainly, but raising his eyes, he saw Perpetua a little way before him, entering a garden, a few paces distant from the house. He gave her a call to open the garden door for him, quickened his pace, came up with her, detained her in the doorway, and stood still to have a conversation with her, intending to discover something more positive. "Good morning, Perpetua. I hoped we should have been married today all together." "But, as heaven wills, my poor Renzo—" "I want you to do me a kindness. The señor curate has been making a long story of certain reasons, which I cannot understand. Will you explain to me better why he cannot or will not marry us today?" "Oh, is it likely I know my master's secrets?" "I said there was some hidden mystery," thought Renzo, and to draw it forth to the light, he continued, "Come, Perpetua, we are friends. Tell me what you know. Help an unfortunate youth." "It is a bad thing to be born poor, my dear Renzo." "That is true," replied he, still confirming himself in his suspicions, and seeking to come nearer the question, "that is true. But is it for a priest to deal hardly with the poor?" "Listen, Renzo, I can tell you nothing, because—I know nothing. But what you may assure yourself of is, that my master does not wish to ill-treat you or anybody, and it is not his fault." "Whose fault is it, then?" demanded Renzo, with an air of indifference, but with an anxious heart and ears on the alert. "When I tell you I know nothing, in defense of my master I can speak, because I can't bear to hear that he is ready to do ill to anyone. Poor man! If he does wrong, it is from too good nature. There certainly are some wretches in the world, overbearing tyrants, men without the fear of God—" "Tyrants, wretches!" thought Renzo. "Are not these the great men? Come," said he, with difficulty hiding his increasing agitation, "come, tell me who it is." "Oh, oh! You want to make me speak, and I cannot speak because—I know nothing. When I know nothing, it is the same as if I had taken an oath not to tell. You might put me to the rack, and you would get nothing from my mouth. Good-bye. It is lost time for you and me both." So saying, she quickly entered the garden and shut the door. Renzo, having returned her farewell, turned back, with a quiet step, that she might not hear which way he took; but when he got beyond reach of the good woman's ears, he quickened his pace. In a moment he was at Dona Bondio's door, entered, went straight to the room in which he had left him, found him there, and went towards him with a reckless bearing, and eyes glancing anger. Chapter 2 Part 2 of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 2, Part 2. What new thing is this?" said Dona Bondio. "Who is that tyrant?" said Renzo, with the voice of a man who is determined to obtain a precise reply. "Who is the tyrant who is unwilling that I should marry Lucia?" "What?" stammered the astonished poor man, his face in a moment becoming pale, and colorless as a rag just emerged from the washing tub. Then, still stammering, he made a start from his armchair, to dart towards the door. But Renzo, who might have expected this movement, was on the alert, sprang there before him, locked it, and put the key in his pocket. "Ah! Will you speak now, Señor Curato? Everybody knows my affairs except myself. But by Bacchus, I too will know. What is his name?" Renzo, for charity, take care what you are about. Think of your soul." "I am thinking that I will know it quickly in a moment." And as he spoke, perhaps without being aware of it, he laid his hand on the hilt of a dagger which projected from his pocket. "Misericordia!" exclaimed Dona Bondio in a feeble voice. "I will know it." "Who has told you?" No more trickery. Speak positively and quickly." "Do you wish me to be killed?" "I wish to know what I have a right to know." "But if I speak, I am a dead man. Surely I'm not to trample on my own life." "Then speak." This, then, was pronounced with such energy, and Renzo's face became so threatening, that Don Abbondio could no longer entertain a hope of the possibility of disobedience. "Promise me, swear to me," said he, "not to speak of it to any one, never to tell—" "I promise you, sir, that I will do an ill deed if you don't tell me quick his name." At this new adjuration, Don Abbondio, with the face and look of a man who has the pincers of the dentist in his mouth, articulated, "Don—" "Don?" repeated Renzo, as if to help the patient to utter the rest; while he stood bending forward, his ear turned towards the open mouth of Don Abbondio, his arms stretched out, and his clenched fists behind him. "Don Rodrigo," hastily uttered the compelled curate, making a rush at these few syllables, and gliding over the consonants, partly through excitement, partly because exercising the little judgment that was left him, to steer his way betwixt the two fears, it appeared that he wished to withdraw the word and make it invisible at the very moment he was constrained to give utterance to it. "Ah, dog!" shouted Renzo. "And how has he done it? And what has he said to—" "How, eh? How?" replied Don Abbondio, in an indignant voice as it were, feeling after so great a sacrifice, that he had in a manner become a creditor. "How, eh? I wish it had happened to you as it has to me, who have not put my foot in it for nothing; for then, certainly, you would not have so many crotchets in your head." And here he began to depict in dreadful colors the terrible encounter. As he proceeded in the description, he began to realize the wrath which hitherto had been concealed or changed into fear, and perceiving at the same time that Renzo, between anger and confusion, stood motionless, with his head downwards, he continued triumphantly, "You have done a pretty deed. Nice treatment you have given me. To serve such a trick to an honest man, to your curate, in his own house, in a sacred place! You have done a fine action, to force from my lips my own ruin and yours, that which I concealed from you, in prudence for your own good. And now, when you do know it, how much wiser are you? I should like to know what you would have done to me. No joking here, no question of right and wrong, but mere force. And this morning when I gave you good advice, in a rage directly. I had judgment enough for myself, and you too. But how does it go now? Open the door, however. Give me my key." "I may have been wrong," replied Renzo, with a voice softened towards Don Abbondio, but in which suppressed rage against his newly discovered enemy might be perceived. "I may have been wrong. But put your hand to your heart, and think whether in my case—" So saying, he took the key from his pocket and went to open the door. Don Abbondio stood behind, and while Renzo turned the key in the lock, he came beside him, and with a serious and anxious face, holding up 3 fingers of his right hand, as if to help him in his turn, "Swear at least," said he. "I may have been wrong, and I beg your pardon, sir," answered Renzo, opening the door, and preparing to go out. "Swear," replied Don Abbondio, seizing him by the arm with a trembling hand. "I may have been wrong," repeated Renzo, as he extricated himself from him, and departed with vehement haste, thus cutting short a discussion which, like many a question of philosophy, or literature, or something else, might have been prolonged 6 centuries, since each party did nothing but repeat his own arguments. "Perpetua! Perpetua!" cried Don Abbondio, after having in vain called back the fugitive. Perpetua answered not. Don Abbondio then lost all consciousness of where he was. It has happened more than once to personages of much greater importance than Don Abbondio to find themselves in extremities so trying to the flesh, in such perplexity of plans, that it has appeared to them their best resource to go to bed with a fever. This resource Don Abbondio had not to seek for, because it offered itself to him of its own accord. The fright of the day before, the harassing sleeplessness of the night, the additional fright in the morning, anxiety about the future, had produced this effect. Perplexed and bewildered, he rested himself on his armchair. He began to feel a certain quaking of the bones. He looked at his nails and sighed, and called from time to time, with a tremulous and anxious voice, "Perpetua!" Perpetua arrived at length, with a great cabbage under her arm, and a business-like face, as if nothing had been the matter. I spare the reader the lamentations, condolences, accusations, defenses, the "You only can have spoken," and the "I have not spoken," all the recriminations, in short, of this colloquy. Let it suffice to say, that Don Abbondio ordered Perpetua to fasten the doors well, not to put foot outside, and if any one knocked, to answer from the window, that the curate was confined to his bed with a fever. He then slowly ascended the stairs, repeating at every third step, "I have caught it," and really went to bed, where we will leave him. Renzo, meanwhile, walked with an excited step towards home, without having determined what he ought to do, but with a mad longing to do something strange and terrible. The unjust and oppressive, all those in fact who wrong others, are guilty, not only of the evil they do, but also of the perversion of mind they cause in those whom they offend. Renzo was a young man of peaceful disposition and averse to violence; sincere, and one who abhorred deceit. But at this moment his heart panted for murder; his mind was occupied only in devising a plot. He would have wished to hasten to Don Rodrigo's house, to seize him by the throat, but he remembered that his house was like a fortress, garrisoned with bravos within, and guarded without; that only friends and servants, well known, could enter freely, without being searched from head to foot; that an artisan, if unknown, could not put foot within it without an examination; and that he, above all, he probably would be too well known. He then fancied himself taking his fowling piece, planting himself behind a hedge, looking out whether his enemy would ever pass by unaccompanied; and dwelling with ferocious complacency on this thought, he imagined the sound of a step. At this sound he raises his head without noise, recognizes the wretch, raises the fowling piece, takes aim, fires, sees him fall and struggle, bestows a malediction on him, and escapes in safety beyond the borders. And Lucia? Scarcely had this word come across these dreadful fantasies, when the better thoughts, with which Renzo was familiarized, crowded into his mind. He recalled the dying charge of his parents. The thought of God, of the Blessed Virgin, and of the saints, returned upon him. He remembered the consolation he had so often experienced from the recollection that he was free from crimes. He remembered the horror with which he had so often received the news of a murder; and he awoke from this dream of blood with fear, with remorse, and yet with a sort of joy that he had but imagined it. But the thought of Lucia, how many thoughts it brought along with it! So many hopes, so many promises, a future so bright, so secure, and this day so longed for! And how, with what words announce to her such news? And afterwards, what was to be done? How were their plans to be accomplished, in spite of this powerful and wicked enemy? Along with all this, not a defined suspicion, but a tormenting shadow flitted every moment through his mind. This overbearing act of Don Rodrigo could have no motive but a lawless passion for Lucia. And Lucia, could she have given him the smallest encouragement, the most distant hope? It was a thought which could not dwell for an instant in his mind. But was she aware of it? Could he have conceived this infamous passion without her perceiving it? Could he have carried matters so far without having made an attempt in some other manner? And Lucia had never mentioned a word of it to him, her betrothed! Overcome by these thoughts, he passed by his own house, which was situated in the middle of the village, and proceeding through it, came to that of Lucia, which stood at the opposite end. This cottage had a little garden in front, which separated it from the road, and the garden was surrounded by a low wall. As Renzo entered the garden, he heard a confused and continual murmur of voices from an upper room. He supposed it was friends and companions come to greet Lucia, and he did not wish to show himself to this company with the sad news he had to communicate visible in his face. A little girl, who happened to be in the garden, ran to meet him, crying, "The bridegroom! The bridegroom!" "Gently, Bettina, gently," said Renzo. "Come here. Go up to Lucia, take her on one side and whisper in her ear, but mind no one hears or suspects. Tell her I want to speak to her, and that I'm waiting in the downstairs room, and that she must come immediately." The child ran quickly upstairs, delighted and proud to be entrusted with a secret. Lucia had just come forth adorned from head to foot by the hands of her mother. Her friends were stealing glances at the bride and forcing her to show herself, while she, with the somewhat warlike modesty of a rustic, was endeavoring to escape, using her arms as a shield for her face, and holding her head downwards, her black penciled eyebrows seeming to frown, while her lips were smiling. Her dark and luxuriant hair, divided on her forehead with a white and narrow parting, was united behind in many circled plaitings, pierced with long silver pins, disposed around, so as to look like an aureola, or saintly glory, a fashion still in use among the Milanese peasant girls. Round her neck she had a necklace of garnets alternated with beads of filigree gold. She wore a pretty bodice of flowered brocade, laced with colored ribbons, a short gown of embroidered silk, plaited in close and minute folds, scarlet stockings, and a pair of shoes of embroidered silk. Besides these, which were the special ornaments of her wedding day, Lucia had the everyday ornament of a modest beauty, displayed at this time, and increased by the varied feelings which were depicted in her face: joy tempered by a slight confusion, that placid sadness which occasionally shows itself in the face of a bride, and without injuring her beauty gives it an air peculiar to itself. The little Bettina made her way among the talkers, came close up to Lucia, cleverly made her understand that she had something to communicate, and whispered her little message in her ear. "I am going for a moment, and will be back directly," said Lucia to her friends, and hastily descended the stairs. On seeing the changed look and the unquiet manner of Renzo, "What is the matter?" she exclaimed, not without a presentiment of terror. "Lucia," replied Renzo, "it is all up for today, and God knows when we can be man and wife." "What?" said Lucia, altogether amazed. Renzo briefly related to her the events of the morning. She listened in great distress, and when she heard the name of Don Rodrigo, "Ah!" she exclaimed, blushing and trembling, "has it come to this point?" "Then you knew it?" said Renzo. "Indeed too well," answered Lucia, "but to this point." "What did you know about it?" "Don't make me speak now, don't make me cry. I will run and call my mother, and send away the girls. We must be alone." While she was going, Renzo murmured, "You never told me anything about it." "Ah, Renzo," replied Lucia, turning round for a moment without stopping. Renzo understood very well that his name so pronounced by Lucia at that moment, in such a tone, meant to say, "Can you doubt that I could be silent except on just and pure motives?" By this time the good Agnese, so Lucia's mother was named, incited to suspicion and curiosity by the whisper in her ear, had come down to see what was the matter. Her daughter, leaving her with Renzo, returned to the assembled maidens, and composing her voice and manner as well as she could, said, "The señor curate is ill, and nothing will be done today." This said, she hastily bid them good bye, and went down again. The company departed, and dispersed themselves through the village, to recount what had happened, and to discover Don Abbondio was really ill. The truth of the fact cut short all the conjectures which had already begun to work in their minds, and to be discovered undefined and mysteriously in their words. Chapter 3, Part 1 of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, Chapter 3, Part 1. While Renzo was relating with pain what Agnese with pain listened to, Lucia entered the room. They both turned towards her. She indeed knew more about it than they, and of her they awaited an explanation which could not but be distressing. In the midst of their sorrow they both, according to the different nature of the love they bore Lucia, discovered in their own manner a degree of anger that she had concealed anything from them, especially of such a nature. Agnese, although anxious to hear her daughter speak, could not refrain from a slight reproof. "To say nothing to your mother in such a case!" "Now I will tell you all," answered Lucia, as she dried her eyes with her apron. "Speak, speak! Speak, speak!" at once cried both mother and lover. "Most Holy Virgin!" exclaimed Lucia. "Who could have believed it would have come to this?" Then with a voice tremulous with weeping, she related how, as she was returning from her spinning and had loitered behind her companions, Don Rodrigo, in company with another gentleman, had passed by her; that he had tried to engage her in foolish talk, as she called it; but she, without giving him an answer, had quickened her pace, and joined her companions. Then she had heard the other gentleman laugh loudly, and Don Rodrigo say, "I'll lay you a wager." The next day they were again on the road, but Lucia was in the midst of her companions, with her eyes on the ground. When the other gentleman laughed, and Don Rodrigo said, "We shall see, we shall see." "This day," continued Lucia, "thank God, was the last of the spinning. I related immediately—" "Who was it you told it to?" demanded Agnese, waiting, not without a little displeasure, for the name of the confidant who had been preferred. "To Father Cristoforo, in confession, mamma," replied Lucia, with a sweet tone of apology. "I related the whole to him the last time we went to church together at the convent; and if you noticed, that morning I kept putting my hand to one thing and another, to pass the time till other people were on the road, that we might go in company with them; because, after that meeting, the roads made me so frightened." At the reverend name of Father Cristoforo, the wrath of Agnese subsided. "You did well," said she, "but why not tell all to your mother also?" Lucia had had two good reasons: one, not to distress and frighten the good woman about an event against which she could have found no remedy; the other, not to run the risk of a story travelling from mouth to mouth, which she wished to be kept with jealous silence; the more so because Lucia hoped that her marriage would have cut short at the beginning this abominated persecution. Of these two reasons she alleged only the first. "And to you," said she, turning to Renzo, with that tone which reminds a friend that he is unreasonable, "and to you could I speak about this? Surely you know too much of it now." "And what did the father say to you?" asked Agnese. "He told me that I must try to hasten the wedding as much as I could, and in the meantime to keep myself within doors; that I should pray to the Lord; and he hoped that this man, if he did not see me, would not care any more about me. And it was then that I forced myself," continued she, turning again towards Renzo, without however raising her eyes, and blushing to the temples—"it was then that I put on a too bold face, and begged you to get it done soon, and have it concluded before the fixed time. Who knows what you must have thought of me? But I did it for good, and it was advised me, and I thought for certain, and this morning I was so far from thinking—" Here Lucia's words were cut short by a violent burst of tears. "Ah, rascal! Wretch! Murderer!" exclaimed Renzo, striding backwards and forwards across the room, and grasping from time to time the hilt of his dagger. "Oh, heavens! What a fury!" exclaimed Agnese. The young man suddenly drew himself up before Lucia, who was weeping, looked at her with an anxious and embittered tenderness, and said, "This is the last deed this assassin shall do." "Ah, no, Renzo, for heaven's sake!" cried Lucia. "No, no, for heaven's sake! God is on the side of the poor, and how can we expect him to help us if we do wrong?" No, no, for heaven's sake, echoed Agnese. Renzo, said Lucia, with an air of hope and more tranquil resolution, you have a trade, and I know how to work. Let us go so far off that this man will hear no more about us. Ah, Lucia, and what then? We are not yet man and wife. Will the curate give us a certificate of no impediment, such a man as he is? If we were married, oh, then! Lucia began to weep again, and all three remained silent, giving signs of depression which contrasted strangely with the festive gaiety of their dress. Listen, my children, attend to me, said Agnese after some moments. I came into the world long before you, and I know something about the world. You need not frighten yourselves too much. Things are not so bad as people make out. To us poor people the skein seems more entangled because we cannot get hold of the right end. But sometimes a piece of good advice, a little talk with a man who has got learning, I know well enough what I would say. Do as I tell you, Renzo. Go to Lecco, seek for Dr. Azzecca Garbugli. Tell him all about it. But mind you don't call him so, for heaven's sake. It's a nickname. You must tell the Señor Doctor, what in the world do they call him? Oh dear, I don't know his right name. Everybody calls him so. Never mind, seek for this doctor. He is tall, thin, bald, with a red nose and a raspberry-colored mole on his cheek. I know him by sight, said Renzo. Well, continued Agnese, he is a man. I have seen more than one person, bothered like a chicken in a bundle of hemp, and who did not know where to put his head, and after being an hour nose to nose with the Dr. Azzecca Garbugli, take good care you don't call him so, I have seen him, I say, make a joke of it. Take these 4 capons, poor creatures, whose necks I ought to have wrung for to-night's supper, and carry them to him, because we must never go empty-handed to these gentlemen. Relate to him all that has happened, and you'll see he will tell you, in a twinkling, things which would not come into our heads if we were to think about them for a year. Renzo willingly embraced this counsel. Lucia approved it, and Agnese, proud of having given it, took the poor creatures one by one from the hen-coop, united their 8 legs, as one makes up a bunch of flowers, tied them up with a piece of string, and consigned them to the hands of Renzo, who, after giving and receiving words of encouragement and hope, went out by a little gate from the garden, that he might escape the observation of the boys, who would have run after him, crying, "The bridegroom! The bridegroom!" Thus having crossed the fields, or as they call them there, the places, he continued his route along narrow lanes, giving utterance to his bitter thoughts, as he reflected on his misfortune, and considering what he must say to the Dr. Azzecca Garbugli. I leave it to the reader to think how the journey was enjoyed by those poor creatures, so bound together, and held by the feet with their heads downwards, in the hand of a man who, agitated by so many passions, accompanied with appropriate gesture the thoughts which rushed tumultuously through his mind, and in moments of anger or determination, suddenly extending his arm, inflicted terrible shocks upon them, and caused those 4 pendant heads to bob violently, if we may be allowed the expression, they, meanwhile, vigorously applying themselves to peck each other, as too often happens among friends in adversity. Arriving at the village, he inquired for the doctor's house, and when it was pointed out to him, quickly made his way thither. On approaching it, however, he began to feel that bashfulness so usual with the poor and ignorant in the presence of a gentleman or man of learning, and forgot all the fine speeches he had prepared. But a glance at the chickens he carried in his hand restored his courage. He went into the kitchen, and asked the maidservant if he could see the Señor Doctor. The woman looked at the birds, and, as if accustomed to such presents, was about to take them in her hand, but Renzo held them back, because he wanted the doctor to see he had brought something with him. Just at this moment the wished-for personage made his appearance, as the servant was saying, "Give them here, and go forward to the study." Renzo made a low bow to the doctor, who graciously bid him, "Come in, my son," and took him into his study. It was a large room, decorated on 3 sides with portraits of the 12 Caesars. The remaining wall was hidden by a large bookcase, filled with old and dusty books. In the middle of the room stood a table covered with extracts, petitions, libels, and proclamations. 3 or 4 chairs were scattered around, and on one side was a large armchair with a high square back, terminating at the corners in 2 horn-shaped ornaments of wood, and covered with leather, fastened down with large nails. Some of these had fallen out, so that the leather curled up here and there at pleasure, leaving the corners unencumbered. The doctor was in his dressing gown, that is to say, he had on a faded robe, which had served him for many years to harangue in on days of state, when he went to Milan on any important cause. Having shut the door, he reanimated the young man's confidence with these words: "Tell me your case, my son." "I wish to speak a word to you in confidence." "I'm ready. Speak," replied the doctor, seating himself on his armchair. Renzo stood before the table, and twirling his hat with his right hand round the other, continued: "I want to know from you, who have studied—" "Tell the case as it is," interrupted the doctor. "Excuse me, Señor Doctor, we poor people don't know how to speak properly. I want, then, to know—" "Blessed set you are! You are all alike. Instead of relating your case, you ask questions, because you've already made up your minds." "I beg your pardon, Señor Doctor. I want to know if there's any punishment for threatening a curate and forbidding him to celebrate a marriage." "I understand," muttered the doctor, who in truth had not understood. "I understand." He then put on a serious face, but it was a seriousness mingled with an air of compassion and importance; and, pressing his lips, he uttered an inarticulate sound, betokening a sentiment, afterwards more clearly expressed in his first words: "A serious case, my son. There are laws to the point. You have done well to come to me. It is a clear case, recognized in 100 proclamations, and—stay, in an edict of the last year, by the present Señor Governor. I'll let you see it and handle it directly." So saying, he rose from his seat, and hunted through the chaos of papers, shoveling the lower ones uppermost with his hands, as if he were throwing corn into a measure. "Where can it be? Come nearer, come nearer. One is obliged to have so many things in hand. But it must surely be here, for it is a proclamation of importance. Ah, here it is, here it is." He took it, unfolded it, looked at the date, and with a still more serious face continued: "The 15th of October, 1627. Certainly it is last year's. A fresh proclamation. It is these that cause such fear. Can you read, my son?" "A little, Señor Doctor." "Very well, follow me with your eye, and you shall see." And holding the edict displayed in the air, he began to read, rapidly muttering some passages, and pausing distinctly, with marked emphasis upon others, as the case required. "Although in the proclamation published by order of the Señor Duke of Feria, the 14th December, 1620, and confirmed by the most illustrious and most excellent Señor, the Señor Gonzalo Fernandez de Cordova, etc., there was provision made, by extraordinary and rigorous measures, against oppressions, commotions, and tyrannical acts that some persons dared to commit against the devoted subjects of his Majesty. Nevertheless, the frequency of crimes and violences, etc., has increased to such a degree, that his Excellency is under the necessity, etc. Wherefore, with the concurrence of the Senate and a Council, etc., he has resolved to publish the present edict. And, to begin with tyrannical acts, experience showing that many, as well in cities as in the country, do you hear? Excite commotions in this state by violence, and oppress the weak in various ways, as, for example, by compelling them to make hard bargains in purchases, rents, etc. Where am I? Ah, here, look! To perform or not to perform marriages, eh?" "That is my case," said Renzo. "Listen, listen, there is plenty more, and then we shall see the penalty. To give evidence or not to give evidence, compelling one to leave his home, etc., another to pay a debt. All this has nothing to do with us. Ah, we have it here. This priest not to perform that to which he is obliged by his office, or to do things which do not belong to him. It seems as if they had made the edict exactly for me. Is it not so? Listen, listen. And similar oppressions, whether perpetrated by feudatories, the nobility, middle ranks, lower orders, or plebeians. No one escapes. They are all here. It is like the valley of Jehoshaphat. Listen now to the penalty. All these, and other such like criminal acts, although they are prohibited, nevertheless, it being necessary to use greater rigor, His Excellency, not relenting in this proclamation, etc., enjoins and commands that against all offenders under any of the above-mentioned heads, or the like, all the ordinary magistrates of the state shall proceed by pecuniary and corporal punishment, by banishment or the galleys, and even by death, a mere bagatelle, at the will of His Excellency or of the Senate, according to the character of the cases, persons, and circumstances. And this irremissibly, and with all rigor, etc. There's plenty of it here, And see, here's the signature, Gonzalo Fernandez de Cordova, and lower down, Platanus, and here again, Vidit Ferrer. There's nothing wanting. While the doctor was reading, Renzo slowly followed him with his eye, trying to draw out the simple meaning, and to behold for himself those blessed words which he believed were to render him assistance. The doctor, seeing his client more attentive than alarmed, was greatly surprised. He must be matriculated, said he to himself. Ah, added he aloud, you have been obliged to shave off the lock. You have been prudent. However, you need not have done so when putting yourself under my hands. The case is serious, but you don't know what I have courage to do in a time of need. To understand this mistake of the doctor's, it must be known that at that time, bravos by profession and villains of any kind used to wear a long lock of hair, which they drew over the face like a visor on meeting any one, when the occasion was one which rendered disguise necessary, and the undertaking such as required both force and circumspection. The proclamation had not been silent with regard to this matter. His Excellency, the Marquis of La Hinojosa, commands that whosoever shall wear his hair of such a length as to cover his forehead as far as the eyebrows only, or shall wear tresses either before or behind the ears, shall incur the penalty of 300 crowns, or in case of inability, 3 years in the galleys for the first offense, and for the second, besides the above, a severer penalty still, at the will of his Excellency. However, in case of baldness or other reasonable cause, as a mark or wound, he gives permission to such, for the greater decorum or health, to wear their hair so long as may be necessary to cover such failings, and no more, wanting them well to beware of exceeding the limits of duty and pure necessity, that they may not incur the penalty imposed upon other dissemblers. And he also commands all barbers, under penalty of 100 crowns, or 3 stripes, to be given them in public, and even greater corporal punishment, at the will of his Excellency, as above, that they leave not on those whom they shave any kind of the said tresses, locks, curls, or hair, longer than usual, either on the forehead, temples, or behind the ears, but that they shall be all of equal length as above, except in case of baldness or other defects as already described. The lock, then, might almost be considered a part of the armor, and a distinctive mark of bravos and vagabonds, so that these characters very commonly bore the name of Siufi. This term is still used, with a mitigated signification, in the dialect of the country, and perhaps there is not one of our Milanese readers who does not remember hearing it said of him, in his childhood, either by his relatives, his tutor, or some family friend, "He is a Siufo, he is a Siufetto." "On the word of a poor youth," replied Renzo, "I never wore a lock in my life." "I can do nothing," replied the doctor, shaking his head, with a smile between malice and impatience. "If you don't trust me, I can do nothing. He who tells lies to the lawyer, do you see, my son, is a fool who will tell the truth to the judge. People must relate matters clearly to the advocate. It is our business to make them intricate. If you wish me to help you, you must tell me all from A to Z, with your heart in your hand, as if to your confessor. You must name the person who has employed you. He will most likely be a person of consequence, and, in that case, I will go to him to perform an act of duty. I shan't, however, tell him, do you see, that you told me he had sent you, trust me. I will tell him I come to implore his protection for a poor slandered youth, and will take all necessary measures with him to finish the affair commendably. You understand that, in securing himself, he will also secure you. Even if the scrape be all your own, I won't go back. I have extricated others from worse predicaments. And if you have not offended a person of quality, you understand, I will engage to get you out of the difficulty, with a little expense, you understand. You must tell me who is the offended party, as they say, and, according to the condition, rank, and temper of the person, we shall see whether it will be better to bring him to reason by offers of protection, or in some way to criminate him and put a flea in his ear. Because, you see, I know very well how to manage these edicts. No one must be guilty, and no one must be innocent. As to the curate, if he has any discretion, he will keep in the background. If he is a simpleton, we will dispose of him too. One can escape from any intrigue. But it requires one to act like a man, and your case is serious. Serious, I say, serious. The edict speaks clearly, and if the matter were to be decided between justice and you, to say the truth, it would go hard with you. I speak to you as a friend. One must pay for pranks. If you wish to get off clear, money and frankness. Trust yourself to one who wishes you well. Obey, and do all that is suggested to you. End of chapter 3, part 1. Chapter 3, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 3, part 2. While the doctor poured forth this rhapsody, Renzo stood looking at him with the spellbound attention of a laboring man watching a juggler in the street, who, after thrusting into his mouth handful after handful of tow, draws forth thence ribbon, 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 seemingly without end. When at last he understood what the doctor was saying, and the strange mistake he had made, he cut short the ribbon in his mouth with these words: "Oh, Señor Doctor, how have you misunderstood me? The case is exactly the other way. I have threatened no one. I never do such things, not I. Ask all my neighbors, and you will hear I have never had anything to do with the law. The trick has been played upon me, and I came to ask you what I must do to get justice, and I am very glad that I have seen this edict." "Hang him!" exclaimed the doctor, opening his eyes. "What a medley you have made! So it is. You are all alike. Is it possible you don't know how to tell things plainly?" "I beg your pardon, Señor Doctor, you didn't give me time. Now I will relate the case as it is. You must know, then, that I was to have been married today." And here Renzo's voice became tremulous. "I was to have married today a young woman to whom I have paid my addresses since the beginning of summer, and this was the day, as I said, that was fixed with the Señor Curate, and everything was ready. Well, this morning, the Señor Curate began to throw out some excuses. However, not to tire you, I will only say, I made him speak, as was but just, and he confessed that he had been forbidden under pain of death to celebrate this marriage. This tyrant of a Don Rodrigo—" "Get you gone!" quickly interrupted the doctor, raising his eyebrows, wrinkling his red nose, and distorting his mouth. "Get you gone! Why do you come here to rack my brain with these lies? Talk in this way to your companions, who don't know the meaning of words, and don't come and utter them to a gentleman who knows well what they are worth. Go away, go away. You don't know what you are talking about. I don't meddle with boys. I don't want to hear talk of this sort. Talk in the air." "I will take an oath—" "Get you gone, I tell you. What do I care for your oaths? I won't enter into the business. I wash my hands of it." And he began rubbing and twirling them one over the other, as if he were really washing them. "Learn how to speak, and don't come and take a gentleman thus by surprise." "But listen," vainly repeated Renzo. The doctor, fuming all the time, pushed him towards the door, and, on reaching it, set it wide open, called the servant, and said, "Be quick, and give this man what he brought. I want nothing. The woman had never before executed a similar order all the time she had been in the doctor's service, but it was pronounced in so resolute a manner that she did not hesitate to obey. So, taking the 4 poor birds, she gave them to Renzo, with a look of contemptuous compassion, which seemed to say, "You must indeed have made a grand blunder." Renzo tried to be ceremonious, but the doctor was inexorable, and the unhappy wight, astonished and bewildered, and more wrathful than ever, was compelled to take back the restored victims, and return to the country to relate the pleasing result of his expedition to Agnese and Lucia. During his absence, after sorrowfully changing their nuptial robes for the humble daily dress, they had set themselves to consult anew, Lucia sobbing, Agnese sighing mournfully from time to time. When Agnese had sufficiently enlarged upon the great effects they might hope for from the doctor's advice, Lucia remarked that they ought to try every method likely to assist them; that Father Cristoforo was a man not only to advise, but also to render more effectual assistance, where it concerned the poor and unfortunate, and that it would be a good thing if they could let him know what had happened. "It would indeed," replied Agnese, and they began immediately to contrive together some plan to accomplish it, since to go themselves to the convent, distant perhaps 2 miles, was an undertaking they would rather not risk that day, and certainly no one with any judgment would have advised them to do so. While, however, they were thus engaged in weighing the different sides of the question, they heard a knock at the door, and at the same moment a low but distinct Deo gratias. Lucia, wondering who it could be, ran to open it, and immediately, making a low bow, there entered a lay Capuchin collector, his bag hanging over his left shoulder, and the mouth of it twisted and held tight in his 2 hands over his breast. "Oh, Brother Galdino!" exclaimed the 2 women. "The Lord be with you," said the friar. "I have come to beg for the nuts." "Go and fetch the nuts for the fathers," said Agnese. Lucia arose and moved towards the other room, but, before entering it, she paused behind the friar's back, who remained standing in exactly the same position, and putting her forefinger on her lips, gave her mother a look demanding secrecy, in which were mingled tenderness, supplication, and even a certain air of authority. The collector, inquisitively eyeing Agnese at a distance, said, "And this wedding? I thought it was to have been today, but I noticed a stir in the neighborhood, as if indicating something new. What has happened?" "The señor curate is ill, and we are obliged to postpone it," hastily replied Agnese. Probably the answer might have been very different, if Lucia had not given her the hint. "And how does the collection go on?" added she, wishing to change the conversation. "Badly, good woman, badly. They are all here." And so saying, he took the wallet off his shoulders and tossed it up between his hands into the air. "They are all here, and to collect this mighty abundance I have had to knock at 10 doors." "But the year is scarce, Brother Galdino, and when one has to struggle for bread, one measures everything according to the scarcity." "And what must we do, good woman, to make better times return? Give alms. Don't you know the miracle of the nuts that happened many years ago in our convent of Romagna?" "No, indeed, tell me." "Well, you must know, then, that in our convent there was a holy father whose name was Father Macario. One day in winter, walking along a narrow path, in a field belonging to one of our benefactors, a good man also, Father Macario saw him standing near a large walnut tree, and 4 peasants, with axes upraised, about to fell it, having laid bare its roots to the sun. "What are you doing to this poor tree?" asked Father Macario. "Why, father, it has borne no fruit for many years, so now I will make firing of it." Leave it," said the father. "Be assured this year it will produce more fruit than leaves." The benefactor, knowing who it was that had uttered these words, immediately ordered the workmen to throw the soil upon the roots again, and calling to the father, who continued his walk, said, "Father Macario, half of the crop shall be for the convent." The report of the prophecy spread, and every one flocked to see the tree. Spring in very truth brought blossoms without number, and then followed nuts, nuts without number. The good benefactor had not the happiness of gathering them, for he went before the harvest to receive the reward of his charity. But the miracle was, in consequence, so much the greater, as you will hear. This worthy man left behind him a son of very different character. Well, then, at the time of gathering, the collector went to receive the moiety belonging to the convent, but the son pretended perfect ignorance of the matter, and had the temerity to reply that he had never heard that Capuchins knew how to gather nuts. What do you think happened then? One day, listen to this, the knave was entertaining a party of his friends, of the same genius as himself, and while making merry, he related the story of the walnuts, and ridiculed the friars. His jovial friends wished to go see this wonderful heap of nuts, and he conducted them to the storehouse. But listen now. He opened the door, went towards the corner where the great heap had been laid, and while saying, "Look," he looked himself, and saw, what do you think? A magnificent heap of withered walnut leaves! This was a lesson for him, and the convent, instead of being a loser by the denied alms, gained thereby; for, after so great a miracle, the contribution of nuts increased to such a degree that a benefactor, moved with pity for the poor collector, made a present to the convent of an ass, to assist in carrying the nuts home; and so much oil was made, that all the poor in the neighbourhood came and had as much as they required; for we are like the sea, which receives water from all quarters, and returns it to be again distributed through the rivers. At this moment Lucia returned, her apron so laden with nuts that it was with difficulty she could manage it, holding the two corners stretched out at arm's length, while the Friar Galdino lifted the sack off his shoulders, and putting it on the ground, opened the mouth for the reception of the abundant gift. Agnese glanced toward Lucia, a surprised and reproachful look for her prodigality; but Lucia returned a glance which seemed to say, "I will justify myself." The friar broke forth into praises, prognostications, promises, and expressions of gratitude, and replacing his bag, was about to depart. But Lucia, calling him, said, "I want you to do me a kindness. I want you to tell Father Cristoforo that we earnestly wish to speak to him, and ask him to be good as to come to us poor people quickly, directly, for I cannot go to the church." "Is this all? It shall not be an hour before Father Cristoforo knows your wish." "I believe you." "You need not fear." And so saying he departed, rather more burdened and a little better satisfied than when he entered the house. Let no one think, on hearing that a poor girl sent to ask with such confidence for Father Cristoforo, and that the collector accepted the commission without wonder and without difficulty, let no one, I say, suppose that this Cristoforo was a mean friar, a person of no importance. He was, on the contrary, a man who had great authority among his friends and in the country around; but such was the condition of the Capuchins, that nothing appeared to them either too high or too low; to minister to the basest, and to be ministered to by the most powerful; to enter palaces or hovels with the same deportment of humility and security; to be sometimes in the same house the object of ridicule, and a person without whom nothing could be decided; to solicit alms everywhere, and distribute them to all who begged at the convent. A Capuchin was accustomed to all these. Traversing the road, he was equally liable to meet a noble who would reverently kiss the end of a rope round his waist, or a crowd of wicked boys, who, pretending to be quarrelling among themselves, would fling at his beard dirt and mire. The word frate was pronounced in those days with the greatest respect, and again with the bitterest contempt; and the Capuchins, perhaps, more than any other order, were the objects of two directly opposite sentiments, and shared two directly opposite kinds of treatment; because, possessing no property, wearing a more than ordinarily distinctive habit, and making more open professions of humiliation, they exposed themselves more directly to the veneration or the contumely which these circumstances would incite, according to the different tempers and different opinions of men. As soon as the friar had left, "All those nuts!" exclaimed Agnese, "and in such a year too!" "I beg pardon, mother," replied Lucia, "but if we had only given like others, Brother Galdino would have had to go about no one knows how long, before his wallet would have been filled; and we cannot tell when he would have returned to the convent. Besides, what with chatting here and there, he would very likely have forgotten—" "Ah, you thought wisely; and, after all, charity always brings a good reward," said Agnese, who, in spite of her little defects, was a good woman, and would have given everything she owned for this only daughter, whom she loved with the tenderest affection. At this moment Renzo arrived, and, entering with an irritated and mortified countenance, threw the chickens on the table; and this was the last sad vicissitude the poor creatures underwent that day. "Fine advice you gave me," said he to Agnese. "You sent me to a nice gentleman, to one who really helps the unfortunate." And he began immediately to relate his reception at the doctor's. Poor Agnese, astonished at his ill success, endeavored to prove that her advice had been good, and that Renzo had not gone about the business cleverly; but Lucia interrupted the question by announcing that she hoped they had found a better helper. Renzo welcomed the hope as most people do who are in misfortune and perplexity. "But if the Father," said he, "does not find us a remedy, I will find one somehow or other." The women recommended peace, patience, and prudence. "Tomorrow," said Lucia, "Father Cristoforo will certainly come, and you'll see he will find some help that we poor people can't even imagine." "I hope so," said Renzo, "but in any case I will get redress, or find some one to get it for me. There must be justice in the end, even in this world." In such melancholy discourse, and in such occurrences as have been described, the day wore away, and began to decline. "Good night," said Lucia sorrowfully to Renzo, who could not make up his mind to leave her. "Good night," replied he, still more mournfully. "Some saint will help us," added she. "Be prudent, and try to be resigned." Agnese added other advice of the same kind, and the bridegroom went away with fury in his heart, repeating all the while those strange words, "There must be justice at last, even in this world." So true is it that a man overwhelmed with great sorrows knows not what he is saying. Chapter 4
Part 1 of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 4, Part 1. The sun had scarcely risen above the horizon when Father Cristoforo left the convent of Pescarenico and proceeded towards the cottage where he was expected. Pescarenico is a little town on the left bank of the Adda, or rather we should say of the lake, a few paces below the bridge, a group of houses inhabited for the most part by fishermen and adorned here and there with nets hung out to dry. The convent was situated, and the building still remains, outside the town, facing the entrance on the road that leads from Lecco to Bergamo. The sky was serene, and as the sun gradually emerged from behind the mountain, the light descended from the summit of the opposite range, spreading itself rapidly over the steeps and through the valleys, while a soft autumnal breeze, shaking from the boughs the withered leaves of the mulberry, carried them away to fall at some distance from the tree. In the vineyards on either hand the red leaves of various shades glittered on the still festooned branches, and the newly made nets appeared dark and distinct among the fields of white stubble sparkling in the dew. The scene was bright, but the occasional sight of a human figure moving therein dispelled the cheerful thoughts which the scene was calculated to inspire. At every step one met with pale and emaciated beggars, either grown old in the business or reduced by the necessity of the times to ask alms. They looked piteously at Father Cristoforo as they silently passed him, and although as a Capuchin never had any money, they had nothing to hope from him, yet they gave him a bow of gratitude for the alms which they had received or were going to solicit at the convent. The sight of the laborers scattered over the fields had in it something still more mournful. Some were sowing seed, but niggardly and unwillingly, like a man who risks something he highly prizes. Others could with difficulty use the spade, and warily overturned the sods. The half-starved child, holding by a cord the thin meagre cow, and looking narrowly around, hastily stooped to steal from it some herb as food for the family, which hunger had taught them could be used to sustain life. Such sights as these at every step increased the sadness of the friar, who even now had a presentiment in his heart that he was going to hear of some misfortune. But why did he take so much thought for Lucia? And why, at the first intimation of her wish, did he attend to do it so diligently, as it were a call from the Father Provincial? And who was this Father Cristoforo? It will be necessary to answer all these inquiries. Father Cristoforo was a man nearer 60 than 50 years of age. His shaven head, circled with a narrow line of hair like a crown, according to the fashion of the Capuchin tonsure, was raised from time to time with a movement that betrayed somewhat of disdain and disquietude, and then quickly sank again in thoughts of lowliness and humility. His long grey beard, covering his cheeks and chin, contrasted markedly with the prominent features of the upper part of his face, to which a long and habitual abstinence had rather given an air of gravity than effaced the natural expression. His sunken eyes, usually bent on the ground, sometimes brightened up with a momentary fire, like two spirited horses under the hand of a driver whom they know by experience they cannot overcome. Yet occasionally they indulge in a few gambols and prancings, for which they are quickly repaid by a smart jerk of the bit. Father Cristoforo had not always been thus, nor had he always been Cristoforo. His baptismal name was Ludovico. He was the son of a merchant of... These asterisks are all inserted by the circumspection of our anonymous author, who, in his latter years, being considerably wealthy, and having only one son, had given up trade and retired as an independent gentleman. In his new state of idleness he began to entertain a great contempt for the time he had spent in making money, and being useful in the world. Full of this fancy, he used every endeavour to make others forget that he had been a merchant. In fact, he wished to forget it himself. But the warehouse, the bales, the journal, the measure, were for ever intruding upon his mind, like the shade of Banquo to Macbeth, even amidst the honours of the table and the smiles of flatterers. It is impossible to describe the care of these poor mortals to avoid every word that might appear like an allusion to the former condition of their patron. One day, to mention a single instance, towards the end of dinner, in the moment of liveliest and most unrestrained festivity, when it would be difficult to say which was the merriest, the company who emptied the table or the host who filled it, he was rallying with friendly superiority one of his guests, the most prodigious eater in the world. He, meaning to return the joke with the frankness of a child, and without the least shade of malice, replied, "Ah, I'm listening like a merchant." The poor offender was at once conscious of the unfortunate word that had escaped his lips. He cast a different glance towards his patron's clouded face, and each would gladly have resumed his former expression. But it was impossible. The other guests occupied themselves, each in his own mind, in devising some plan of remedying the mistake and making a diversion. But the silence thus occasioned only made the error more apparent. Each individual endeavored to avoid meeting his companion's eye. Each felt that all were occupied in the thought they wished to conceal. Cheerfulness and sociability had fled for that day, and the poor man, not so much imprudent as unfortunate, never again received an invitation. In this manner Ludovico's father passed his latter years continually subject to annoyances, and perpetually in dread of being despised, never reflecting that it was no more contemptuous to sell than to buy, and that the business of which he was now so much ashamed had been carried on for many years before the public without regret. He gave his son an expensive education according to the judgment of the times, and as far as he was permitted by the laws and customs of the country. He procured him masters in the different branches of literature and in the exercises of horsemanship, and at last died, leaving the youth heir to a large fortune. Ludovico had acquired gentlemanly habits and feelings, and the flatterers by whom he had been surrounded had accustomed him to be treated with the greatest respect. But when he endeavored to mix with the first men of the city, he met with very different treatment to what he had been accustomed to, and he began to perceive that, if he would be admitted into their society, as he desired, he must learn, in a new school, to be patient and submissive, and every moment to be looked down upon and despised. Such a mode of life accorded neither with the education of Ludovico nor with his disposition, and he withdrew from it highly piqued. Still he absented himself unwillingly. It appeared to him that these ought really to have been his companions, only he wanted them to be a little more tractable. With this mixture of dislike and inclination, not being able to make them his familiar associates, yet wishing in some way to be connected with them, he endeavored to rival them in show and magnificence, thus purchasing for himself enmity, jealousy, and ridicule. His disposition, open and at the same time violent, had occasionally engaged him in more serious contentions. He had a natural and sincere horror of fraud and oppression, a horror rendered still more vivid by the rank of those whom he saw daily committing them, exactly the persons he hated. To appease or to excite all these passions at once, he readily took the part of the weak and oppressed, assumed the office of arbitrator, and, intermeddling in one dispute, drew himself into others, so that by degrees he established his character as a protector of the oppressed and a vindicator of injuries. The employment, however, was troublesome, and it needed not be asked whether poor Ludovico met with enemies, untoward accidents, and vexations of spirit. Besides the external war he had to maintain, he was continually harassed by internal strifes, for, in order to carry out his undertakings, not to speak of such as never were carried out, he was often obliged to make use of subterfuges, and have recourse to violence which his conscience could not approve. He was compelled to keep around him a great number of bravos, and, as much for his own security as to ensure vigorous assistance, he had to choose the most daring, or, in other words, the most unprincipled, and thus to live with villains for the sake of justice. Yet on more than one occasion, either discouraged by ill success or disquieted by imminent danger, wearied by a state of constant defense, disgusted with his companions, and in apprehension of dissipating his property, which was daily drawn upon largely, either in a good cause or in support of his bold enterprises, more than once he had taken a fancy to turn friar, for in these times this was the commonest way of escaping difficulties. This idea would probably have been only a fancy all his life, had it not been changed to a resolution by a more serious and terrible accident than he had yet met with. He was walking one day along the streets in company with a former shopkeeper whom his father had raised to the office of steward, and was followed by two bravos. The steward, whose name was Cristoforo, was about 50 years old, devoted from childhood to his master, whom he had known from his birth, and by whose wages and liberality he was himself supported, with his wife and 8 children. Ludovico perceived a gentleman at a distance, an arrogant and overbearing man, whom he had never spoken to in his life, but his cordial enemy, to whom Ludovico heartily returned the hatred. For it is a singular advantage of this world, that men may hate and be hated without knowing each other. The Signor, followed by 4 bravos, advanced haughtily with a proud step, his head raised, and his mouth expressive of insolence and contempt. They both walked next to the wall, which, be it observed, was on Ludovico's right hand, and this, according to custom, gave him the right (how far people will go to pursue the right of a case) of not moving from the said wall to give place to any one to which custom at that time great importance was attached. The Signor, on the contrary, in virtue of another custom, held that this right ought to be conceded to him in consideration of his rank, and that it was Ludovico's part to give way. So that in this, as it happens in many other cases, 2 opposing customs clashed, the question of which was to have the preference remaining undecided, thus giving occasions of dispute whenever one hard head chanced to come in contact with another of the same nature. The foes approached each other, both close to the wall, like 2 walking figures in bas relief, and on finding themselves face to face, the Signor, eyeing Ludovico with a haughty air and imperious frown, said, in a corresponding tone of voice, "Go to the outside." "You go yourself," replied Ludovico, "the path is mine." "With men of your rank the path is always mine." "Yes, if the arrogance of men of your rank were a law for men of mine." The 2 trains of attendants stood still, each behind its leader, fiercely regarding each other with their hands on their daggers prepared for battle, while the passers-by stopped on their way and withdrew into the road, placing themselves at a distance to observe the issue, the presence of these spectators continually animating the punctilio of the disputants. "To the outside, vile mechanic, or I'll quickly teach you the civility you owe a gentleman." "You lie, I am not vile." "You lie if you say I lie." This reply was pragmatical. "And if you were a gentleman, as I am," added the Signor, "I would prove with the sword that you are the liar." "That is a capital pretext for dispensing with the trouble of maintaining the insolence of your words by your deeds." "Throw this rascal in the mud," said the Signor, turning to his followers. "We shall see," said Ludovico, immediately retiring a step and laying his hand on his sword. "Rash man!" cried the other, drawing his own. "I will break this when it is stained with your vile blood." At these words they flew upon one another, the attendants of the 2 parties fighting in defense of their masters. The combat was unequal both in number and because Ludovico aimed rather at parrying the blows of and disarming his enemy than killing him, while the Signor was resolved upon his foe's death at any cost. Ludovico had already received a blow from the dagger of one of the bravos in his left arm, and a slight wound on his cheek, and his principal enemy was pressing on to make an end of him, when Cristoforo, seeing his master in extreme peril, went behind the Signor with his dagger, who, turning all his fury upon his new enemy, ran him through with his sword. At this sight Ludovico, as if beside himself, buried his own in the body of his provoker, and laid him at his feet, almost at the same moment as the unfortunate Cristoforo. The followers of the Signor, seeing him on the ground, immediately betook themselves to flight. Those of Ludovico, wounded and beaten, having no longer any one to fight with, and not wishing to be mingled in the rapidly increasing multitude, fled the other way, and Ludovico was left alone in the midst of the crowd with these 2 ill-fated companions lying at his feet. "What's the matter?" "There's one! There are 2! They have pierced his body!" "Who has been murdered?" "That tyrant!" "O Holy Mary, what a confusion! Seek and you shall find. One moment pays all. So he is gone. What a blow! It must be a serious affair. And this other poor fellow, mercy, what a sight! Save him, save him! It will go hard with him too. See how he is mangled, he is covered with blood. Escape, poor fellow, escape, take care you are not caught." These words, predominating over the confused tumult of the crowd, expressed their prevailing opinion, while assistants accompanied the advice. The scene had taken place near a Capuchin convent, an asylum in those days, as everyone knows, impenetrable to bailiffs and all that complication of persons and things which went by the name of justice. The wounded and almost senseless murderer was conducted, or rather carried by the crowd, and delivered to the monks with the recommendation, "He is a worthy man, who has made a proud tyrant cold. He was provoked to it, and did it in his own defense." Ludovico had never before shed blood, and although homicide was in those times so common that every one was accustomed to hear of and witness it, yet the impression made on his mind by the sight of one man murdered for him and another by him was new and undescribable, a disclosure of sentiments before unknown. The fall of his enemy, the sudden alteration of the features, passing in a moment from a threatening and furious expression to the calm and solemn stillness of death, was a sight that instantly changed the feelings of the murderer. He was dragged to the convent almost without knowing where he was, or what they were doing to him, and when his memory returned, he found himself on a bed in the infirmary, attended by a surgeon friar, for the Capuchins generally had one in each convent, who was applying lint and bandages to the 2 wounds he had received in the contest. A father, whose special office it was to attend upon the dying, and who had frequently been called upon to exercise his duties in the street, was quickly summoned to the place of combat. He returned a few minutes afterwards, and entering the infirmary, approached the bed where Ludovico lay. "Comfort yourself," said he. "He has at least died calmly, and has charged me to ask your pardon and to convey his to you." These words aroused poor Ludovico, and awakened more vividly and distinctly the feelings which confusedly crowded upon his mind: sorrow for his friend, consternation and remorse for the blow that had escaped his hand, and at the same time a bitterly painful compassion for the man he had slain. "And the other?" anxiously demanded he of the friar. "The other had expired when I arrived." End of chapter 4, part 1. Chapter 4, part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, Chapter 4, Part 2. In the meanwhile, the gates and precincts of the convent swarmed with idle and inquisitive people, but on the arrival of a body of constables they dispersed the crowd and placed themselves in ambush at a short distance from the doors, so that none might go out unobserved. A brother of the deceased, however, accompanied by 2 of his cousins and an aged uncle, came, armed cap à pie, with a powerful retinue of bravos, and began to make the circuit of the convent, watching with looks and gestures of threatening contempt the idle bystanders, who did not dare say, "He is out of your reach," though they had it written on their faces. As soon as Ludovico could collect his scattered thoughts, he asked for a father confessor, and begged that he would seek the widow of Cristoforo, ask forgiveness in his name for his having been the involuntary cause of her desolation, and at the same time assure her that he would undertake to provide for her destitute family. In reflecting on his own condition, the wish to become a friar, which he had often before revolved in his mind, revived with double force and earnestness. It seemed as if God himself, by bringing him to a convent just at this juncture, had put it in his way, and given him a sign of his will, and his resolution was taken. He therefore called the guardian, and told him of his intention. The superior replied that he must beware of forming precipitate resolutions, but that if, on consideration, he persisted in his desire, he would not be refused. He then sent for a notary, and made an assignment of the whole of his property, which was no insignificant amount, to the family of Cristoforo, a certain sum to the widow, as if it were an entailed dowry, and the remainder to the children. The resolution of Ludovico came very apropos for his hosts, who were in a sad dilemma on his account. To send him away from the convent, and thus expose him to justice, that is to say, to the vengeance of his enemies, was a course on which they would not for a moment bestow a thought. It would have been to give up their proper privileges, disgrace the convent in the eyes of the people, draw upon themselves the animadversion of all the Capuchins in the universe for suffering their common rights to be infringed upon, and arouse all the ecclesiastical authorities, who at that time considered themselves the lawful guardians of these rights. On the other hand, the kindred of the slain, powerful themselves and strong in adherence, were prepared to take vengeance, and denounced as their enemy any one who should put an obstacle in their way. The history does not tell us that much grief was felt for the loss of the deceased, nor even that a single tear was shed over him by any of his relations. It merely says that they were all on fire to have the murderer, dead or living, in their power. But Ludovico's assuming the habit of a Capuchin settled all these difficulties. He made atonement in a manner, imposed a penance on himself, tacitly confessed himself in fault, and withdrew from the contest. He was, in fact, an enemy laying down his arms. The relatives of the dead could also, if they pleased, believe and make it their boast he had turned friar in despair, and through dread of their vengeance. But in any case, to oblige a man to relinquish his property, shave his head, and walk barefoot, to sleep on straw, and to live upon alms, was surely a punishment fully equivalent to the most heinous offense. The superior presented himself with an easy humility to the brother of the deceased, and after 1,000 protestations of respect for his most illustrious house, and of desire to comply with his wishes as far as was possible, he spoke of Ludovico's penitence and the determination he had made, politely making it appear that his family ought to be therewith satisfied, and insinuating, yet more courteously, and with still greater dexterity, that whether he were pleased or not, so it would be. The brother fell into a rage, which the Capuchin patiently allowed to evaporate, occasionally remarking that he had too just cause of sorrow. The Signor also gave him to understand that in any case his family had it in their power to enforce satisfaction, to which the Capuchin, whatever he might think, did not say no. And finally he asked, or rather required as a condition, that the murderer of his brother should immediately quit the city. The Capuchin, who had already determined upon such a course, replied that it should be as he wished, leaving the nobleman to believe, if he chose, that his compliance was an act of obedience, and thus the matter concluded to the satisfaction of all parties. The family were released from their obligation, the friars had rescued a fellow creature and secured their own privileges, without making with themselves enemies. The dilettante in chivalry gladly saw the affair terminated in so laudable a manner. The populace rejoiced at a worthy man's escaping from danger, and at the same time marveled at his conversion. Finally, and above all in the midst of his sorrow, it was a consolation to poor Ludovico himself to enter upon a life of expiation, and devote himself to services which, though they could not remedy, might at least make some atonement for his unhappy deed, and alleviate the intolerable pangs of remorse. The idea that his resolution might be attributed to fear pained him for a moment, but he quickly consoled himself by the remembrance that even this unjust imputation would be a punishment for him, and a means of expiation. Thus, at the age of 30, Ludovico took the monastic habit, and being required, according to custom, to change his name, he chose one that would continually remind him of the fault he had to atone for, the name of Friar Cristoforo. Scarcely was the ceremony of taking the religious habit completed, when the guardian told him that he must keep his novitiate at 60 miles distant, and that he must leave the next day. The novice bowed respectfully and requested a favor of him. "Allow me, father," said he, "before I quit the city where I have shed the blood of a fellow creature, and leave a family justly offended with me, to make what satisfaction I can by at least confessing my sorrow, begging forgiveness of the brother of the deceased, and so removing, please God, the enmity he feels towards me." The guardian, thinking that such an act, besides being good in itself, would also serve still more to reconcile the family to the convent, instantly repaired to the offended signor's house, and communicated to him Friar Cristoforo's request. The signor, greatly surprised at so unexpected a proposal, felt a rising of anger, mingled perhaps with complacency, and after thinking a moment, "Let him come tomorrow," said he, mentioning the hour, and the superior returned to the monastery to acquaint the novice with the desired permission. The gentleman soon remembered that the more solemn and notorious the submission was, the more his influence and importance would be increased among his friends and the public, and it would also, to use a fashionable modern expression, make a fine page in the history of the family. He therefore hastily sent to inform all his relatives that the next day, at noon, they must hold themselves engaged to come to him, for the purpose of receiving a common satisfaction. At midday the palace swarmed with the nobility of both sexes and of every age, occasioning a confused intermingling of large cloaks, lofty plumes, and pendant jewels, a vibrating movement of stiffened and curled ribbons, and impeded trailing of embroidered trains. The anterooms, courtyards, and the roads overflowed with servants, pages, bravos, and inquisitive gazers. On seeing all this preparation, Friar Cristoforo guessed the motive and felt a momentary perturbation, for he soon recovered himself and said, "Be it so. I committed the murder publicly in the presence of many of his enemies. That was an injury. This is reparation." So, with the father, his companion at his side, and his eyes bent on the ground, he passed the threshold, traversed the courtyard among a crowd who eyed him with very unceremonious curiosity, ascended the stairs, and in the midst of another crowd of nobles, who saved way at his approach, was ushered, with 1,000 eyes upon him, into the presence of the master of the mansion, who, surrounded by his nearest relatives, stood in the center of the room with a downcast look, grasping in his left hand the hilt of his sword, while with the right he folded the collar of his cloak over his breast. There is sometimes in the face and behavior of a person so direct an expression, such an effusion, so to speak, of the internal soul, that in a crowd of spectators there will be but one judgment and opinion of him. So was it with Friar Cristoforo. His face and behavior plainly expressed to the bystanders that he had not become a friar, nor submitted to that humiliation from the fear of man, and the discovery immediately conciliated all hearts. On perceiving the offended signor, he quickened his steps, fell on his knees at his feet, crossed his hands on his breast, and bending his shaved head, said, "I am the murderer of your brother. God knows how gladly I would restore him to you at the price of my own blood, but it cannot be. I can only make inefficacious and tardy excuses, and implore you to accept them for God's sake." All eyes were immovably fixed upon the novice and the illustrious personage he was addressing. All ears were attentively listening, and when Friar Cristoforo ceased, there was a murmur of compassion and respect throughout the room. The gentleman, who stood in an attitude of forced condescension and restrained anger, was much moved at these words, and bending towards the supplicant, "Rise," said he in an altered tone. "The offense, the act certainly, but the habit you wear not only so, but also yourself. Rise, father, my brother, I cannot deny it, was a cavalier, was rather a precipitate man, rather hasty, but all happens by God's appointment. Speak of it no more. But, father, you must not remain in this posture." And taking him by the arm, he compelled him to rise. The friar, standing with his head bowed and his eyes fixed on the ground, replied, I may hope, then, that I have your forgiveness? And if I obtain it from you, from whom may I not hope it? Oh, if I might hear from your lips that one word, pardon. Pardon, said the gentleman, you no longer need it, but since you desire it, certainly, certainly, I pardon you with my whole heart and all. All, exclaimed the bystanders with one voice. The countenance of the friar expanded with grateful joy, under which, however, might be traced a humble and deep compunction for the evil which the forgiveness of man could not repair. The gentleman, overcome by this deportment and urged forward by the general feeling, threw his arms round Cristoforo's neck and gave and received the kiss of peace. Bravo! Well done! Burst forth from all parts of the room. There was a general movement, and all gathered round the friar. Servants immediately entered, bringing abundance of refreshment. The signor, again addressing Cristoforo, who was preparing to retire, said, Father, let me give you some of these trifles. Afford me this proof of your friendship, and was on the point of helping him before any of the others. But he, drawing back with a kind of friendly resistance. These things, said he, are no longer for me, but God forbid that I should refuse your gifts. I am about to start on my journey. Allow me to take a loaf of bread, that I may be able to say I have shared your charity, eaten of your bread, and received a token of your forgiveness. The nobleman, much affected, ordered it to be brought, and shortly a waiter entered in full dress, bearing the loaf on a silver dish, and presented it to the father, who took it with many thanks, and put it in his basket. Then, obtaining permission to depart, he bade farewell to the master of the house and those who stood nearest to him, and with difficulty made his escape, as they endeavoured for a moment to impede his progress. While in the anterooms he had to struggle to free himself from the servants, and even from the bravos, who kissed the hem of his garment, his rope, and his hood. At last he reached the street, borne along as in triumph, and accompanied by a crowd of people as far as the gate of the city, from whence he commenced his pedestrian journey towards the place of his novitiate. The brother and other relatives of the deceased, who had been prepared in the morning to enjoy the sad triumph of pride, were left instead full of the serene joy of a forgiving and benevolent disposition. The company entertained themselves some time longer with feelings of unusual kindness and cordiality, in discussions of a very different character to what they had anticipated on assembling. Instead of satisfaction enforced, insults avenged, and obligations discharged, praises of the novice, reconciliation, and meekness were the topics of conversation. And he who for the 50th time would have recounted how Count Muzio, his father, had served the Marquis Stanislao, a violent, boastful man, as everyone is aware, in a well-known encounter of the same kind, related instead the penitence and wonderful patience of one Friar Simone, who had died many years before. When the party had dispersed, the signor, still considerably agitated, reconsidered with surprise what he had heard and had himself expressed, and muttered between his teeth, "The devil of a friar!" We must record his exact words. "The devil of a friar! If he had knelt there a few moments longer, I should almost have begged his pardon for his having murdered my brother." Our story expressly notes that from that day forward he became a little less impetuous and rather more tractable. Father Cristoforo pursued his way with a peace of mind such as he had never experienced since that terrible event, to make atonement for which his whole life was henceforth to be consecrated. He maintained the silence usually imposed upon novices without difficulty, being entirely absorbed in the thought of the labors, privations, and humiliations he would have to undergo for the expiation of his fault. At the usual hour of refreshment, he stopped at the house of a patron, and partook almost voraciously of the bread of forgiveness, reserving, however, a small piece which he kept in his basket as a perpetual remembrancer. It is not our intention to write the history of his cloistral life. It will suffice to say that while he willingly and carefully fulfilled the duties customarily assigned to him to preach and to attend upon the dying, he never suffered an opportunity to pass of executing two other offices which he had imposed upon himself: the composing of differences and the protection of the oppressed. Without being aware of it, he entered upon these undertakings with some proportion of his former zeal, and a slight remnant of that courageous spirit which humiliation and mortifications had not been able entirely to subdue. His manner of speaking was habitually meek and humble, but when truth and justice were at stake, he was immediately animated with his former warmth, which, mingled with and modified by a solemn emphasis acquired in preaching, imparted to his language a very marked character. His whole countenance and deportment indicated a long-continued struggle between a naturally hasty, passionate temper and an opposing and habitually victorious will, ever on the watch, and directed by the highest principles and motives. One of the brotherhood, his friend, who knew him well, likened him on one occasion to those too expressive words, too expressive, that is, in their natural state, which some persons, well behaved enough on ordinary occasions, pronounce when overcome by anger, in half and half sort of way, with a slight change of letters, words which even thus transformed bear about them much of their primitive energy. If one unknown to him in Lucia's sad condition had implored the aid of Father Cristoforo, he would immediately have attended to the request. When it concerned Lucia, however, he hastened to her with double solicitude, since he knew and admired her innocence. He had already trembled for her danger, and felt a lively indignation at the base persecution of which she was the object. Besides this, he feared that by advising her to say nothing about it and keep quiet, he might have been the cause of some sad consequences, so that in this case there was added to the kind solicitude, which was, as it were, natural to him, that scrupulous perplexity which often torments the innocent. But while we have been relating the early history of Father Cristoforo, he has arrived at the village and reached the door, and the women, leaving the harsh-toned spinning wheel at which they were engaged, have risen and exclaimed with one voice, "O Father Cristoforo, God reward you!" End of chapter 4, part 2.
Section 9, Chapter 5, Part 1 of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, Chapter 5, Part 1. Father Cristoforo stopped on the threshold, and quickly perceived, by a glance at the women, that his presentiments had not been unfounded. While raising his beard, by a slight movement of the head backwards, he said in that interrogative tone which anticipates a mournful reply, "Well?" Lucia answered by a flood of tears. Her mother began to apologize for having dared, but he advanced and seated himself on a three-legged stool, and cut short all her excuses, by saying to Lucia, "Calm yourself, my poor daughter. And you," continuing he, turning to Agnese, "tell me what has happened." The good woman related the melancholy story as well as she could, while the friar changed colour 1,000 times, at one moment raising his eyes to heaven, the next kicking his heels on the ground. At the conclusion of the recital, he covered his face with his hands and exclaimed, "O blessed Lord!" But without finishing the sentence, he turned again to the women. "Poor things," said he, "God has indeed visited you. Poor Lucia!" "You will not forsake us, father?" sobbed Lucia. "Forsake you?" replied he. "Great God, with what face could I again make request to him if I should forsake you? You in this state, you whom he confides to me. Don't despair, he will help you. He sees all. He can make use even of such an unworthy instrument as I am to confound a... Let us see. Let me think what I can do for you." So saying, he leaned his left elbow on his knee, laid his forehead on his hand, and with the right grasped his beard and chin, as if to concentrate and hold fast all the powers of his mind. But the most attentive consideration only served to show more distinctly the urgency and intricacy of the case, and how few, how uncertain, and how dangerous were the ways of meeting it. Instill shame into Don Abbondio, and make him sensible of how much he is failing in his duty? Shame and duty are nothing to him when overwhelmed with fear. Inspire him with fears? How can I suggest one that would overbalance the dread he already has of a musket? Inform the Cardinal Archbishop of all, and invoke his authority? This requires time, and in the meanwhile what might not happen? And afterwards, supposing even this unhappy innocent were married, would that be a curb to such a man? Who knows to what length he might proceed? And resist him? How? Ah, if I could, thought the poor friar, if I could but engage in this cause my brethren here and at Milan. But it is not a common affair, and I should be abandoned. Don Rodrigo pretends to be a friend to the convent, and professes himself a favour of the Capuchins, and his followers have more than once taken refuge with us. I should find myself alone in the undertaking. I should be opposed by meddling, quarrelsome persons, and what is worse, I should perhaps, by an ill-timed endeavour, only render the condition of this poor girl more hopeless. Having considered every view of the question, the best seemed to be to confront Don Rodrigo himself, and try, by entreaties, the terrors of the life to come, and even of this world, if that were possible, to dissuade him from his infamous purpose. At least he could, by this means, ascertain whether he continued obstinately bent on his wicked design, discover something more of his intentions, and act accordingly. While the friar was thus engaged, Renzo, who, for reasons that every one can divine, could not long absent himself, made his appearance at the door, but seeing the father absorbed in thought, and the women beckoning to him not to interrupt him, he stood silent on the threshold. Raising his head to communicate his design to the women, the friar perceived Renzo, and saluted him with his usual affection, increased and rendered more intense by compassion. "Have they told you, father?" asked Renzo in an agitated tone. "Only too much, and for that reason I am here." "What do you say to the rascal?" "What do you wish me to say of him? He is far away, and my words would be of no use. But I say to you, my Renzo, trust in God, and he will not forsake you." "What blessed words!" exclaimed the youth. "You are not one of those who always wrong the poor, but the Signor Curate and that Signor Doctor. Don't recall those scenes, Renzo, which only serve to irritate you uselessly. I am a poor friar, but I repeat what I have said to these poor women. Poor as I am, I will not forsake you." "Ah, you are not like the world's friends, good-for-nothing creatures that they are. You would not believe the protestations they made me in prosperity. Ha, ha! They were ready to give their lives for me. If I had had an enemy, I had only to let them know it, and I should have been quickly rid of him. And now, if you were to see how they draw back—" At this moment Renzo perceived, on raising his eyes to those of his auditor, that the good friar's face was clouded, and he felt that he had uttered something wrong. He only added to his perplexities, however, and made matters worse by trying to remedy them. I meant to say, I don't at all mean, that is, I meant to say—" "What did you mean to say? Have you then begun to spoil my work before I have undertaken it? It is well for you that you have been undeceived in time. What? You went in search of friends, and such friends, who could not have helped you had they been willing, and you forgot to seek the only one who can and will assist you. Do you not know that God is the friend of the afflicted who put their trust in him? Do you not know that threatening and contention gain nothing for the weak? And even if—" Here he forcibly grasped Renzo's arm. His countenance, without losing of its authority, expressed the ground, and his voice became slow and almost sepulchral. "Even if they did, it is a terrible gain. Renzo, will you trust to me? To me, did I say? A feeble mortal? A poor friar? No. But will you trust in God?" "Oh, yes," replied Renzo. "He is in truth the Lord." "Very well. Promise me that you will not attack, that you will not provoke any one, that you will be guided by me." "I promise you." Lucia drew a long breath, as if she were relieved from a great weight, and Agnese exclaimed, "Bravo, my son!" "Listen, my children," continued Friar Cristoforo. "I will go today and speak to this man. If it please God to touch his heart and give force to my words, well, but if not, he will show us some other remedy. You, in the meanwhile, be quiet and retired. Avoid gossip, and don't show yourselves. Tonight or tomorrow morning, at the latest, you shall see me again." So saying, he cut short all their thanks and benedictions, and departed. He returned first to the convent, where he arrived in time to join the chorus in chanting, dined, and then set off on his way towards the den of the wild beast he had undertaken to tame. The small but elegant palace of Don Rodrigo stood by itself, rising like a castle from the summit of one of the abrupt cliffs by which the shore of the lake was broken and diversified. Our anonymous author only adds to this indication that the site, it would have been better to have given the name in full, was rather on the side adjoining the country of the betrothed, about 3 miles distant from them, and 4 from the convent. At the base of the cliff, on the side looking towards the lake, lay a group of cottages, inhabited by the peasantry in the service of Don Rodrigo, the diminutive capital of his little kingdom. It was quite sufficient to pass through it to be assured of the character and customs of the country. Casting a glance into the lower rooms, should a door happen to be open, one saw, hanging on the wall, fowling pieces, spades, rakes, straw hats, nets, and powder flasks in admired confusion. Everywhere might be seen powerful, fierce-looking men, wearing a large lock, turned back upon their head, and enclosed in a net. Old men who, having lost their teeth, appeared ready at the slightest provocation to show their gums. Women of masculine appearance, with strong, sinewy arms, prepared to come in to the aid of their tongues on every occasion. Even the very children playing in the road displayed in their countenances and behaviour a certain air of provocation and defiance. Father Cristoforo passed through this hamlet and ascended a winding footpath to a small level plot of ground in front of the palace. The door was shut, a sign that the master of the mansion was dining and would not be disturbed. A few small windows that looked into the road, the frameworks of which were disjointed and decayed with age, were defended by large iron bars, and those of the ground floor were so high that a man could scarcely reach them by standing on the shoulders of another. Perfect silence reigned around, and a passer-by might have deemed it a deserted mansion, had not 4 creatures, 2 animate and 2 inanimate, disposed opposite each other outside, given some indication of inhabitants. 2 great vultures, with extended wings and pendant heads, one stripped of its feathers and half consumed by time, the other still feathered and in a state of preservation, were nailed, one on each post of the massive doorway, and 2 bravos, stretched at full length on the benches to the right and left, were on guard, and expecting their call to partake of the remains of the signor's table. The father stood still in the attitude of one who was prepared to wait, but one of the bravos rose and called to him. "Father, Father, come forward. We don't make Capuchins wait here. We are friends of the convent, and I have sometimes been within it when the air outside was not very good for me, and when if the door had been closed upon me I should have fared badly." So saying, he gave 2 strokes of the knocker, which were answered immediately from within by the howling and yelling of mastiffs and curs, and in a few moments by an old grumbling servant. But seeing the father, he made him a low bow, quieted the animals with hand and voice, introduced the visitor into a narrow passage, and closed the door again. He then conducted him into a small apartment, and regarding him with a surprised and respectful look, said, "Are you not Father Cristoforo of Pescarenico?" "I am." "You here?" "As you see, my good man." "It must be to do good, then. Good," continued he, muttering between his breath, as he still led the way. "Good may be done anywhere." Having passed through 2 or 3 dark apartments, they at last reached the door of the dining-room, where they were greeted with a loud and confused noise of knives, forks, glasses, pewter dishes, and above all of discordant voices alternately endeavouring to take the lead in conversation. The friar wished to withdraw, and was debating at the door with the servant, and begging permission to wait in some corner of the house till dinner was over, when the door opened. A certain Count Attilio, who was sitting opposite, he was a cousin of Don Rodrigo, and we have already mentioned him without giving his name, seeing a shaved head and monk's habit, and perceiving the modest intentions of the good friar, exclaimed, "Aha! Aha! You shan't make your escape, reverend father. Forward, forward!" Don Rodrigo, without precisely divining the object of this visit, had a sort of presentiment of what awaited him, and would have been glad to avoid it. But since Attilio had thoughtlessly given this blunt invitation, he was obliged to second it, and said, "Come in, father, come in." The friar advanced, making a low bow to the host, and respectfully responded to the salutations of the guests. It is usual, I do not say invariable, to represent the innocents in the presence of the wicked with an open countenance, an air of security, an undaunted heart, and a ready facility of expression. In reality, however, many circumstances are required to produce this behaviour, which are rarely met with in combination. It will not, therefore, be wondered at that Friar Cristoforo, with the testimony of a good conscience and a firm persuasion of the justice of the cause he had come to advocate, together with a mingled feeling of horror and compassion for Don Rodrigo, stood, nevertheless, with a certain air of timidity and submissiveness, in the presence of this same Don Rodrigo, who was seated before him in an armchair, in his own house, on his own estate, surrounded by his friends and many indications of his power, with every homage paid to him, and with an expression of countenance that would at once prohibit the making of a request, much more the giving advice, correction, or reproof. On his right sat Count Attilio, his cousin, and, it is needless to say, his companion in libertinism and oppression, who had come from Milan to spend a few days with him. To his left, and on the other side of the table, was seated, with a profound respect, tempered, however, with a certain air of security and even arrogance, the Signor Podesta, the person whose business it was professedly to administer justice to Renzo Tramaglino, and inflict upon Don Rodrigo one of the appointed penalties. Opposite the Podesta, in an attitude of the purest, most unbounded servility, sat our doctor, Azeca Garbugli, with his black cap and more than usually red nose, and facing the cousins were two obscure guests, whom our story merely records that they did nothing but eat, bow their heads, and smile approval at everything uttered by a fellow guest, provided another did not contradict it. End of chapter 5, part 1. Section 10, chapter 5, part 2 of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, chapter 5, part 2. Give the father a seat, said Don Rodrigo. A servant presented the chair, and Father Cristoforo sat down, making some excuse to the signor for coming at so inopportune an hour. I wish to speak with you alone, on a matter of importance, added the friar, in a lower voice, in Don Rodrigo's ear. Very well, I will attend you, replied he, but in the meanwhile bring the father something to drink. The father tried to excuse himself, but Don Rodrigo, raising his voice above the recommencing tumult, required, No, no, you shall not do me this wrong. It shall never be said that a Capuchin left this house without tasting my wine, nor an insolent creditor the wood of my forests. These words were followed by a general laugh, and for a moment interrupted the question that was being warmly agitated among the guests. A servant then brought in a bottle of wine on a tray, and a tall glass in the shape of a chalice, and presented them to the father, who, unwilling to refuse the pressing invitation of one he so much wished to propitiate, did not hesitate to pour some out, and began slowly to sip the wine. The authority of Tasso will not serve your purpose, respected Signor Podesta. It even militates against you, resumed Count Attilio in a thundering voice. For that learned, that great man, who perfectly understood all the rules of chivalry, has made the messenger of Arganti ask leave of the pious Buglioni before delivering the challenge to the Christian knights. But this, replied the Podesta, vociferating no less vehemently, This is a liberty, a mere liberty, a poetical ornament, since an ambassador is, in his nature, inviolable by the law of nations, jure gentium. But without seeking so far, the proverb says, ambasciator non purta pena, and proverbs, you know, contain the wisdom of the human race. Besides, the messenger having uttered nothing in his own name, but only presented the challenge in writing. But when will you understand that this messenger was an inconsiderate ass, who didn't know the first? With your leave, gentlemen, interrupted Don Rodrigo, who was afraid of the question being carried too far. We will refer it to Father Cristoforo, and abide by his sentence. Well, very well, said Count Attilio, highly pleased at the idea of referring a question of chivalry to a Capuchin, while the more eager Podesta with difficulty restrained his excited feelings, and a shrug of contempt which seemed to say absurdity. But from what I have heard, said the father, these are matters I know nothing of. As usual, the modest excuses of the fathers, said Don Rodrigo. But you shall not get off so easily. Come now, we know well enough you did not come into the world with a cowl on your head, and that you are no stranger to its ways. See here, this is the question. The case is this, began Count Attilio. Let me tell it, who am neutral, cousin, replied Don Rodrigo. This is the story. A Spanish cavalier sent a challenge to a Milanese cavalier. The bearer, not finding him at home, delivered the summons to his brother, who, after reading it, gave the bearer in reply a good thrashing. The dispute is— One good turn deserves another, cried Count Attilio. It was really inspiration. Of the devil, added the Podesta, to beat an ambassador, a man whose person is sacred. Even you, father, will say whether this was a knightly deed. Yes, signor, knightly, cried the count, and you will allow me to say so, who ought to understand what relates to a cavalier. Oh, if they had been blows, it would be another matter, but a cudgel defiles nobody's hands. What puzzles me is, why you think so much of the shoulders of a mean scoundrel. Who said anything about his shoulders, Signor Count? You would make out I had talked nonsense such as never entered my mind. I spoke of his office, not of his shoulders, and am now considering the laws of chivalry. Be do good as to tell me whether the heralds that the ancient Romans sent to bid defiance to other nations asked leave to announce their message, and find me one writer who mentions that a herald was ever beaten. What have the officers of the ancient Romans to do with us? A simple nation, and in these things far, far behind us. But according to the laws of modern chivalry, which are the only right ones, I affirm and maintain that a messenger who dared to place a challenge in the hand of a knight without having asked his permission is an incautious fool, who may be beaten, and who richly deserves it. Answer me this syllogism. No, nothing. But listen. To strike an unarmed person is a treacherous act, at qui the messenger de quo was without arms, ergo. Gently, Signor Podesta. Why gently? Gently, I say. What are you talking about? It is an act of treachery to give a man a blow with a sword behind him, or to shoot him in the back, and to this even there are certain exceptions. But we will keep to the point. I allow that this may generally be called an act of treachery, but to bestow 4 blows on a paltry fellow like him, it would have been a likely thing to say, take care I don't beat you, as one says to a gentleman, draw your sword, and you, respected Signor Doctor, instead of smiling at me there and giving me to understand you are of my opinion, why don't you support my position with your capital powers of argument, and help me drive some reason into the head of this signor?" "Ay," replied the doctor in confusion, "I enjoy this learned dispute, and am glad of the accident that has given occasion to so agreeable a war of genius. But it does not belong to me to give sentence. His illustrious lordship has already delegated a judge, the father here." "True," said Don Rodrigo, "but how is the judge to speak when the disputants will not be silent?" "I am dumb," said Count Attilio. The podesta made a sign that he would not speak. "Ah, at last! What do you say, father?" asked Don Rodrigo with half-jesting gravity. "I have already excused myself by saying I don't understand the matter," replied Friar Cristoforo, returning the wine-glass to a servant. "Poor excuses!" cried the two cousins. "We must have your sentence." "Since you wish it, my humble opinion is that there should be neither challenges, bearers, nor blows." The guests interchanged looks of unfeigned astonishment. "Oh, this is too bad!" exclaimed Count Attilio. "Pardon me, father, but this is too bad. It is easy to see you know nothing of the world." "He!" said Don Rodrigo. "Ha, ha! He knows it, cousin, as well as you do. Isn't it true, father?" Instead of replying to this courteous interrogation, the father said to himself, "This is aimed at you. But remember, friar, that you are not here for yourself, and that which affects you only is not to be taken into the account." "It may be," said the cousin, "but the father, what is his name?" "Father Cristoforo," replied more than one. "But Father Cristoforo, most reverend father, with your principles you would turn the world upside down. Without challenges, without blows, farewell to the point of honour, impunity for all villains. Fortunately, however, the supposition is impossible." "Up, doctor, up!" broke in Don Rodrigo, who always tried to divert the argument from the original disputants. "You are the man to argue on any matter. Let us see what you will do in discussing this question with Father Cristoforo." "Really," replied the doctor, brandishing his fork in the air, and turning to the father, "really, I cannot understand how Father Cristoforo, who is at once the perfect devotee and a man of the world, should not remember that his sentence, good, excellent, and of just weight, as it is in the pulpit, is of no value, with due respect be it spoken, in a question of chivalry. But the father knows, better than I, that everything is good in its place, and I think that this time he has only endeavoured the escape by a jest from the difficulty of giving sentence. What can one reply to reasonings deduced from a wisdom so ancient, yet so new? Nothing, and so thought our friar. But Don Rodrigo, wishing to cut short this dispute, proceeded to suggest another. "Apropos," said he, "I hear there are rumours of an accommodation at Milan." The reader must know that at this time there was a contest for the succession to the duchy of Mantua, which, on the death of Vincenzo Gonzaga, who left no male issue, had fallen into the possession of the Duke of Nevers, Gonzaga's nearest relation. Louis XIII., or rather Cardinal Richelieu, wished to support him on account of his being well disposed toward the French. Philip IV., or rather the Count d'Olivares, commonly called the Count Duke, opposed him for the same reason, and had declared war against him. As the duchy was a fief of the empire, the two parties made interest by intrigue, threats, and solicitations at the court of the Emperor Ferdinand II., the former urging him to grant the investiture to the new duke, the latter to refuse it, and even assist in banishing him from the state. "I am inclined to think," said Count Attilio, "that matters may be adjusted. I have certain reasons." "Don't believe it, Signor Count, don't believe it," interrupted the podesta. "Even in this corner of the world I have means of ascertaining the state of things; for the Spanish governor of the castle, who condescends to make me his friend, and who, being the son of one of the Count Duke's dependents, is informed of everything. I tell you, I have opportunity every day at Milan of talking with great men, and I know on good authority that the Pope is highly interested in the restoration of peace, and has made propositions. So it ought to be. The thing is according to rule, and his holiness does his duty. A pope ought always to mediate between Christian princes, but the Count Duke has his own policy, and, do you know, my good signor, what the emperor thinks of it at this moment? Do you think there is no other place in the world besides Mantua? There are many things to be looked at, my good signor. Do you know, for example, how far the emperor can, at this moment, confide in that Prince Valdestano, or Valestai, or whatever they call him, and whether— his right name is German, again interrupted the podesta, is Valiensteno, as I have often heard it pronounced by our Spanish signor, the governor of the castle. But be of good courage, for— Will you teach me? Exclaimed the count angrily. But Don Rodrigo motioned to him with his knee for his sake to cease contradiction. He therefore remained silent, and the podesta, like a vessel disengaged from a sandbank, continued with widespread sails the course of his eloquence. Valienstiano gives me little concern, because the Count Duke has his eyes on everything and in every place, and if Valienstiano chooses to play any tricks, he will set him right with fair words or foul. He has his eye everywhere, I say, and long arms, and if he has resolved, as he justly has, like a good politician, that the Signor Duke of Nevers shall not take root in Mantua, the Signor Duke of Nevers will not take root there, and the Cardinal Richelieu will sink in the water. It makes me smile to see this worthy Signor Cardinal contending with a Count Duke, with an Olivares. I should like to rise again, after a lapse of 200 years, to hear what posterity will say of these fine pretensions. It requires something more than envy. There must be a head, and of heads like that of a Count Duke there is but one in the world. The Count Duke, my good signors, continued the podesta, sailing before the wind, and a little surprised at not encountering one shoal, the Count Duke is an aged fox, speaking with all respect, who can make anybody lose his track. When he aims at the right, we may be sure he will take the left, so that no one can boast of knowing his intentions, and even they who execute them, and they who write his dispatches, understand nothing of them. I can speak with some knowledge of the circumstances, for that worthy man, the governor of the castle, deigns to place some confidence in me. The Count Duke, on the other hand, knows exactly what is going forward in all the other courts, and their great politicians, many of whom it cannot be denied are very upright men, have scarcely imagined a design before the Count Duke has discovered it, with that clever head of his underhand ways, and his nets everywhere spread. That poor man, the Cardinal Richelieu, makes an attempt here, busies himself there, he toils, he strives, and what for? When he has succeeded in digging a mine, he finds a countermine already completed by the Count Duke. No one knows when the podesta would have come ashore, had not Don Rodrigo, urged by the suggestions of his cousin, ordered a servant to bring him a certain bottle of wine. "Signor Podesta," said he, "and gentlemen, a toast to the Count Duke, and you will then tell me whether the wine is worthy of the person." The Podesta replied by a bow, in which might be discerned an expression of particular acknowledgment; for all that was said or done in honour of the Duke he received in part as done to himself. "Long live Don Gasparo Guzman, Count of Olivares, Ducus Sanlúcar, Grand Private of the King, Don Philip the Great, our sovereign!" exclaimed Don Rodrigo, raising his glass. Private, for the information of those who know it not, was the title used in those days to signify the favourite of a prince. "Long live the Count!" replied all. "Help the father," said Don Rodrigo. "Excuse me," replied the father, "but I have already been guilty of a breach of discipline, and I cannot—" "What?" said Don Rodrigo. "It is a toast to the Count Duke. Will you make us believe that you hold with the Navarrese?" Thus they contemptuously styled the French princes of Navarre, who had begun to reign over them in the time of Henry IV. On such an adjuration he was obliged to taste the wine. All the guests broke out in exclamations and encomiums upon it, except the doctor, who by the gesture of his head, the glance of his eyes, and the compression of his lips, expressed much more than he could have done by words. "What do you say of it, doctor?" asked Don Rodrigo. Withdrawing from the wine glass a nose more ruddy and bright than itself, the doctor replied with marked emphasis on every syllable, "I say pronounce and affirm that this is the Olivares of wine, sensui et in iam ivi sententiam, that its equal cannot be found in the 22 kingdoms of the King, our sovereign, whom God defend. I declare and determine that the dinners of the most noble Signor Don Rodrigo excel the suppers of Heliogabalus, and that famine is perpetually banished and excluded from this place, where splendor reigns and has its abode." "Well said, well defined!" cried the guests with one voice; but the word famine, which he had uttered by chance, at once directed the minds of all to this mournful subject, and every one spoke of the famine. In this matter they were all agreed, at least on the main point, but the uproar was greater, perhaps, than if there had been a diversity of opinion. All spoke at once. "There is no famine," said one; "it is the monopolists." "And the bakers," said another, "who hide the grain. Hang them, say I." "Yes, yes, hang them without mercy." "Upon fair trial," cried the Podesta. "Trial?" cried Count Attilio more loudly. "Summary justice, I say. Take 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 of those who are acknowledged by the common voice to be the richest and most avaricious, and hang them." "Examples, examples! Without examples nothing can be done." "Hang them, and grain will flow out in abundance." Whoever in passing through a fair has had the pleasure of hearing the harmony produced by a party of fiddlers, when between one air and another each one tunes his instrument, making it sound as loud as possible, that he may the more distinctly hear it in the midst of and above the surrounding uproar, may imagine what would be the harmony of these, if one may so say, discourses. The party continued pouring out and drinking the wine, while the praises of it were mingled, as was but just, with sentences of economical jurisprudence, so that the loudest and most frequently heard words were nectar and hang them. Don Rodrigo, in the meanwhile, glanced from time to time towards the friar, and always saw him in the same station, giving no signs of impatience or hurry, without a movement tending to remind him that he was waiting his leisure, but with the air of one who was determined not to depart till he had a hearing. He would gladly have sent him away, and escaped the interview, but to dismiss a Capuchin without having given him audience was not according to the rules of his policy. However, since the annoying duty could not be avoided, he resolved to discharge it at once, and free himself from the obligation. He therefore rose from the table, and with him all the excited party, without ceasing their clamour. Having asked leave of his guests, he advanced in a haughty manner towards the friar, who had immediately risen with the rest, and saying to him, "At your command, father," conducted him to another apartment. End of chapter 5, part 2.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 6, Part 1. "How can I obey you?" said Don Rodrigo, standing in the middle of the room. His words were these, but the tone in which they were pronounced clearly meant to say, "Remember before whom you are standing. Take heed to your words, and be expeditious." There was no surer or quicker way of inspiring Friar Cristoforo with courage than to address him with haughtiness. He had stood waveringly, and at a loss for words, passing through his fingers the beads of the rosary that hung at his girdle, as if he hoped to find in some of them an introduction to his speech. But at this behavior of Don Rodrigo's there instantly rose to his mind more to say than he had want of. Immediately, however, recollecting how important it was not to spoil his work, or, what was far worse, the work he had undertaken for others, he corrected and tempered the language that had presented itself to his mind, and said, with a cautious humility, "I come to propose to you an act of justice, to supplicate a deed of mercy. Some men of bad character have made use of the name of your illustrious lordship to alarm a poor curate, and dissuade him from performing his duty, and to oppress two innocent persons. You can confound them by a word, restore all to order, and relieve those who are so shamefully wronged. You are able to do it, and being able, conscience, honor. You will be good enough to talk of my conscience when I ask your advice about it. As to my honor, I beg to inform you, I am the guardian of it, and I only, and that whoever dares intrude himself to share the guardianship with me, I regard as a rash man, who offends against it." Friar Cristoforo, perceiving from these words that the Signor sought to put a wrong construction on all he said, and to turn the discourse into a dispute, so as to prevent his coming to the main point, bound himself still more rigidly to be patient, and to swallow every insult he might please to offer. He therefore replied, in a subdued tone, "If I had said anything to offend you, I certainly did not intend it. Correct me, reprove me, if I do not speak becomingly, but deign to listen to me, for heaven's sake, for the sake of that God whose presence we must all appear." And in saying this, he took between his hands the little cross of wood appended to his rosary, and held it up before the eyes of his frowning auditor. "Be not obstinately resolved to refuse an act of justice so easy and so due to the poor. Remember that God's eye is ever over them, and that their imprecations are heard above. Innocence is powerful in his—" "Aha! Father," sharply interrupted Don Rodrigo, "the respect I bear to your habit is great, but if anything could make me forget it, it would be to see it on one who dares to come as a spy into my house." These words brought a crimson glow upon the cheeks of the friar, but with the countenance of one who swallows a very bitter medicine, he replied, "You do not think I deserve such a title." You feel in your heart that the act I am now performing is neither wicked nor contemptible. Listen to me, Señor Don Rodrigo, and heaven grant a day may not come in which you will have to repent of not having listened to me. I will not lessen your honor. What honor, Señor Don Rodrigo? What honor in the sight of men? What honor in the sight of God? You have much in your power, but— Don't you know, said Don Rodrigo, interrupting him in an agitated tone, the mingled effect of anger and remorse, don't you know that when the fancy takes me to hear a sermon, I can go to church like other people, but in my own house? Oh, continued he, with a forced smile of mockery, you treat me as though I were of higher rank than I am. It is only princes who have a preacher in their own houses, and that God who requires princes to render an account of the word preached to them in their palaces, that God now bestows upon you a token of his mercy by sending his minister, though indeed a poor and unworthy one, to intercede for an innocent. In short, father, said Don Rodrigo, preparing to go, I don't know what you mean. I can only suppose there must be some young girl you are concerned about. Make confidants of whom you please, but don't have the insurance to annoy a gentleman any longer. On the movement of Don Rodrigo, the friar also advanced, reverently placing himself in his way, raised his hands, both in an attitude of supplication and also to detain him, and again replied, I am concerned for her, it is true, but not more than for yourself. There are two persons who concern me more than my own life. Don Rodrigo, I can only pray for you, but this I will do with my whole heart. Do not say no to me. Do not keep a poor innocent in anguish and terror. One word from you will do all. Well, said Don Rodrigo, since you seem to think I can do so much for this person, since you are so much interested for her— Well, said Father Cristoforo anxiously, while the behavior and countenance of Don Rodrigo forbade his indulging in the hope which the words appeared to warrant. Well, advise her to come and put herself under my protection. She shall want for nothing, and no one shall dare molest her, as I am a gentleman. At such a proposal, the indignation of the friar, hitherto with difficulty confined within bounds, burst forth without restraint. All his good resolutions of prudence and patience forsook him. The old nature usurped the place of the new, and in these cases Father Cristoforo was indeed like two different men. Your protection, exclaimed he, retiring a step or two, and fiercely resting on his right foot, his right hand placed on his hip, his left held up, pointing with his forefinger towards Don Rodrigo, and two fiery glancing eyes piercingly fixed upon him. Your protection! Woe be to you that you have thus spoken, that you have made me such a proposal. You have filled up the measure of your iniquity, and I no longer fear you. How are you speaking to me, friar? I speak as to one who is forsaken by God, and who can no longer excite fear. I knew that this innocent was under God's protection, but you have now made me feel it with so much certainty that I have no longer need to ask protection of you. Lucia, I say. See how I pronounce this name with a bold face and unmoved expression. What, in this house? I pity this house. A curse is suspended over it. You will see whether the justice of God can be resisted by 4 walls, and 4 bravos at your gates. Thought you that God had made a creature in his image to give you the delight of tormenting her? Thought you that he would not defend her? You have despised his counsel, and you'll be judged for it. The heart of Pharaoh was hardened, like yours, but God knew how to break it. Lucia is safe from you. I do not hesitate to say so, though a poor friar. And as to you, listen what I predict to you. A day will come. Don Rodrigo had stood till now with a mingled feeling of rage and mute astonishment, but on hearing the beginning of this prediction, an undefined and mysterious fear was added to his anger. Hastily seizing the father's outstretched arm, and raising his voice to drown that of the inauspicious prophet, he exclaimed. "Get out of my sight, rash villain, coward rascal!" These definite appellations calmed Father Cristoforo in a moment. The idea of submission and silence had been so long associated in his mind with that of contempt and injury, that at this compliment every feeling of warmth and enthusiasm instantly subsided, and he only resolved to listen patiently to whatever Don Rodrigo might be pleased to subjoin. Quietly, then, withdrawing his hand from the Signora's grasp, he stood motionless, with his head bent downwards as an aged tree, in the sudden lulling of an overbearing storm, resumes its natural position, and receives on its drooping branches the hail as heaven sends it. "Vile upstart," continued Don Rodrigo, "you treat me like an equal, but thank the cassock that covers your cowardly shoulders for saving you from the caresses that such scoundrels as you should receive, to teach them how to talk to a gentleman. Depart with sound limbs for this once, or we shall see." So saying, he pointed with imperious scorn to a door opposite the one they had entered, and Father Cristoforo bowed his head and departed, leaving Don Rodrigo to measure, with excited steps, the field of battle. When the friar had closed the door behind him, he perceived someone in the apartment he had entered, stealing softly along the wall, that he might not be seen from the room of conference, and he instantly recognized the aged servant who had received him at the door on his arrival. This man had lived in the family for 40 years, that is, since before Don Rodrigo's birth, having been in the service of his father, who was a very different kind of man. On his death, the new master dismissed all the household and hired a fresh set of attendants, retaining, however, this one servant, both because he was old, and because, although of a temper and habits widely different from his own, he made amends for this defect by 2 qualifications: a lofty idea of the dignity of the house, and long experience in its ceremonials, with the most ancient traditions and minute particulars of which he was better acquainted than any one else. In the presence of his master, the poor old man never ventured a sign, still less an expression, of his disapprobation of what he saw around him every day, but at times he could scarcely refrain from some exclamation, some reproof murmured between his lips to his fellow servants. They, highly diverted at his remarks, would sometimes urge him to conversation, provoking him to find fault within the present state of things, and to sound the praises of the ancient way of living in the family. His censures only came to his master's ears accompanied by a relation of the ridicule bestowed upon them, so that they merely succeeded in making him an object of contempt without resentment. On days of ceremony and entertainment, however, the old man became a person of serious importance. Father Cristoforo looked at him as he passed, saluted him, and was about to go forward, but the old man approached with a mysterious air, put his forefinger on his lips, and then beckoned him, with the said forefinger, to accompany him into a dark passage, where, in an undertone, he said, "Father, I have heard all, and I want to speak to you." "Speak up, then, at once, my good man." "Not here. Woe to us if the master saw us, but I can learn much, and will try to come to-morrow to the convent." "Is there some project?" "Something's in the wind, that's certain. I had already suspected it, but now I will be on the watch, and will find out all. Leave it to me. I happen to see and hear things, strange things. I am in a house, but I wish to save my soul." "God bless you," said the friar, softly pronouncing the benediction as he laid his hand on the servant's head, who, though much older than himself, bent before him with the respect of a son. "God will reward you," continued the friar. "Don't fail to come to me to-morrow." "I will be sure to come," replied the servant, "but do you go quickly, and, for heaven's sake, don't betray me." So saying, and looking cautiously around, he went out, at the other end of the passage, into a hall that led into the courtyard, and seeing the coast clear, beckoned to the good friar, whose face responded to the last injunction more plainly than any protestations could have done. The old man pointed to the door, and the friar departed without further delay. This servant had been listening at his master's door. Had he done right, and was Father Cristoforo right in praising him for it? According to the commonest and most generally received rules, it was a very dishonest act, but might not this case be regarded as an exception? And are there not exceptions to the most generally received rules? These are questions which we leave to the reader to resolve at his pleasure. We do not pretend to give judgment. It is enough that we relate facts. Having reached the road, he turned his back on this wild beast's den. Father Cristoforo breathed more freely as he hastened down the descent, his face flushed, and his mind, as every one may imagine, agitated and confused by what he had recently heard and said. But the unexpected proffer of the old man had been a great relief to him. It seemed as if heaven had given him a visible token of its protection. Here is a clue, thought he, that Providence has put into my hands. In this very house, too, and without my even dreaming of looking for one. Engaged in such thoughts, he raised his eyes towards the west, and seeing the setting sun already touching the summit of the mountain, was reminded that the day was fast drawing to a close. He therefore quickened his steps, though weary and weak, after the many annoyances of the day, that he might have time to carry back his intelligence, such as it was, to his protégés, and arrive at the convent before night, for this was one of the most absolute and strictly enforced rules of the Capuchin discipline. End of Chapter 6, Part 1.
Chapter 6, Part 2 of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sudeshna. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, Chapter 6, Part 2. In the meantime, there had been plans proposed and debated in Lucia's cottage, with which it is necessary to acquaint the reader. After the departure of the friar, the three friends remained some time silent. Lucia with a sorrowful heart preparing the dinner. Renzo irresolute and changing his position every moment, to avoid the sight of her mournful face, yet without heart to leave her. Agnes apparently intent upon the reel she was winding, though in fact she was deliberating upon a plan, and when she thought it sufficiently matured, she broke the silence with these words. Listen, my children. If you have as much courage and dexterity as is required, if you will trust your mother, this your mother addressed to both made Lucia's heart bound within her, I will undertake to get you out of this difficulty. Better perhaps and more quickly than Father Cristoforo, though he is a man. Lucia stopped and looked at her mother with a face more expressive of wonder than of confidence in so magnificent a promise. And Renzo hastily exclaimed, Courage, dexterity, tell me, what can we do? If you were married, continued Agnes, it would be the great difficulty out of the way, wouldn't it? And couldn't we easily find a remedy for all the rest? Is there any doubt, said Renzo, if we were married? One may live anywhere, and at Bergamo, not far from here, a silk weaver would be received with open arms. You know how often my cousin Bortolo has wanted me to go and live with him, that I might make a fortune as he has done. And if I have never listened to him, it is, because my heart was here. Once married, we would all go thither together and live in blessed peace, out of this villain's reach, and far from temptation to do a rash deed. Isn't it true, Lucia? Yes, said Lucia, but how? As I have told you, replied Agnes. Be bold and expert, and the thing is easy. Easy? At the same moment exclaimed the two lovers, to whom it had become so strangely and sadly difficult. Easy, if you know how to go about it, replied Agnes. Listen attentively to me, and I will try and make you understand it. I have heard say by people who ought to know, and I have seen it myself in one case, that to solemnize a marriage, a curate of course is necessary, but not his goodwill or consent. It is enough if he is present. How can this be? Asked Renzo. Listen and you shall hear. There must be 2 witnesses, nimble and well agreed. They must go to the priest. The point is to take him by surprise, that he mayn't have time to escape. The man says, Signor Curate, this is my wife. The woman says, Signor Curate, this is my husband. It is necessary that the curate and the witnesses hear it, and then the marriage is just as valid and sacred as if the Pope had blessed it. When once the words are spoken, the curate may fret and fume and storm, but it will do no good. You are man and wife. Is it possible? Exclaimed Lucia. What? Said Aeneas. Do you think I have learnt nothing in the 30 years I was in the world before you? The thing is just as I told you, and a friend of mine is a proof of it, who, wishing to be married against the will of her parents, did as I was saying, and gained her end. The curate suspected it, and was on the watch, but they knew so well how to go about it, that they arrived just at the right moment, said the words, and became man and wife. Though she, poor thing, repented of it before 3 days were over. It was in fact as Aeneas had represented it. Marriages contracted in this manner were then, and are even to this day, acknowledged valid. As however this expedient was never resorted to, but by those who had met with some obstacle or refusal in the ordinary method, the priest took great care to avoid such forced cooperation, and if one of them happened to be surprised by a couple, accompanied with witnesses, he tried every means of escape, like Proteus in the hands of those who would make him prophesy by force. If it were true, Lucia, said Renzo, fixing his eyes upon her with a look of imploring expectation. What if it were true? Replied Aeneas. You think then I tell lies? I do my best for you, and am not believed? Very well, get out of the difficulty as you can. I wash my hands of it. Ah, no, don't forsake us, cried Renzo. I said so because it appeared too good a thing. I place myself in your hands, and will consider you as if you were really my mother. These words instantly dispelled the momentary indignation of Aeneas, and made her forget a resolution, which in reality had only been in word. But why then, mother, said Lucia, in her usual gentle manner, why didn't this plan come into Father Cristoforo's mind? Into his mind? Replied Aeneas. Do you think it didn't come into his mind? But he wouldn't speak of it. Why? Demanded they both at once. Because if you must know it, the friars think that it is not exactly a proper thing. How can it help standing firm and being well done when it is done? Said Renzo. How can I tell you? Replied Aeneas. Other people have made the law as they pleased, and we poor people can't understand all. And then how many things? See, it is like giving a Christian a blow. It isn't right, but when it is once given, not even the Pope can recall it. If it isn't right, said Lucia, we ought not to do it. What? Said Aeneas. Would I give you advice contrary to the fear of God? If it were against the will of your parents and to marry a rogue, but when I am satisfied and it is to wed this youth, and he who makes all this disturbance is a villain, and the Signor Curate... It is as clear as the sun, said Renzo. One need not speak to Father Cristoforo before doing it, continued Aeneas. But when it is once done, and has well succeeded, what do you think the father will say to you? Ah, daughter, it was a sad error, but it is done. The friars, you know, must talk so. But trust me, in his heart he will be very well satisfied. Without being able to answer such reasoning, Lucia did not think it appeared very convincing. But Renzo, quite encouraged, said, Since it is thus, the thing is done. Gently, said Aeneas. The witnesses, where are they to be found? Then how will you manage to get at the Signor Curate, who has been shut up in his house 2 days? And how make him stand when you do get at him? For though he is weighty enough naturally, I dare venture to say, when he sees you make your appearance in such a guise, he will become as nimble as a cat, and flee like the devil from holy water. I have found a way, I have found one, cried Renzo, striking the table with his clenched hand till he made the dinner things quiver and rattle with the blow. And he proceeded to relate his design, which Aeneas entirely approved. It is all confusion, said Lucia. It is not perfectly honest. Till now we have always acted sincerely. Let us go on in faith, and God will help us. Father Cristoforo said so. Do listen to his advice. Be guided by those who know better than you, said Agnes gravely. What need is there to ask advice? God bids us help ourselves, and then He will help us. We will tell the Father all about it when it is over. Lucia, said Renzo, will you fail me now? Have we not done all like good Christians? Ought we not now to have been man and wife? Didn't the curate himself fix the day and hour? And whose fault is it if we are now obliged to use a little cunning? No, no, you won't fail me. I'm going, and will come back with an answer. So saying, he gave Lucia an imploring look, and Agnes a very knowing glance, and hastily took his departure. It is said that trouble sharpens the wit, and Renzo, who in the upright and straightforward path he had hitherto followed, had never had occasion to sharpen his in any great degree, had in this instance planned a design that would have done honour to a lawyer. He went directly, as he had purposed, to a cottage near at hand, belonging to a certain Tonio, whom he found busy in the kitchen, with one knee resting on the stand of a chafing dish, holding in his right hand the handle of a saucepan that stood on the burning embers, and stirring with a broken rolling pin a little grey polenta, one of turkey flour. The mother, brother, and wife of Tonio were seated at the table, and 3 or 4 little children stood around, waiting, with eyes eagerly fixed on the saucepan, till the gruel should be ready to pour out. But the pleasure was wanting which the sight of dinner usually gives to those who have earned it by hard labour. The quantity of the polenta was rather in proportion to the times than to the number and inclinations of the household, and each one eyeing the common food with envious looks of strong desire, seemed to be measuring the extent of appetite likely to survive it. While Renzo was exchanging salutations with the family, Tonio poured out the polenta into the wooden trencher that stood ready to receive it, and it looked like a little moon in a large circle of vapour. Nevertheless, the women courteously said to Renzo, "Will you take some with us?" A compliment that the Lombard peasant never fails to pay to anyone who finds him at a meal, even though the visitor were a rich glutton, just risen from table, and he were at the last mouthful. "Thank you," replied Renzo. "I only came to say a word or two to Tonio, and if you like, Tonio, not to disturb your family, we can go dine at the inn and talk there." This proposal was as acceptable to Tonio as it was unexpected, and the women, not unwilling, saw one competitor from the polenta removed, and that the most formidable. Tonio did not require a second asking, and they set off together. Arrived at the village inn, they sat down at their ease, perfectly alone, since the prevailing poverty had banished all the usual frequenters of this scene of mirth and jovialty. They called for the little that was to be had, and having emptied a glass of wine, Renzo addressed Tonio with an air of mystery. "If you will do me a small favour, I will do you a great one." "What is it? Tell me. I am at your service," replied Tonio, pouring out another glass. "I am ready to go into the fire for you today." "You are in debt 25 livres to the Signor Curate for the rent of his field that you worked last year." "Ah, Renzo, Renzo, you've spoiled your kindness. Why did you remind me of it now? You've put to flight all my goodwill towards you." "If I reminded you of your debt," said Renzo, "it is because I intend, if you like, to give you the means of paying it." "Do you really mean so?" "I do really." "Well, are you content?" "Content? I should think so indeed, if it were for no other reason than to get rid of those tormenting looks and shakes of the head the Signor Curate gives me every time I meet him, and then it is always, 'Tonio, remember? Tonio, when shall I see you to settle this business?' He goes so far that when he fixes his eyes upon me in preaching, I'm half afraid he'll say publicly, 'Those 25 livres? I wish the 25 livres were far away.' And then he will have to give me back my wife's gold necklace, and I could change it into so much polenta. But if you'll do me a little service, the 25 livres are ready." "With all my heart. Go on." "But," said Renzo, laying his finger across his lips, "need you tell me that? You know me. The Signor Curate has been starting some absurd objections to delay my marriage. They tell me for certain that if we go before him with 2 witnesses, and I say, 'This is my wife,' and Lucia, 'This is my husband,' the marriage is valid. Do you understand me?" "You want me to go as a witness?" "Yes. And you will pay the 25 livres for me? That is what I mean. He's a goose that would fail, but we must find another witness. I have him. That young clownish brother of mine, Gervais, will do anything I bid him. You'll pay him with something to drink? And to eat too, replied Renzo. We'll bring him here to make merry with us, but will he know what to do? I'll teach him. You know I have got his share of brains. Tomorrow? Well, towards evening? Very well. But, said Renzo, again putting his finger on his lips. Bah! Replied Tonio, bending his head on his right shoulder and raising his left hand, with a look that seemed to say, Do you doubt me? But if your wife questions you, as without doubt she will, I owe my wife some lies, and so many that I don't know if I shall ever manage to balance the account. I'll find some idle story to put her heart at rest, I warrant you. Tomorrow, said Renzo, we will make arrangements that everything may go on smoothly. So saying, they left the inn. Tonio bending his steps homewards and contriving some tale to relate to the women, and Renzo to give an account of the concerted arrangements. In the meanwhile, Agnes had been vainly endeavouring to convince her daughter. To every argument Lucia opposed one side or other of a dilemma. Either the thing is wrong and we ought not to do it, or it is not wrong and why not tell it to Father Cristoforo? Renzo arrived quite triumphant, and reported his success, finishing with a Milanese interjection which signifies, Am I a man or not? Can you find a better plan? Would it ever have entered your head? And 100 other such things. Lucia shook her head doubtfully, but the other two enthusiasts paid little attention to it, as one does to a child when one despairs of making it understand all the reasons of a thing, and determines to induce it by entreaties or authority to do as it is required. It goes on well, said Agnes, very well, but you haven't thought of everything. What is wanting? Replied Renzo. Perpetua! You haven't thought of Perpetua. She will admit Tonio and his brother well enough, but you two, just think. You will have to keep her at a distance, as one keeps a boy from a pear tree full of ripe fruit. How shall we manage? Said Renzo, beginning to think. See now, I have thought of that too. I will go with you, and I have a secret that will draw her away and engage her, so that she shan't see you, and you can go in. I'll call her out, and we'll touch a chord. You shall see. Bless you, exclaimed Renzo. I always said you are our help in everything. But all this is of no use, said Agnes, unless we can persuade Lucia, who persists in saying it is a sin. Renzo brought in all his eloquence to his aid, but Lucia continued immovable. I cannot answer all your arguments, said she, but I see that to do what you want, we shall be obliged to use a great deal of disguise, falsehood, and deceit. Ah, Renzo, we didn't begin so. I wish to be your wife, and she could never pronounce this word or give expression to this desire without a deep flush overspreading her cheek. I wish to be your wife, but in the right way, in the fear of God at the altar. Let us leave all to him who is above. Do you think he cannot find means to help us better than we, with all these deceitful ways? And why make a mystery of it to Father Cristoforo? The dispute was still prolonged, and seemed not likely to come to a speedy conclusion, when the hasty tread of sandals and the sound of a rustling cassock, resembling the noise produced by repeated gusts of wind in a slackened sail, announced the approach of Father Cristoforo. There was instant silence, and Agnes had scarcely time to whisper in Lucia's ear, Be sure you say nothing about it. End of chapter 6, part 2. Recording by Sudeshna.
Section 13, Chapter 7, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, Chapter 7, Part 1. Father Cristoforo arrived with the air of a good general, who, having lost an important battle, without any fault on his part, distressed but not discouraged, thoughtful but not confounded, retreating but not put to flight, turns his steps where necessity calls for his presence, fortifying threatened quarters, regulating his troops, and giving new orders. "Peace be with you," said he, as he entered. "There is nothing to hope from man. You have therefore more need to trust in God, and I have already had a pledge of his protection." Although none of the party had anticipated much from Father Cristoforo's attempt, since to see a powerful nobleman desist from an act of oppression, unless he were overcome by a superior power from regard to the entreaties of a disarmed suppliant, was rather an unheard of than a rare occurrence, yet the melancholy certainly came as a blow upon them all. Their heads involuntarily drooped, but anger quickly prevailed over depression in Renzo's mind. The announcement found him already wounded and irritated by a succession of painful surprises, fallacious attempts, and disappointed hopes, and above all, exasperated at this moment by the repulses of Lucia. "I should like to know," said he, gnashing his teeth and raising his voice as he had never before done in the presence of Father Cristoforo, "I should like to know what reasons this dog gives for asserting that my bride should not be my bride." "Poor Renzo," replied the friar, with a look and accent of pity that kindly recommended peaceableness, "if the powerful who do such deeds of injustice were always obliged to give their reasons, things would not be as they are." "Did the dog then say that he would not, because he would not?" "He didn't even say that, my poor fellow. It would be something, if so commit iniquity they were obliged openly to confess it." "But he must have told you something. What did this infernal firebrand say?" "I heard his words, but I cannot repeat them to you. The words of a powerful wicked man are violent, but contradictory. He can be angry that you are suspicious of him, and at the same time make you feel that your suspicions are well founded. He can insult you and call himself offended, ridicule you and ask your opinion, threaten and complain, be insolent and irreprehensible. Ask no more. He neither mentioned the name of this innocent nor your own. He did not even appear to know you, nor did he say he designed anything. But I understand too well that he is immovable. However, confidence in God, you poor creatures." Turning to Agnesi and Lucia, "Don't give up in despair. And you, Renzo, oh, believe me, I can put myself in your place. I can feel what passes in your heart. But patience, it is a poor word, a bitter one to those who have no faith. But you, will you not allow God 1 day, 2 days, or whatever time he may please to clear you and give you justice? The time is his, and he has promised us much. Leave him to work, Renzo, and believe me, I already have a clue that may lead to something for your help. I cannot tell you more at present. Tomorrow I shall not come here. I must be at the convent all day for you. You, Renzo, try to come to me, or if by any unforeseen accident you cannot, send a trustworthy man or a lad of discretion, by whom I may let you know what may happen. It grows dark. I shall have to make haste to reach the convent. Faith, courage, and good night." Having said this, he hastily left them, and made his way rapidly along a crooked, stony bypath, that he might not be late at the convent and run the risk of a severe reprimand, or, what would have grieved him more, the infliction of a penance which might have disabled him on the morrow from any undertaking which the service of his protégés might require. "Did you hear what he said about, I don't know what, about a clue that he held in hand to help us?" said Lucia. It is best to trust in him. He is a man who, if he promises 10— I know there is not his like, interrupted Agnesi, but he ought to have spoken more clearly, or at least taken me aside and told me what it was. Idle prating! I'll put an end to it, that I will, interrupted Renzo in his turn, as he paced furiously up and down the room with a look and tone that left no doubt as to the meaning of his words. "Oh, Renzo!" exclaimed Lucia. "What do you mean?" cried Agnesi. "Why need I tell you? I'll put an end to it, though he has 100, 1,000 devils in his soul. He's flesh and blood after all." "No, no, for heaven's sake," began Lucia, but tears choked her utterance. "This is not proper language, even in jest," replied Agnesi. "In jest?" cried Renzo, planting himself directly before Agnesi as she sat, and fixing on her 2 fearful-looking eyes. "In jest? You shall see whether I am in jest or not." "Ah, Renzo," said Lucia, scarcely able to articulate for sobs, "I never saw you so before." "Don't talk so, for heaven's sake," replied Agnesi, hastily lowering her voice. "Don't you remember how many arms he has at his bidding? And then there is always justice to be had against the poor. God defend them." "I will get justice for myself. I will. It is time now. The thing isn't easy, I know. The ruffian is well defended, dog that he is. I know how it is, but never mind. Patience and resolution, and the time will soon arrive. Yes, I will get justice. I'll free up the country, and people will bless me, and then in 4 bounds. The horror of Lucia at these explicit declarations repressed her sobs, and inspired her with courage to speak. Raising from her hands her face bathed in tears, she addressed Renzo in a mournful but resolute tone. "You no longer care, then, about having me for your wife? I promised myself to a youth who had the fear of God. But a man has, were he safe from all justice and vengeance, were he the son of a king—" "Very well," cried Renzo, his face more than ever convulsed with fury. "I won't have you, then. But he shan't either. I will be here without you, and he in abode of—" "Ah, no, for pity's sake, don't say so. Don't look so furious. No, no, I cannot bear to see you thus," exclaimed Lucia, weeping, and joining her hands in an attitude of earnest supplication, while Agnesi repeatedly called him by name, and seized hold of his shoulders, his arms, and his hands to pacify him. He stood immovable, thoughtful, almost overcome at the sight of Lucia's imploring countenance, then suddenly gazed at her sternly, drew back, stretched out his arm, and, pointing with his finger towards her, burst forth, "Her! Yes, he wants her! He must die!" "And I? What harm have I done you, that you should kill me?" said Lucia, throwing herself on her knees. "You," said he, with a voice expressive of anger, though of a far different nature, "you, what good do you wish me? What proof have you given me? Haven't I begged and begged and begged? Have I been able to obtain—" "Yes, yes," replied she precipitately. "I will go to the curate's to-morrow. I will go now, if you like. Only be yourself again. I will go." "You promise me?" said Renzo, his voice and expression rendered in an instant more human. "I promise you." "You have promised me." "Thanks be to thee, O Lord!" exclaimed Agnesi, doubly satisfied. did Renzo, in the midst of his anger, discern the advantage that might be taken of Lucia's terror? And did he not practise a little artifice to increase it, that he might use this advantage? Our author protests he knows nothing about the matter, nor, I think, did even Renzo himself know very well. At any rate, he was undoubtedly enraged beyond measure with Don Rodrigo, and ardently desired Lucia's consent. And when two powerful passions struggle together in a man's mind, no one, not even the most patient, can always clearly discern one voice from the other, or say with certainty which of them predominates. "I have promised you," replied Lucia, with an accent of timid and affectionate reproof. "But you have also promised not to make any disturbance, to submit yourself to father. Come now, for whose sake did I get into a passion? Do you want to draw back? And will you oblige me to do a rash thing?" "No, no," said Lucia, ready to relapse into her former fears. "I have promised, and I will not draw back. But see how you have made me promise. God forbid that. Why will you prophesy evil? God knows we do not wrong to anybody. Promise me at least this shall be the last time." "I promise you, upon my word. But this once you will stand by him," said Agnesi. Here the author confesses his ignorance of another matter, and that is, whether Lucia was absolutely, and on every account, dissatisfied at being obliged to give her consent. We follow his example, and leave the point undecided. Renzo would willingly have prolonged the conversation, and allotted their several parts in the proceedings of the morrow. But it was already dark, and the women wished him good night, as they thought it scarcely decorous that he should remain any longer with them at so late an hour. The night was passed by all three as well as could be expected, considering that it followed a day of such excitement and misfortune, and preceded one fixed upon for an important undertaking of doubtful issue. Renzo made his appearance early next morning, and concerted with the women, or rather with Agnesi, the grand operations of the evening, alternately suggesting and removing difficulties, foreseeing obstacles, and both beginning by turns to describe the scene as if they were relating a past event. Lucia listened, and without approving in words what she could not agree to in her heart, promised to do as well as she was able. "Are you going down to the convent to see Father Cristoforo, as he bid you last night?" said Agnesi to Renzo. "Not I," replied he. "You know what discerning eyes the father has. He will read in my looks, as if it were written in a book, that there's something in the wind, and if he begins to question me, I can't get off it easily, and besides, I must stay here to arrange matters. It will be better for you to send somebody." "I will send Manico." "Very well," replied Renzo, and he set off to arrange matters, as he had said. Agnesi went to a neighbouring village to ask for Manico, a sprightly and very sensible lad for his age, who, through the medium of cousins and sisters-in-law, came to be a sort of nephew to the dame. She asked his parents for him, as for a loan, and begged she might keep him the whole day for a particular service, said she. Having obtained permission, she led him to her kitchen, gave him his breakfast, and bid him go to Pescarenico, and present himself to Father Cristoforo, who would send him back with a message at the right time. Father Cristoforo, that fine old man, you know, with a white beard, who is called the saint. I understand, said Meniko, he who speaks so kindly to the children and sometimes gives them pictures. Just so, Meniko. And if he bids you wait some time at the convent, don't wander away, and be sure you don't go with other boys to the lake to throw stones in the water, nor to watch them fish, nor to play with the nets hung up to dry, nor— Poor aunt, I am no longer a child. Well, be prudent, and when you come back with the answer, look, these 2 fine new parpaglioli are for you. Give me them now that— No, no, you will play with them. Go and behave well, that you may have some more. In the course of this long morning many strange things happened, which roused not a little suspicion in the already disturbed minds of Agnesi and Lucia. A beggar, neither thin nor ragged as they generally were, and of somewhat dark and sinister aspect, came and asked alms, in God's name, at the same time looking narrowly around. A piece of bread was given him, which he received and placed in his basket, with ill-dissembled indifference. He then loitered and made many inquiries, with a mixed air of impudence and hesitation, to which Agnesi endeavoured to make replies exactly contrary to the truth. When about to depart, he pretended to mistake the door, and went to that at the foot of the stairs, glancing hastily upwards as well as he could. On their calling him back, "Hey, hey, where are you going, my good man? This way," he turned and went out by the door that was pointed out to him, excusing himself with a submission and an affected humility that ill accorded with the fierce and hard features of his face. After his departure, they continued to mark from time to time other suspicious and strange figures. It was not easy to discern what kind of men they were, yet still they could not believe them to be the unpretending passers-by they wished to appear. One would enter under pretence of asking the way. Others, arriving at the door, slackened their pace, and peeped through the little yard into the room, as if wishing to see without exciting suspicion. At last, towards noon, these annoying and alarming appearances ceased. Agnesi got up occasionally and crossed the little yard to the street door to reconnoitre, and after looking anxiously around on either side, returned with the intelligence. "There's nobody," words which she uttered with pleasure, and Lucia heard with satisfaction, neither one nor the other knowing exactly the reason why. But an undefined disquietude haunted their steps, and with Lucia especially, in some degree cooled the courage they had summoned up for the proceedings of the evening. The reader, however, must be told something more definite about these mysterious wanderers, and to relate it in order, we must turn back a step or two, and find Don Rodrigo, whom we left yesterday after dinner by himself in one of the rooms of his palace after the departure of Father Cristoforo. Don Rodrigo, as we have said, paced back and forwards with long strides in this spacious apartment, surrounded on all sides by the family portraits of many generations. When he reached the wall and turned round, his eye rested upon the figure of one of his warlike ancestors, the terror of his enemies and of his own soldiers, who, with a stern, grim countenance, his short hair standing erect from his forehead, his large, sharp whiskers covering his cheeks, and his hooked chin, stood like a warrior, clothed in a complete suit of steel armor, with his right hand pressing his side, and the left grasping the hilt of his sword. Don Rodrigo gazed upon it, and when he arrived beneath it and turned back, beheld before him another of his forefathers, a magistrate, and the terror of litigants, seated in a high chair, covered with crimson velvet, enveloped in an ample black robe, so that he was entirely black, excepting for a white collar, with two large bands, and a lining of sable turned wrong side outwards. This was the distinctive mark of senators, but only worn in winter, for which reason the picture of a senator in summer clothing is never met with. Squalid and frowning, he held in his hand a memorial, and seemed to be saying, "We shall see." On the other hand was a matron, the terror of her maids; on the other an abbot, the terror of his monks. In short, they were all persons who had been objects of terror while alive, and who now inspired dread by their likenesses. In the presence of such remembrancers, Don Rodrigo became enraged and ashamed, as he reflected that a friar had dared to come to him with the parable of Nathan, and his mind could find no peace. He would form a plan of revenge, and then abandon it, seek how at the same time to satisfy his passion, and what he called his honor, and sometimes, hearing the beginning of the prophecy resounding in his ears, he would involuntarily shudder, and be almost inclined to give up the idea of the two satisfactions. At last, for the sake of doing something, he called a servant, and desired him to make an apology for him to the company, and to say that he was detained by urgent business. The servant returned with the intelligence that the gentlemen, having left their compliments, had taken their leave. "And Count Attilio?" asked Don Rodrigo, still pacing the room. "He left with the gentleman, illustrious signor." "Very well. 6 followers to accompany me. Quickly, my sword, cloak, and hat, immediately." The servant replied by a bow and withdrew, returning shortly with a rich sword, which his master buckled on, a cloak which he threw over his shoulders, and a hat ornamented with lofty plumes which he placed on his head and fastened with a haughty air. He then moved forward and found the 6 bravos at the door, completely armed, who, making way for him with a low bow, followed as his train. More surly, more haughty, and more supercilious than usual, he left his palace and took the way towards Lecco. Amidst the salutations and profound bows of the peasants he happened to meet, and the ill-mannered wight who would have ventured to pass without taking off his hat, might consider he had purchased the exemption at a cheap rate, had the bravos in the train been contented merely to enforce respect by a blow on the head. To these salutations Don Rodrigo made no acknowledgment, but to men of higher rank, though still indisputably inferior to his own, he replied with constrained courtesy. He did not chance this time, but when he did happen to meet with the Spanish señor, the governor of the castle, the salutations were equally profound on both sides. It was like the meeting of 2 potentates, who have nothing to share between them, yet, for convenience sake, pay respect to each other's rank. To pass away the time, and by the sight of far different faces and behavior, to banish the image of the friar, which continually haunted his mind, Don Rodrigo entered a house where a large party was assembled, and where he was received with that officious and respectful cordiality reserved for those who are greatly courted and greatly feared. Late at night he returned to his own palace, and found that Count Attilio had just arrived, and they sat down to supper together, Don Rodrigo buried in thought, and very silent. "Cousin, when will you pay your wager?" asked Count Attilio, in a malicious and at the same time rallying tone, as soon as the table was cleared and the servants had departed. "Saint Martin has not yet passed." "Well, remember you will have to pay it soon, for all the saints in the calendar will pass before. This has to be seen yet." "Cousin, you want to play the politician, but I understand all, and I am so certain of having won my wager that I am ready to lay another." "What?" "That the father, I mean, in short, that this friar has converted you." "It is a mere fancy of your own." "Converted, cousin, converted, I say." "I, for my part, am delighted at it. What a fine sight it will be to see you quite penitent, with downcast eyes! And what triumph for this father! How proudly he must have returned to the convent! You are not such fish as they catch every day, nor in every net. You may be sure they will bring you forward as an example, and when they go on a mission to some little distance, they will talk of your acts. I can fancy I hear them." And speaking through his nose, accompanying the words with caricatured gestures, he continued in a sermon-like tone. "In a certain part of the world, which from motives of high respect we forbear to name, there lived, my dear hearers, and there still lives, a dissolute gentleman, the friend of women rather than of good men, who, accustomed to make no distinctions, had set his eyes upon—" "That will do. Enough," interrupted Don Rodrigo, half amused and half annoyed. "If you wish to repeat the wager, I am ready too." "Indeed! Perhaps, then, you have converted the father." "Don't talk to me about him. And as to the bet, Saint Martin will decide." The curiosity of the count was aroused. He put numberless questions, but Don Rodrigo contrived to evade them all, referring everything to the day of decision, and unwilling to communicate designs which were neither begun nor absolutely determined upon. Chapter 7.
Chapter 7, Part 2 of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, Chapter 7, Part 2. Next morning, Don Rodrigo was himself again. The slight compunction that a day will come had awakened in his mind had vanished with the dreams of the night, and nothing remained but a feeling of deep indignation, rendered more vivid by remorse for his passing weakness. The remembrance of his late almost triumphant walk, of the profound salutations, and the reception he had met with, together with the rallying of his cousin, had contributed not a little to renew his former spirit. Hardly risen, he sent for Griso. Something important, thought the servant to whom the order was given, for the man who bore this assumed name was no less a personage than the head of the bravos, to whom the boldest and most dangerous enterprises were confided, who was the most trusted by his master, and was devoted to him, at all risks, by gratitude and interest. Guilty of murder, he had sought the protection of Don Rodrigo to escape from the pursuit of justice, and he, by taking him into his service, had sheltered him from the reach of persecution. Here, by engaging in every crime that was required of him, he was secured from the punishment of the first fault. To Don Rodrigo the acquisition had been of no small importance, for this Griso, besides being undoubtedly the most courageous of the household, was also a specimen of what his master had been able to attempt with impunity against the laws, so that Don Rodrigo's power was aggrandized both in reality and in common opinion. "Griso," said Don Rodrigo, "in this emergency it will be seen what you are worth. Before tomorrow Lucia must be in this place." It shall never be said that Griso shrank from the command of his noble protector. "Take as many men as you want, dispose and order them as you think best, only let the thing succeed well, but above all, be sure do her no harm. Signor, a little fright, that she may not make too much noise, one cannot do less. Fear, I see, is inevitable, but don't you touch a hair of her head, and, above all, treat her with the greatest respect. Do you understand?" "Signor, I could not pluck a flower from its stalk, and bring it to your lordship without touching it a little, but I will do no more than is necessary." "Beware you do not. And how will you manage?" "I was thinking, signor, it is fortunate that the house is at the end of the village. We shall want a place to conceal ourselves in, and at a little distance there's that uninhabited building in the middle of the fields, that house, but your lordship knows nothing of these things, a house that was burnt down a few days ago, and there have been no funds to rebuild it, so it is forsaken, and is haunted by witches. But it is not Saturday, and I don't care for them. The villages are so superstitious. They wouldn't enter it any night of the week for a treasure, so we may safely dispose ourselves there, without any fear of being disturbed in our plans." "Very good. And what then?" Here Griso went on to propose, and Don Rodrigo to discuss, till they had, together, concerted a way to bring the enterprise to an end without a trace of its authors remaining. They even contrived means to turn all suspicions by making false indications upon another quarter, to impose silence upon poor Agnes, to inspire Renzo with such fear as would overbalance his grief, efface the thought of having recourse to the law, and even the wish to complain, and arranged all the other minor villainies necessary to the success of this principal one. We will omit the account of these consultations, however, because, as the reader will perceive, they are not necessary to the comprehension of the story, and it will only be tedious, both to him and us, to entertain ourselves for any length of time with the discussions of these two detestable villains. It will suffice to say that, as Griso was on the point of leaving the room to go about the execution of his undertaking at once, Don Rodrigo called him back, and said, "Listen, if by any chance this rash clown should molest you tonight, it would not be amiss if you were to give him something to remember on his shoulders, by way of anticipation. By this means the command to keep quiet, which shall be intimated to him tomorrow, will more surely take effect. But don't go look for him, lest you should spoil what is of more importance. Do you understand me?" "Leave it to me," replied Griso, bowing with an obsequious and ostentatious air as he departed. The morning was spent in reconnoitring the neighborhood. The feigned beggar who had intruded himself so pertinaciously into Agnes's humble cottage was no other than Griso, who had come to get an idea of the plan of the house by sight. The pretended passengers were his vile followers, who, operating under his orders, required a less minute acquaintance with the place. Their observations being made, they withdrew from notice, lest they should excite too much suspicion. When they returned to the palace, Griso made his report, arranged definitely the plan of the enterprise, assigned to each his different part, and gave his instructions. All this could not be transacted without the old servant's observation, who, with his eyes and ears constantly on the alert, discovered that they were plotting some great undertaking, by dint of watching and questioning, getting half a hint here and another half there, commenting in his own mind on ambiguous inferences, and interpreting mysterious departures, he at length came to a pretty clear knowledge of all the designs of the evening. But when he was assured of them, it was very near the time, and already a small detachment of bravos had left the place, and set off to conceal themselves in the ruined building. The poor old man, although he well knew what a dangerous game he was playing, and feared, besides, that he was doing no efficient service, yet failed not to fulfill his engagement. He went out, under the pretence of taking the air, and proceeded in great haste to the convent, to give Father Cristoforo the promised information. Shortly afterwards, a second party of bravos were sent out, one or two at a time, that they may not appear to be in one company. Griso made up the rear, and then nothing remained but a litter, which was to be brought to the place of rendezvous after dark. When they were all assembled there, Griso dispatched 3 of them to the inn in the village. One was to place himself at the door, to watch the movements on the street, and to give notice when all the inhabitants had retired to rest. The other 2 were to remain inside, gaming and drinking, as if enjoying themselves, but were also to be on the lookout. If anything was to be seen, Griso, with the body of the troop, waited in the ambuscade, till the time of action should arrive. The poor old man was still on his way. The 3 scouts had arrived at their post, and the sun was setting, when Renzo entered the cottage, and said to the woman, "Tonio and Gervasi are outside. I am going with them to sup at the inn, and at the sound of the Ave Maria we will come to fetch you. Come, Lucia, courage. All depends upon a moment." Lucia sighed, and replied, "Oh, yes, courage," with a tone that belied her words. When Renzo and his 2 companions reached the inn, they found the bravo already there on the watch, leaning with his back against one of the jambs of the doorway so as to occupy half its width, his arms folded across his breast, and glancing with a prying look to the right and left, showing alternately the blacks and whites of his 2 griffin-like eyes. A flat cap of crimson velvet, put on sideways, covered half a lock of hair, which parted on a dark forehead, terminated in tresses, confined by a comb at the back of the head. He held in one hand a short cudgel. His weapons, properly speaking, were not visible, but one had only to look at his face, and even a child would have guessed that he had as many under his clothes as he could carry. When Renzo, the foremost of the 3, approached him and seemed prepared to enter, the bravo fixed his eyes upon him, without attempting to make way, but the youth, intent on avoiding any questions or disputes, as people generally are who have an intricate undertaking in hand, did not even stop to say, "Make room," but, grazing the other doorpost, pushed, side foremost, through the opening left by this Caryatides. His companions were obliged to practice the same maneuver, if they wished to enter. When they got in, they saw the others whose voices they had heard outside, sitting at a table and playing at mora, both exclaiming at once, and alternately pouring out something to drink from a large flask placed between them. They fixed their eyes steadily on the newcomers, and one of them, especially, holding his right hand extended in the air, with 3 enormous fingers just shot forth, and from his mouth formed to utter the word "six," which burst forth at the moment, eyed Renzo from head to foot, and glanced first at his companion, and then at the one at the door, who replied with a nod of the head. Renzo, suspicious and doubtful, looked at his friends, as if seeing in their countenances an interpretation of all these gestures, but their countenances indicated nothing beyond a good appetite. The landlord approached to receive his orders, and Renzo made him accompany him into an adjoining room, and ordered some supper. "Who are these strangers?" asked he, in a low voice, when his host returned with a coarse tablecloth under his arm and a bottle in his hand. "I don't know them," replied the host, spreading the tablecloth. "What? None of them?" "You know," replied he, again smoothing the cloth on the table with both of his hands, "the first rule of our business is not to pry into other people's affairs, so that even our women are not inquisitive. It would be hard work, with all the multitude of folk that come and go, always like a harbor, when times are good, I mean. But let us cheer up now, for there may come better days. All we care for is whether our customers are honest fellows. Who they are or are not, beyond that, is nothing to us. But come, I will bring you a dish of hash, the like of which you have never tasted." "How do you know—" Renzo was beginning, but the landlord, already on his way to the kitchen, paid no attention to his inquiry. Here, while he was taking up the stewing pan in which was the above-mentioned hash, the bravo, who had eyed our youth so closely, accosted the host, and said, in an undertone, "Who are those good men?" "Worthy people of the village," replied he, pouring the hash into the dish. "Very well, but what are they called? Who are they?" insisted he, in a sharp tone. "One is called Renzo," replied the host, in a low voice, "a worthy youth, reckoned a silk weaver, who understands his business well. The other is a peasant of the name of Tonio, a good jovial comrade. Pity he has so little, he'd spend it all here. The third is a simpleton, who eats willingly whatever is set before him. By your leave." With these words, and a slight bow, he passed between the stove and the interrogator, and carried the dish into the next room. "How do you know," resumed Renzo, when he saw him reappear, "that they are honest men, if you don't know them?" "By their actions, my good fellow. Men are known by their actions. Those who drink wine without criticizing it, who show the face of the king upon the counter without prating, who don't quarrel with other customers, and is they owe a blow to any one, go outside and away from the inn to give it, so that the poor landlord isn't brought into the scrape. These are honest men. However, if one could know everybody to be honest, as we four know one another, it would be better. But why are you so inquisitive on these matters, when you are a bridegroom, and ought to have other things in your head? And with this hash before you, enough to make the dead rise again?" So saying, he returned to the kitchen. Our author, remarking upon the different manner in which the landlord satisfied these various inquiries, says he was one who in words made great professions of friendship for honest men in general, but in the practice paid much more attention to those who had the character and appearance of knaves. He was, as everyone must perceive, a man of singular character. The supper was not very blithesome. The two invited guests would have deliberately enjoyed the unusual gratification, but the inviter, preoccupied by the reader knows what, anxious and uneasy at the strange behavior of these incognitos, was impatient for the time of departure. He spoke in an undertone out of respect to the strangers, in broken and hurried words. "What a fine thing," suddenly exclaimed Gervasi, "that Renzo wants to marry and is obliged." Renzo gave him a savage look. Antonio exclaimed, "Hold your tongue, simpleton," accompanying the epithet with a knock of his elbow. The conversation flagged till the end of the meal. Renzo, observing the strictest sobriety, managed to help his guests with so much discretion as was to inspire them with sufficient boldness, without making them giddy and bewildered. Supper being over, and the bill having been paid by the one who had done the at least execution, they had again to pass under the scrutinizing eyes of the three bravos, who gazed earnestly at Renzo, as they had done on his entrance. When he had proceeded a few paces from the inn, he looked around, and saw that he was followed by the two bravos whom he had left sitting in the kitchen. So he stood still with his companions, as much as to say, "Let us see what these fellows want with me." On perceiving, however, that they were observed, they also stopped short, and speaking to each other in a suppressed voice, turned back again. Had Renzo been near enough to have heard their words, the following would have struck him as very strange. "It will be a fine thing, however, without counting the drinking money," said one of the villains, "if we can relate, on our return to the palace, that we made them lay down their arms in a hurry, by ourselves too, without Signor Griso here to give the orders." "And spoil the principal business?" replied the other. "See, they've discovered something. They are stopping back to look at us. Oh, I wish it was later. Let us turn back, or they'll surely suspect us. Don't you see that people are coming in every direction? Let us wait till they've all gone to bed." There was, in fact, that stirring, that confused buzz, which is usually heard in a village on the approach of evening, and which shortly afterwards gives place to the solemn stillness of night. Women arrived from the fields, carrying their infants on their backs, and holding by the hand of their elder children, whom they were hearing repeat their evening prayers. While the men bore on their shoulders their spades, and different implements of husbandry. On the opening of the cottage doors, a bright gleam of light sparkled from the fires that were kindled to prepare their humble evening meal. In the street might be heard salutations exchanged, together with brief and sad remarks on the scarcity of the harvest and the poverty of the times, while above all resounded the measured and sonorous tolls of the bell, which announced the close of the day. When Renzo saw that his two indiscreet followers had retired, he continued his way, amid the increasing darkness, occasionally, in a low tone, refreshing the memories of one or other of the brothers on some point of their duties that they might be likely to forget. When he arrived at Lucia's cottage, the night had quite closed in. "Between the acting of a dreadful thing," says a foreign writer, who was not wanting in discernment, "and the first motion, all the interim is like a phantasma or a hideous dream." Lucia had suffered for several hours the horrors of such a dream, and Agnes herself, the author of the design, was buried in thought, and could scarcely find words to encourage her daughter. But at the moment of awaking, at the moment when one is called upon to begin the dreaded undertaking, the mind is instantaneously transformed. A new terror and a new courage succeed those which before struggled within. The enterprise presents itself to the mind like a fresh apparition. That which at first sight was most dreaded seems sometimes rendered easy in a moment, and, on the other hand, an obstacle which at first was scarcely noticed becomes formidable. The imagination shrinks back alarmed, the limbs refuse to fulfill their office, and the heart revokes the promises that were made with the greatest confidence. At Renzo's smothered knock, Lucia was seized with such terror that, at the moment, she resolved to suffer anything, to be separated from him forever, rather than execute the resolution she had made. But when she had stood before her, and had said, "Here I am, let us go," when all were ready to accompany him without hesitation, as a fixed and irrevocable thing, Lucia had neither time nor heart to interpose difficulties, and, almost dragged along, she tremblingly took one arm of her mother and one of her betrothed, and set off with the venturesome party. Very softly, in the dark, with the slow steps, they passed the threshold, and took the road that led out of the village. The shortest way would have been to have gone through it, to reach Don Albandio's house at the other end, but they chose the longer course, as being the most retired. After passing along the narrow roads that ran between gardens and fields, they arrived near the house, and there they divided. The two lovers remained hidden behind a corner of the building. Agnes was with them, but stood a little forwarder, that she might be able to run in time to meet Perpetua, and take possession of her. Tonio, with his blockhead of a brother Gervasi, who knew how to do nothing by himself, and without whom nothing could be done, hastened boldly forward and knocked at the door. "Who is there at such an hour?" cried a voice from the window, that was thrown open at the moment. It was the voice of Perpetua. "There's nobody ill that I know of, but perhaps some accident has happened?" "It is I," replied Tonio, "with my brother. We want to speak to the Signor Curate." "Is this an hour for Christians?" replied Perpetua sharply. "You've no consideration. Come again tomorrow." "Listen, I'll come again, or not, just as you like. I've scraped together nobody knows how much money, and come to settle that little debt you know of. Here, I had 25 fine new berlinghi, but if one cannot pay, never mind. I know well enough how to spend these, and I'll come again when I've got together some more. Wait, I'll go, and be back in a moment." "But why come at such an hour?" "If you can change the hour, I have no objection. As for me, here I am, and if you don't want me, I'll go." No, wait a moment. I'll be back with the answer directly." So saying, she shut the window again. At this instant Agnès left the lovers, and saying in a low voice to Lucia, "Courage, it is but a moment. It's only like the drawing of a tooth," joined the two brothers at the door, and began gossiping with Tonio, so that when Perpetua should return and see her, she might think she was just passing by, and that Tonio had detained her for a moment. End of chapter 7, part 2. Chapter 8, part 1 of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Turner. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 8, part 1. "Carneades!" Who was he? Thought Don Abbondio to himself, as he sat in his armchair in a room upstairs, with a small volume laying open before him, just as Perpetua entered to bring him the message. "Carneades! I seem to have heard or read his name. It must be some man of learning, some scholar of antiquity. It is just like one of their names. But whoever was he? So far was the poor man from foreseeing the storm that was gathering over his head. The reader must know that Don Abbondio was very fond of reading a little every day, and a neighboring curate, who possessed something of a library, lent him one book after another, always taking the first that came to hand. The work with which Don Abbondio was now engaged, being already convalescent, after his fever and fears, and more advanced in his recovery from the fever than he wished should be believed, was a panegyric in honor of San Carlo, which had been delivered with much earnestness, and listened to with great admiration in the Cathedral of Milan 2 years before. The saint had been compared, on account of his love of study, to Archimedes, and so far Don Abbondio had met with no stumbling block, because Archimedes has executed such great works, and has rendered his name so famous, that it required no very vast fund of erudition to know something about him. But after Archimedes, the orator also compares his saint to Carneades, and here the reader met with a check. At this point, Perpetua announced the visit of Tonio. "At this hour!" exclaimed Don Abbondio, also, naturally enough. "What would you have, sir? They have no consideration indeed, but if you don't take him when you can get him—" "If I don't take him now, who knows when I can? Let him come in. Hey, Perpetua, are you quite sure it is Tonio?" "Diavolo!" replied Perpetua, and going downstairs, she opened the door and said, "Where are you?" Tonio advanced, and at the same moment Agnès showed herself, and saluted Perpetua by name. "Good evening, Agnès," said Perpetua. "Where are you coming from at this hour?" "I am coming from," mentioning a neighboring village, "and if you knew," continued she, "I've been kept late just for your sake." "What for?" asked Perpetua, and turning to the two brothers. "Go in," said she, "and I'll follow." "Because," replied Agnès, "a gossiping woman, who knows nothing about the matter, would you believe it, persists in saying that you were not married to Beppo Soloveitchia nor to Anselmo Lugrina, because they wouldn't have you. I maintain that you refuse both one and the other." "To be sure. Oh, what a false-tongued woman! Who is she?" "Don't ask me. I don't want to make a mischief." "You tell me. You must tell me. I say she's a false body. Well, well, but you cannot think how vexed I was that I didn't know the whole story, that I might have put her down. It is an abominable falsehood, said Perpetua, and most infamous falsehood. As to Beppo, everybody knows, and might have seen. Hey, Tonio, just close the door and go upstairs till I come. Tonio assented from within, and Perpetua continued her eager relation. In front of Donna Bandio's door, a narrow street ran between two cottages, but only continued straight the length of the buildings, and then turned into the fields. Agnes went forward along this street, as if she would go a little aside to speak more freely, and Perpetua followed. When they had turned the corner, and reached a spot whence they could no longer see what happened before Donna Bandio's house, Agnes coughed loudly. This was a signal. Renzo heard it, and reanimating Lucia by pressing her arm, they turned the corner, together on tiptoe, crept very close along the wall, reached the door, and gently pushed it open. Quiet, and stooping low, they were quickly in the passage, and here the two brothers were waiting for them. Renzo very gently let down the latch of the door, and they all four ascended the stairs, making scarcely noise enough for two. On reaching the landing, the two brothers advanced towards the door of the room at the side of the staircase, and the lovers stood close against the wall. "Dio gratias," said Tonio, in an explanatory tone. Tonio, is it you? Come in," replied a voice within. Tonio opened the door, scarcely wide enough to admit himself and his brother one at a time. The ray of light that suddenly shone through the opening and crossed the dark floor of the landing made Lucia tremble, as if she were discovered. When the brothers had entered, Tonio closed the door inside. The lovers stood motionless in the dark, their ears intently on the alert, and holding their breath. The loudest noise was the beating of poor Lucia's heart. Donna Bandio was seated, as we have said, in an old armchair, enveloped in an antiquated dressing gown, and his head buried in a shabby cap, the shape of a tiara, which, by the faint light of a small lamp, formed a sort of cornice all around his face. Two thick locks, which escaped from beneath his headdress, two thick eyebrows, two thick mustachios, and a thick tuft on the chin, all of them gray, and scattered over his dark and wrinkled visage, might be compared to bushes covered with snow, projecting from the face of a cliff, as seen by moonlight. "Aha!" was his salutation, as he took off his spectacles and laid them on his book. "The Signor Curate will say I am come very late," said Tonio, with a low bow, which Gervasi awkwardly imitated. "Certainly it is late every way. Don't you know I am ill? I am very sorry for it. You must have heard I was ill, and didn't know when I should be able to see anybody. But why have you brought this boy with you?" "For company, Signor Curate." "Very well, let us see. Here are 25 new berlinghi, with the figure of St. Ambrose on horseback," said Tonio, drawing a little parcel out of his pocket. "Let us see," said Donna Bandio, and he took the parcel, put on his spectacles again, opened it, took out the berlinghi, turned them over and over, counted them, and found them irreprehensible. "Now, Signor Curate, you will give me Tecla's necklace?" "You are right," replied Donna Bandio, going to the cupboard. He took out a key, looking around as if to see that all prying spectators were at a proper distance, opened one of the doors, and filling up the aperture with his person, introduced his head to see, and his arm to reach, the pledge. Then drawing it out, he shut the cupboard, unwrapped the paper, and saying, "Is that right?" folded it up again, and handed it to Tonio. "Now," said Tonio, "will you please put it in black and white?" "Not satisfied yet," said Donna Bandio. "I declare they know everything. How suspicious the world has become. Don't you trust me?" "What, Signor Curate, don't I trust you? You do me wrong. But as my name is in your black books, on the debtor's side, then, since you have had the trouble of writing once, so from life to death—" "Well, well," interrupted Donna Bandio, muttering between his teeth, He drew out one of the table drawers, took thence pen, ink, and paper, and began to write, repeating the words aloud as they proceeded from his pen. In the meantime, Tonio and at his side Gervasi placed themselves standing before the table in such a manner as to conceal the door from view of the writer, and began to shuffle their feet about the floor, as if in mere idleness, but in reality as a signal to those without to enter, and at the same time to drown out the noise of their footsteps. Don Abbondio, intent on his writing, noticed nothing else. At the noise of their feet, Renzo took Lucia's arm, pressing it in an encouraging manner, and went forward, almost dragging her along, for she trembled to such a degree that without his help she must have sunk to the ground. Entering very slothfully, on tiptoe, holding their breath, they placed themselves behind the two brothers. In the meantime, Don Abbondio, having finished writing, read over the paper attentively, without raising his eyes. He then folded it up, saying, "Are you content now?" and taking off his spectacles with one hand, handed the paper to Tonio with the other, and looked up. Tonio, extending his right hand to receive it, retired on one side, and Gervasi at a sign from him on the other. And behold, as at the shifting of a scene, Renzo and Lucia stood between them. Don Abbondio saw indistinctly, saw clearly, was terrified, astonished, enraged, buried in thought, came to a resolution, and all this while Renzo uttered the words, "Signor Curate, in the presence of these witnesses, this is my wife." Before, however, Lucia's lips could form the reply, Don Abbondio dropped the receipt, seized the lamp with his left hand, raised it in the air, caught hold of the cloth with his right, and dragged it furiously off the table, bringing it to the ground in its fall, book, paper, inkstand, and sandbox, and springing between the chair and the table, advanced towards Lucia. The poor girl, with her sweet, gentle voice trembling violently, had scarcely uttered the words, "And this," when Don Abbondio threw the cloth rudely over her head and face, to prevent her pronouncing the entire formula. Then, letting the light fall from his other hand, he employed both to wrap the cloth around her face, till she was well nigh smothered, shouting in the meanwhile, at the stretch of his voice, like a wounded bull, "Perpetua! Perpetua! Treachery! Help!" The light, just glimmering on the ground, threw a dim and flickering ray upon Lucia, who, in utter consternation, made no attempt to disengage herself, and might be compared to a statue sculpted in chalk, over which the artificer has thrown a wet cloth. When the light died away, Don Abbondio quitted the poor girl, and went groping about to find the door that opened into an inner room, and having reached it, he entered and shut himself in, unceasingly exclaiming, "Perpetua! Treachery! Help! Out of the house! Out of the house!" In the other room all was confusion. Renzo, seeking to lay hold of the curate, and feeling with his hands as if playing at blind man's buff, had reached the door, and kicking against it was crying, "Open! Open! Don't make such a noise!" Lucia, calling to Renzo in a feeble voice, said beseechingly, "Let us go! Let us go, for God's sake!" Tonio was crawling on his knees, and feeling with his hands on the ground to recover his lost receipt. The terrified Gervasi was crying and jumping about, and seeking for the door of the stairs, so as to make his escape in safety. In the midst of this uproar, we cannot but stop a moment to make a reflection. Renzo, who was causing disturbance at night in another person's house, who had effected an entrance by stealth, and who had blockaded the master himself in one of his own rooms, has all the appearance of an oppressor. Well, in fact, he was the oppressed. Don Abbondio, taken by surprise, terrified, and put to flight, while peaceably engaged in his own affairs, appears the victim, when in reality it was he who did the wrong. Thus frequently goes the world. Or rather, we should say, thus it went in the 17th century. The besieged, finding that the enemy gave no signs of abandoning the enterprise, opened a window that looked out into the churchyard, and shouted, "Help! Help!" There was a most lovely moon. The shadow of the church, and a little beyond, the long, sharp shadow of the bell tower lay dark, still, and well defined, on the bright grassy level of the sacred enclosure. All objects were visible, almost as by day, but look which way you would, there appeared no sign of a living person. Adjoining the lateral wall of the church, on the side next the parsonage, was a small dwelling where the sexton slept. Aroused by this unusual cry, he sprang up in his bed, jumped out in great haste, threw open the sash of his little window, put his head out with his eyelids glued together all the while, and cried out, "What's the matter?" "Run, Ambrosio! Help! People in the house!" answered Don Abbondio. "Coming directly," replied he. And he drew his head in and shut the window, and although half asleep, and more than half terrified, an expedient quickly occurred to him that would bring more aid than had been asked, without dragging him into the affray, whatever it might be. Seizing his breeches that lay upon the bed, he tucked them under his arm like a gala hat, and bounding downstairs by a little wooden ladder, ran to the belfry, caught hold of the rope that was attached to the larger of the two bells, and pulled vigorously. Tan, 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 tan. The peasant sprang up in his bed. The boy, stretched in the hayloft, listened eagerly, and leapt upon his feet. "What's the matter? What's the matter? The bell's ringing. Fire? Thieves? Bandati?" Many of the women begged their husbands not to stir, to let others run. Some got up and went to the window. Those who were cowards, as if yielding to entreaty, quietly slipped under the bedclothes again, while the more inquisitive and courageous sprang up and armed themselves with pitchforks and pistols to run to the uproar. Others waited to see the end. But before these were all ready, and even before they were all well awake, the noise reached the ears and arrested the attention of some others not very far distant, who were both dressed and on their feet, the bravos in one place, Agnes and Perpetua in another. We will first briefly relate the moments of the bravos since we left them, some in the old building and some at the inn. The three at the inn, as soon as they saw all the doors shut and the street deserted, went out, pretending to be going some distance, but they only quietly took a short turn in the village to be assured that all had retired to rest. And in fact, they met not one living creature, nor heard the least voice. They also passed, still more softly, before Lucia's little cottage, which was the quietest of all, since there was no one within. Then they went direct to the old house, and reported their observations to Signor Griso. Hastily putting on a slouched hat, with a pilgrim's dress of sackcloth, scattered over with cockle shells, and taking in his hand a pilgrim's staff, he said, "Now let us act like good bravos, quiet and attentive to orders." So saying, he moved forward, followed by the rest, and in a few moments reached the cottage by the opposite way to the one our little party had taken when setting out on their expedition. Griso ordered his followers to remain a few paces behind, while he went forward alone to explore, and finding all outside deserted and still, he beckoned to two of them to advance, ordered them quickly to scale the wall that surrounded the courtyard, and when they had descended, to conceal themselves in a corner behind a thick fig tree that he had noticed in the morning. This done, he knocked gently at the door, with the intention of saying that he was a pilgrim who had lost his way, and begged for a lodging the night. No one replied. He knocked a little more loudly. Not a whisper. Therefore he called a third bravo, and made him descend into the yard as the other two had done, with orders to unfasten the bolt inside very carefully, so that he might have free ingress and egress. All was executed with the greatest caution and the most prosperous success. He then went to call the rest, and bidding them enter with them, he sent them to hide in the corner with the others, closed the door again very softly, placed 2 sentinels inside, and went up to the door of the house. Here also he knocked, waited, and long enough he might wait. He then, as gently as possible, opened the door, and nobody within said, "Who's there?" No one was to be heard. Nothing could be better. Forward then. "Come on," he cried to those behind the fig tree, and he entered with them into that very room where in the morning he had so basely obtained a piece of bread. Drawing from his pocket a piece of steel, a flint, some tinder, and a few matches, he lit a small lantern he had provided, and stepped into the next room to assure himself that all was quiet. Not one was there. He returned, went to the foot of the stairs, looked up, listened. All was solitude and silence. Leaving 2 more sentinels in a lower room, he bid Grignapoco follow him, a bravo from the district of Bergamo, whose office it was to threaten, appease, and command, to be, in short, the spokesman, so that his dialect might give Agnes the idea that the expedition came from his neighborhood. With his companion at his side and the rest behind him, Griso very slowly ascended the stairs, cursing in his heart every step that unluckily creaked, every tread of these villains that made the least noise. At last he reaches the top. Here is the danger. He gently pushes the door that leads into the first room. It yields to his touch. He opens it a little and looks in. All is dark. He listens attentively. Perchance he may hear a snoring, a breath, a stirring within. Nothing. Forward then. He puts the lantern before his face, so as to see without being seen. He opens the door wide, perceives a bed, looks upon it. The bed is made and smooth, with clothes turned down and arranged upon the pillow. He shrugs his shoulders, turns to his companions, beckons them that he is going to look in the other room, and that they must keep quiet where they were. He goes forward, uses the same precautions, meets with the same success. "Whatever can this mean?" he exclaimed boldly. "Some traitorous dog must have been acting as a spy." They began to look about them with less caution, and pry into every corner, turning the house upside down. While the party upstairs were thus engaged, the 2 men who were on guard at the street door heard hasty and repeated footsteps approaching along the road that led into the village, and imagining that whoever it was he would pass by, they kept quiet, their ears, however, attentively on the watch. But behold! The footsteps stopped exactly at the door. It was Menicio, arriving in great haste, sent by Father Cristoforo to bid the 2 women, for heaven's sake, to make their escape as quickly as possible from their cottage, and take refuge in the convent, because the reader knows. He took hold of the handle of the latch, and felt it shake in his hand, unfastened and broken open. "What is this?" thought he, and he pushed open the door in some alarm, and putting one foot inside with considerable suspicion, he felt himself seized in a moment by both arms, and he heard 2 smothered voices on his right and left saying to him in a threatening voice, "Hush! Hold your tongue, or you die." On the contrary, however, he uttered a shrill cry, upon which one of them struck him a great blow on the mouth, and the other took hold of a large knife to terrify him. The poor child trembled like a leaf, and did not attempt a second cry, but all at once, in his stead, and with a far different tone, burst forth the first sound of a bell before described, and immediately after many thundering peals in quick succession. "If the cap fits, put it on," says a Milanese proverb. Each of the villains seemed to hear in these peals his name, surname, and nickname. They let go of Menicio's arms, hastily dropped their own, gazed at each other's faces in mute astonishment, and then ran into the house where was the bulk of their companions. Menicio took to his legs, and fled by way of the fields towards the belfry, where he felt sure there would be some people assembled. On the other ruffians, who were rummaging the house from top to bottom, the terrible bell made the same impression. Confused and alarmed, they ran against one another, in attempting, each one for himself, to find the shortest way of reaching the street door. Though men of approved courage, and accustomed never to turn their backs on known peril, they could not stand against an indefinite danger which had not been viewed at a little distance before coming upon them. It required all the authority of Griso to keep them together, so that it might be a retreat and not a flight. Just as a dog urging a drove of pigs runs here and there after those that break the ranks, seizes one by the ears and drags him into the herd, propels another with his nose, barks at a third that leaves the line at the same moment, so the pilgrim laid hold of one of his troop just passing the threshold, and drew back detained with his staff some of those who were flying they knew not whither, and finally succeeded in assembling them all in the middle of the courtyard. "Halt! Halt! Pistols in hand, daggers in their readiness, all together, and then we'll be gone. We must march in order. What care we for the bells ringing, if we are all together, you cowards? But if we let them catch us one by one, even the villagers will give us it. For shame! Fall behind, and keep together." After this brief harangue, he placed himself in the front and led the way out. The cottage, as we have said, was at the extremity of the village. Griso took the road that led out of it, and the rest followed him in good order. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Recording by Peter Turner, Footville, Wisconsin.
Section 16, Chapter 8, Part 2 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, Chapter 8, Part 2. We will let them go, and return a step or two to find Agnesi and Perpetua, whom we had just conducted round the corner of a certain road. Agnesi had endeavoured to allure her companion as far away from Don Abbondio's house as possible, and up to a certain point had succeeded very well. But all on a sudden the servant remembered that she had left the door open, and she wanted to go back. There was nothing to be said. Agnesi, to avoid exciting any suspicion in her mind, was obliged to turn and walk with her, trying, however, to detain her whenever she saw her very eager in relating the issue of such and such courtships. She pretended to be paying very great attention, and every now and then, by way of showing that she was listening, or to animate the flagging conversation, would say, "Certainly. Now I understand. That was capital. That is plain. And then? And he? And you?" While all the time she was keeping up a very different discourse in her own mind. "I wonder if they are out by this time, or will they be still in the house? What geese we all were not to arrange any signal to let me know when it was over. It was really very stupid. But it can't be helped, and the best thing I can do now is to keep her loitering here as long as I can. Let the worst come to the worst. It will only be a little time lost." Thus, with sundry pauses and various deviations from the straight path, they were brought back again to within a very short distance from Don Abbondio's house, which, however, could not be seen on account of the corner intercepting the view, and Perpetua, finding herself at an important part of her narration, had suffered herself to be detained without resistance, and even without being aware of it, when they suddenly heard, echoing through the vacant extent of the atmosphere and the dead silence of night, the loud and disordered cry of Abbondio, "Help! Help!" "Mercy, what has happened?" cried Perpetua, beginning to run. "What is it? What is it?" said Agnesi, holding her back by the gown. "Mercy, didn't you hear?" replied she, struggling. "What is it? What is it?" repeated Agnesi, seizing her by the arm. "Wretch of a woman!" exclaimed Perpetua, pushing her away to free herself and to run. At this moment, more distant, more shrill, more instantaneous, was heard the scream of Manico. "Mercy!" cried Agnesi also, and they ran off together. They had scarcely, however, gone a step, when the bell sounded one stroke, then two, three, and a succession of peals, such as would have stimulated them to run had there been no other inducement. Perpetua arrived first by 2 steps, while she raised her hand to the door to open it, behold, it was opened from within, and on the threshold stood Tonio, Gervase, Renzo, and Lucia, who, having found the stairs, had come down more rapidly than they went up, and at the sound of that terrible bell were making their escape in haste to reach a place of safety. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" demanded the panting Perpetua of the brothers. But they only replied with a violent push, and passed on. "And you? And what are you doing here?" said she to the other couple on recognizing them. But they too made their escape without answering her. Without, therefore, asking any more questions, and directing her steps where she was most wanted, she rushed impetuously into the passage, and went groping about as quickly as she could to find the stairs. The betrothed, still only betrothed, now fell in with Agnesi, who arrived weary and out of breath. "Ah, here you are," said she, scarcely able to speak. "How has it gone? What is the bell ringing for? I thought I heard—" "Home, home," cried Renzo, "before anybody comes." And they moved forward. But at this moment Menico arrived, running as fast as his legs could carry him, and recognizing them, he threw himself in their way, and still all in a tremble, and scarcely able to draw his breath, exclaimed, "Where are you going? Back, back, this way, to the convent." "Are you—" began Agnesi. "What is it?" asked Renzo. Lucia stood by, trembling and silent, in utter dismay. "There are devils in your house," replied Menico, panting. "I saw them myself. They wanted to murder me. Father Cristoforo said so, and even you, Renzo, he said were to come quickly. And besides, I saw them myself. It's providential you are all here. I will tell you the rest when we get out of the village." Renzo, who had more of his senses about him than the rest, remembered that they had better make their escape one way or another before the crowds assembled, and that the best plan would be to do as Menico advised, nay, commanded with the authority of one in terror. When once on their way, and out of the tumult and danger, he could ask a clearer explanation from the boy. "Lead the way," said he to Menico, and addressing the women, said, "Let us go with him." They therefore quickly turned their steps towards the church, crossed the churchyard, where by the favour of heaven there was not yet a living creature, entered a little street that ran between the church and Don Abbondio's house, turned into the first alley they came to, and then took the way of the fields. They had not gone, perhaps 50 yards, when the crowd began to collect in the churchyard, and rapidly increased every moment. They looked inquiringly in each other's faces. Every one had a question to ask, but no one could return an answer. Those who arrived first ran to the church door. It was locked. They then ran to the belfry outside, and one of them, putting his hand to a very small window, a sort of loophole, cried, "Whatever is the matter?" As soon as Ambrogio recognized a known voice, he let go of the bell rope, and being assured by the buzz that many people had assembled, replied, "I'll open the door." Hastily slipping on the apparel he had carried under his arm, he went inside the church, and opened the door. "What is all this hubbub? What is it? Where is it? Who is it?" "Why, who is it?" said Ambrogio, laying one hand on the doorpost, and with the other holding up the habiliment he had put on in such haste. "What? Don't you know? People in the signor curate's house? Up, boys, help!" Hearing this, they all turned to the house, looked up, approached it in a body, looked up again, listened. All was quiet. Some ran to the street door. It was shut and bolted. They glanced upwards. Not a window was open, not a whisper was to be heard. "Who is within?" "Ho! Hey! Signor Curate! Signor Curate!" Don Abbondio, who, scarcely aware of the flight of the invaders, had retired from the window and closed it, and who at this moment was reproaching Perpetua in a low voice for having left him alone in this confusion, was obliged, when he heard himself called upon by the voice of the assembled people, to show himself again at the window. And when he saw the crowds that had come to his aid, he sorely repented having called them. "What has happened? What have they done to you? Who are they? Where are they?" burst forth from 50 voices at once. "There's nobody here now. Thank you. Go home again." "But who has been here? Where are they gone? What has happened?" "Bad people. People who go about by night. But they're gone. Go home again. There is no longer anything. Another time, my children. I thank you for your kindness to me." So saying, he drew back and shut the window. Some of the crowd began to grumble, some to joke, others to curse. Some shrugged their shoulders and took their departure, when one arrived, endeavouring but scarcely able to speak from want of breath. It was the person who lived in the house opposite Agnesi's cottage, who, having gone to the window at the noise, had seen in the courtyard the assembly of bravos, when Grigio was striving to reunite his scattered troops. On recovering his breath, he cried, "What are you doing here, my good fellows? The devil isn't here. He's down at the end of the village, at Agnesi Mondella's house. Armed men are within, who seem to be murdering a pilgrim. Who knows what the devil is doing?" "What? What?" And a tumultuous consultation began. "We must go. We must see. How many are there? How many are we? Who are we? The constable! The constable!" "I'm here," replied the constable from the middle of the crowd. "I'm here, but you must help me. You must obey. Quick, where is the sexton? To the bell. To the bell. Quick, somebody run to Lecco for help. All of you come here." Some ran, some slipped between their fellows and made their escape, and the tumult was at its greatest height, when another runner arrived who had seen Grigio and his party going off in such haste, and cried in turn, "Run, my good fellows, thieves or banditti, who are carrying off a pilgrim. They are already out of the village. On, after them." At this information they moved off in a body in great confusion towards the fields, without waiting their general's orders, and as the crowd proceeded, many of the vanguards slackened their pace, to let the others advance, and retired into the body of the battalion, those in the rear pushing eagerly forward, until at last the disorderly multitude reached their place of destination. Traces of the recent invasion were manifest. The door opened, the locks torn off, but the invaders had disappeared. The crowd entered the courtyard, and went to the room door. This too was burst open. They called, "Agnesi, Lucia, the pilgrim. Where is the pilgrim?" Stefano must have been dreaming about the pilgrim. No. Carlandrea saw him also. "Ho! Hey! Pilgrim! Agnesi! Lucia!" No one replied. "They've run away with them! They've run away with them!" There were then some who raised their voices and proposed to follow the robbers, said it was a heinous crime, and that it would be a disgrace to the village if every villain could come and carry off women with impunity, as a kite carries off chickens from a deserted barn floor. There rose a fresh and more tumultuous consultation, but somebody, and it was never certainly known who, called out in the crowd that Agnese and Lucia were in safety in a house. The rumour spread rapidly, it gained belief, and no one spoke again of giving chase to the fugitives. The multitude dispersed, and everyone went into his own house. There was a general whispering, a noise all over the village, a knocking and opening of doors, and appearing and disappearing of lights, a questioning of women from the windows, an answering call from the streets. When all outside was deserted and quiet, the conversation continued in the houses, and ended at last in slumber, only to be renewed on the morrow. However, no other events took place, excepting that on the morning of that morrow the constable was standing in his field, with his chin resting on his hands on the handle of the spade, which was half stuck into the ground, and one foot on the iron rest affixed to the handle, speculating in his mind, as he thus stood, on the mysteries of the past night, on what would reasonably be expected of him, and on what course it would be best for him to pursue. He saw two men approaching him with very fierce looks, wearing long hair like the first race of French kings, and otherwise bearing a strong resemblance to the two who, 5 days before, had confronted Don Abbondio, if indeed they were not the same men. These, with still less ceremony than had been used towards the curate, intimated to the constable that he must take right good care not to make a deposition to the podesta of what had happened, not to tell the truth in case he was questioned, not to gossip, and not to encourage gossiping among the villagers, as he valued his life. Our fugitives walked a little way at a quick pace in silence, one or other occasionally looking back to see if they were followed, all of them occasionally looking back to see if they were followed, all of them wearied by the fatigue of the flight, by the anxiety and suspense they had endured, by grief at their ill success, and by confused apprehensions of new and unknown danger. Their terror, too, was increased by the sound of the bell, which still continued to follow them, and seemed to become heavier and more hoarse the further they left it behind them, acquiring every moment something more mournful and ominous in its tone. At last the ringing ceased. Reaching then a deserted field, and not hearing a whisper around, they slackened their pace, and Agnese, taking breath, was the first to break the silence, by asking Renzo how matters had gone, and Menico what was the demon in their house. Renzo briefly related his melancholy story, and then, all of them turning to the child, he informed them more expressly of the father's advice, and narrated what he had himself witnessed and the hazards he had run, which too surely confirmed the advice. His auditors, however, understood more of this than did the speaker. They were seized with new horror at the discovery, and for a moment paused in their walk, exchanging mutual looks of fear. Then, with a unanimous movement, they laid their hands, some on the head, others on the shoulders of the boy, as if to caress him, and tacitly to thank him for having been to them a guardian angel, at the same time signifying the compassion they felt for him, and almost apologizing for the terror he had endured and the danger he had undergone on their account. "Now go home, that your family may not be anxious about you any longer," said Agnesi. And remembering the 2 promised parpagliole, she took out 4, and gave them to him, adding, "That will do. Pray the Lord that we may never meet again soon, and then—" Renzo gave him a new berlinga, and begged him to say nothing of the message he had brought from the father. Lucia again caressed him, bade him farewell with a sorrowful voice, and the boy, almost overcome, wished them good-bye, and turned back. The melancholy trio continued their walk, the women taking the lead and Renzo behind to act as guard. Lucia clung closely to her mother's arm, kindly and dexterously avoiding the proffered assistance of the youth at the difficult passes of this unfrequented path, feeling ashamed of herself, even in such troubles, for having already been so long and so familiarly alone with him, while expecting in a few moments to be his wife. Now that this vision had been so sorrowfully dispelled, she repented having proceeded thus far, and amidst so many causes of fear, she feared even for her modesty, not such modesty as arises from the sad knowledge of evil, but for that which is ignorant of its own existence, like the dread of a child who trembles in the dark, he knows not why. "And the house?" suddenly exclaimed Agnesi. But however important the object might be which extorted this exclamation, no one replied, because no one could do so satisfactorily. They therefore continued their walk in silence, and in a little while reached the square before the church of the convent. Renzo advanced to the door of the church, and gently pushed it open. The moon that entered through the aperture fell upon the pale face and silvery beard of Father Cristoforo, who was standing here expecting them, and having seen that no one was missing. "God be praised," said he, beckoning them to enter. By his side stood another Capuchin, the lay sexton, whom he had persuaded by prayers and arguments to keep vigil with him, and to keep the door ajar, and to remain there on guard to receive these poor threatened creatures, and it required nothing short of the authority of the father, and of his fame as a saint, to persuade the layman to do so inconvenient, perilous, and irregular a condescension. When they were inside, Father Cristoforo very softly shut the door. Then the sexton could no longer contain himself, and taking the father aside, whispered in his ear, "But father, at night, in church, with women, shut? The rule, but father—" And he shook his head, while thus hesitatingly pronouncing these words. "Just see," thought Father Cristoforo, "if it were a pursued robber, Father Fazio would make no difficulty in the world, and a poor innocent escaping from the jaws of a wolf, omnia munda mundis," added he, turning suddenly to Friar Fazio, and forgetting that he did not understand Latin. But this forgetfulness was exactly what produced the right effect. If the father had begun to dispute and reason, Father Fazio would not have failed to urge opposing arguments, and no one knows how and when the discussion would have come to an end. But at the sound of those weighty words of a mysterious signification, and so resolutely uttered, it seemed to him that in them must be contained the solution of all his doubts. he acquiesced, saying, "Very well, you know more about it than I do." "Trust me, then," replied Father Cristoforo, and by the dim light of the lamp burning before the altar, he approached the refugees, who stood waiting in suspense, and said to them, "My children, thank God, who has delivered you from so great a danger. Perhaps at this moment—" And here he began to explain more fully what he had hinted by the little messenger, little suspecting that they knew more than he, and supposing that Menico had found them quiet in their own house before the arrival of the ruffians. Nobody undeceived him, not even Lucia, whose conscience, however, was all the while secretly reproaching her for practising such dissimulation with so good a man. But it was a night of embarrassment and dissimulation. "After this," continued he, "you must feel, my children, that the village is no longer safe for you. It is yours. You were born here, and you have done no wrong to anyone. But God wills it so. It is a trial, my children. Bear it with patience and faith, without indulging in rancour, and rest assured there will come a day when you will think yourselves happy that this has occurred. I have thought of a refuge for you for the present. Soon I hope you may be able to return in safety to your own house. At any rate, God will provide what is best for you, and I assure you I will be careful not to prove unworthy of the favour he has bestowed upon me, in choosing me as his minister in the service of you, his poor, yet loved afflicted ones. You," continued he, turning to the two women, "can stay at. Here you will be far enough from every danger, and at the same time not far from your own home. There seek out our convent, ask for the guardian, and give him this letter. He will be to you another Father Cristoforo. And you, my Renzo, must put yourself in safety from the anger of others and your own. Carry this letter to Father Bonaventura da Lodi, in our convent of the Porta Orientale at Milan. He will be a father to you, give you directions, and find you work, till you can return and live more peaceably. Go to the shore of the lake, near the mouth of the Bione, a river not far from this monastery. Here you will see a boat waiting. Say, 'Boat.' It will be asked you, 'For whom?' And you must reply, 'San Francesco.' The boat will receive you and carry you to the other side, where you will find a cart that will take you straight to—" If anyone asks how Father Cristoforo had so quickly at his disposal these means of transport by land and water, it will show you that he does not know the influence and power of a Capuchin held in reputation as a saint. It still remained to decide about the care of the houses. The father received the keys, pledging himself to deliver them to whomsoever Renzo and Agnesi should name. The latter, in delivering up hers, heaved a deep sigh, remembering that at that moment the house was open, that the devil had been there, and who knew what remained to be taken care of. "Before you go," said the father, "let us all pray together that the Lord may be with you in this your journey, and for ever, and above all that he may give you strength and a spirit of love, to enable you to desire whatever he has willed." So saying, he knelt down in the middle of the church, and they all followed his example. After praying a few moments in silence, with low but distinct voice, he pronounced these words: "We beseech thee also for the unhappy person who has brought us to this state. We should be unworthy of thy mercy if we did not, from our hearts implore it for him. He needs it, O Lord. We in our sorrow have this consolation, that we are in the path where thou hast placed us. We can offer thee our griefs, and they may become our gain. But he is thine enemy. Alas, wretched man, he is striving with thee. Have mercy on him, O Lord. Touch his heart, reconcile him to thyself, and give him all those good things we could desire for ourselves. Rising then in haste, he said, Come, my children, you have no time to lose. God defend you, his angel go with you. Farewell. And while they set off with that emotion which cannot find words, and manifests itself without them, the father added in an agitated tone, My heart tells me we shall meet again soon. Certainly the heart, to those who listen to it, has always something to say on what will happen. But what did his heart know? Very little, truly, of what had already happened. Without waiting a reply, Father Cristoforo retired with hasty steps. The travellers took their departure, and Father Fazio shut the door after them, bidding them farewell, with even his voice a little faltering. The trio slowly made their way to the shore they had been directed to, where they espied the boat, and exchanging the password, stepped in. The waterman, planting one oar on the land, pushed off, then took up the other oar, and rowing with both hands, pulled out and made towards the opposite beach. Not a breath of wind was stirring. The lake lay bright and smooth, and would have appeared motionless but for the tremulous and gentle undulation of the moonbeams, which gleamed upon it from the zenith. No sounds were heard but the muffled and slowly measured breaking of the surge upon the pebbly shore, the more distant gurgling of the troubled waters dashing among the piles of the bridge, and the even plash of the light sculls, as, arising with a sharp sound of the dripping blade, and quickly plunged again beneath, they cut the azure surface of the lake. The waves, divided by the prow, and reuniting behind the little bark, tracked out a curling line, which extended itself to the shore. The silent travellers, with their faces turned backwards, gazed upon the mountains and the country, illumined by the pale light of the moon, and diversified here and there with vast shadows. They could distinguish the villages, the houses, and the little cabins. The palace of Don Rodrigo, with its square tower, rising above the group of huts at the base of the promontory, looked like a savage standing in the dark, and meditating some evil deed, while keeping guard over a company of reclining sleepers. Lucia saw it and shuddered. Then, drawing her eye along the declivity till she reached her native village, she fixed her gaze on its extremity, sought for her own cottage, traced out the thick head of the fig tree which towered above the wall of the courtyard, discovered the window of her own room, and being seated in the bottom of the boat, she leaned her elbow on the edge, laid her forehead upon her arm, as if she were sleeping, and wept in secret. Farewell, ye mountains, rising from the waters, and pointing to the heavens. Ye varied summits, familiar to him who has been brought up among you, and impressed upon his mind as clearly as the countenance of his dearest friends. Ye torrents, whose murmur he recognizes like the sound of the voices of home. Ye villages, scattered and glistening on the declivity, like flocks of grazing sheep. Farewell! How mournful is the step of him who, brought up amidst your scenes, is compelled to leave you. Even in the imagination of one who willingly departs, attracted by the hope of making a fortune elsewhere, the dreams of wealth at this moment lose their charms. He wonders he could form such a resolution, and could even now turn back, but for the hope of one day returning with a rich abundance. As he advances into the plain, his eye becomes wearied with its uniform extent. The atmosphere feels heavy and lifeless. He sadly and listlessly enters the busy cities, where houses crowded upon houses and streets intersecting streets seem to take away his breath, and before edifices admired by the stranger, he recalls with reckless longing the fields of his own country, and the cottage he had long ago set his heart upon, and which he resolves to purchase when he returns enriched to his own mountains. But what must he feel who has never sent a passing wish beyond these mountains, who has arranged among them all his designs for the future, and is driven far away by an adverse power, who, suddenly snatched away from his dearest habits and thwarted in his dearest hopes, leaves these mountains to go in search of strangers whom he never desired to know, and is unable to look forward to a fixed time of return. Farewell, native cottage, where, indulging in unconscious thought, one learnt to distinguish from the noise of common footsteps the approach of a tread expected with mysterious timidity. Farewell, thou cottage, still a stranger, but so often hastily glanced at, not without a blush in passing, in which the mind took delight to figure to itself the tranquil and lasting home of a wife. Farewell, my church, where the heart was so often soothed while chanting the praises of the Lord, where the preparatory rite of betrothal was performed, where the secret sighing of the heart was solemnly blessed and love was inspired, and one felt a hollowing influence around. Farewell. He who imparted to you such gladness is everywhere, and he never disturbs the joy of his children, but to prepare them for one more certain and durable. Of such a nature, if not exactly these, were the reflections of Lucia, and not very dissimilar were those of the two other wanderers, while the little bark rapidly approached the right bank of the Adda. End of chapter 8, part 2.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, Chapter 9, Part 1. The striking of the boat against the shore aroused Lucia, who, after secretly drying her tears, raised her head as if she were just awakening. Renzo jumped out first and gave his hand successively to Agnese and Lucia, and then they all turned and sorrowfully thanked the boatman. "Nothing, nothing. We are placed here to help one another," answered he, and he withdrew his hand almost with a movement of horror, as if it had been proposed to him to rob, when Renzo tried to slip in one or two of the coins he had about him, and which he had brought in his pocket with the intention of generously requiting Don Abbondio when he should, though against his will, have rendered the desired assistance. The cart stood waiting for them. The driver saluted the three expected travellers and bid them get in, and then, with his voice and a stroke of the whip, he started the animal and set forward. Our author does not describe this nocturnal journey, and is silent as to the name of the town to which the little company were directing their steps, or rather he expressly says he will not give the name. In the course of the story the reason of all this mystery appears. The adventures of Lucia in this abode involve a dark intrigue of a person belonging to a family still powerful as it appears at the time our author wrote. To account for the strange conduct of this person in the particular instance he relates, he has been obliged chiefly to recount her early life, and there the family makes the figure which our readers will see. Hence the poor man's great circumspection. And yet, how people sometimes forget themselves! He himself, without being aware of it, has opened a way of discovering with certainty what he had taken such great pains to keep concealed. In one part of the account, which we will omit as not being necessary to the integrity of the story, he happens to say that this place was an ancient and noble borough, which wanted nothing but the name to be a city. He then inadvertently mentions that the river Lambro runs through it, and again that it was the seat of an arch-presbyter. With these indications there is not in all Europe a moderately learned man who will not instantly exclaim, Monza! We could also propose some very well-founded conjectures in the name of the family, but although the object of our conjectures has been some time extinct, we consider it better to be silent on this head, not to run the risk of wrongdoing even the dead, and to leave some subject of research for the learned. Our travellers reached Monza shortly after sunrise. The driver turned into an inn, and, as if at home in the place and well acquainted with the landlord, ordered a room for the newly arrived guests, and accompanied them thither. After many acknowledgments, Renzo tried to induce him to receive some reward, but he, like the boatman, had in view another, more distant, but more abundant recompense. He put his hands behind him, and making his escape went to look after his horse. After such a night as we have described, and as every one may imagine, the greatest part spent in mournful thoughts, with the constant dread of some unforeseen misfortune, in the melancholy silence of night, in the sharpness of a more than autumnal air, and amid the frequent jolts of the incommodious vehicle, which rudely shook the weary frames of our travellers, they soon felt themselves overpowered with sleep, and availed themselves of a sofa that stood in an adjoining room to take a little repose. They then partook together of a frugal meal such as the poverty of the times would allow, and scanty in proportion to the contingent wants of an uncertain future, and their own slender appetite. One after another they remembered the banquet which 2 days before they had hoped to enjoy, and each in turn heaved a deep sigh. Renzo would gladly have stayed there at least for that day, to have seen the 2 women provided for, and to have given them his services, but the father had recommended them to send him on his way as quickly as possible. They alleged therefore these orders, and 100 other reasons. People would gossip. The longer the separation was delayed, the more painful it would be. He could come again soon to give and learn news, so that at last the youth determined to go. Their plans were then more definitely arranged. Lucia did not attempt to hide her tears. Renzo could scarcely restrain his, and warmly pressing Agnesi's hand, he said in an almost choked voice, "Farewell till we meet again," and set off. The women would have found themselves much at a loss, had it not been for the good driver, who had orders to give them to the convent, and to give them any direction and assistance they might stand in need of. With this escort then they took their way to the convent, which, as everyone knows, was a short distance outside the town of Monza. Arrived at the door, their conductor rang the bell and asked for the guardian, who quickly made his appearance and received the letter. "Oh, brother Cristoforo," said he, recognizing the handwriting, the tone of his voice and the expression of his face evidently indicating that he uttered the name of an intimate friend. It might easily be seen, too, that our good friar had in this letter warmly recommended the women, and related their case with much feeling, for the guardian kept making gestures of surprise and indignation, and raising his eyes from the paper, he would fix them upon the women with a certain expression of pity and interest. When he finished reading it, he stood for a while thoughtful, and then said to himself, "There's no one but the Signora, if the Signora would take upon herself this charge." He then drew Agnese a few steps aside in the little square before the convent, asked her a few questions, which she answered satisfactorily, and then, turning towards Lucia, addressed them both. "My good women, I will try, and I hope I shall be able to find you a retreat more than secure, more than honourable, until it shall please God to provide for you in some better way. Will you come with me?" The women reverently bowed assent, and the friar continued, "Come with me to the convent of the Signora. Keep, however, a few steps behind me, because people delight to speak evil, and no one knows what fine stories they would make out if they were to see the Father Guardian walking with a beautiful young girl, with women, I mean to say." So saying, he moved forward. Lucia blushed, their guide smiled, and glanced at Agnese, who betrayed also a momentary smile, and when the friar had gone a few steps, they followed him at about 10 yards distance. The women then asked their guide what they did not dare say to the Father Guardian, who was the Signora. "The Signora," replied he, "is a nun, but she is not like the other nuns, not that she is either the abbess or the prioress, for from what they say she is one of the youngest there, but she is from Adam's rib, and she is of an ancient and high family in Spain, where some of them now are princes, and therefore they call her the Signora, to show that she is a great lady, and all the country call her by this name, for they say there never was her equal in this monastery before, and even now down at Milan her family ranks very high and is held in great esteem, and in Monza still more so, because her father, though he does not live here, is the first man in the country, so that she can do what she pleases in the convent, and all the country people bear her a great respect, and if she undertakes a business she is sure to succeed in it, so that if this good monk before us is fortunate enough to get you into her hands, and she takes you under her protection, I dare venture to say you will be as safe as at the altar." On reaching the gate of the town, flanked at that time by an ancient ruined tower and a fragment of a demolished castle which, perhaps, some few of my readers may still remember to have seen standing, the guardian stopped and looked behind to see if they were following. He then passed through and went on to the convent, and when he reached it, stopped again at the doorway and waited for the little party. He then begged the guide to come again to the convent to take back a reply. He promised to do so, and took his leave of the women, who loaded him with thanks and messages to Father Cristoforo. The guardian, bidding them go into the first court of the monastery, ushered them into the apartments of the portress, to whom he recommended them, and went forward alone to make his request. After a few moments he returned, and with a joyful manner told them to come with him, and his reappearance was just apropos, for they were beginning to find it difficult to ward off the pressing interrogations of the portress. While traversing the inner court, the father instructed the women how they must behave to the Signora. "She is well disposed towards you," said he, "and may be of much service to you. Be humble and respectful, reply with frankness to the questions she may please to put, and when you are not questioned, leave it to me." They then passed through a lower room to the parlour of the convent, and before entering, the guardian, pointing to the door, said to the women in an undertone, "She is there," as if to remind them of the lessons he had been giving. Lucia, who had never before seen a monastery, looked round the room on entering for the Signora to whom she was to make obeisance, and perceiving no one, she stood perplexed. But seeing the father advance, and Agnese following, she looked in that direction, and observed an almost square aperture, like a half window, grated with two large thick iron bars, distant from each other about a span, and behind this a nun was standing. Her countenance, which showed her to be about 25 years old, gave the impression at a first glance of beauty, but of beauty worn, faded, and, one might almost say, spoiled. A black veil, stiffened and stretched quite flat upon her head, fell on each side and stood out a little way from her face. Under the veil a very white linen band half covered a forehead of different, but not inferior, whiteness. A second band in folds down each side of the face crossed under the chin, encircled the neck, and was spread a little over the breast to conceal the opening of a black dress. But this forehead was wrinkled every now and then, as if by some painful emotion, accompanied by the rapid movement of two jet black eyebrows. Sometimes she would fix two very dark eyes on another's face, with a piercing look of haughty investigation, and then again would hastily lower them, as if seeking a hiding place. One moment an attentive observer would imagine they were soliciting affection, intercourse, pity; at another he would gather thence a momentary revelation of ancient and smothered hatred, of some indescribable fierce disposition; and when they remained immovably fixed without attention, some might have imagined a proud indifference, while others would have suspected the labouring of some secret thought, the overpowering dominion of an idea familiar to her mind, and more engrossing than surrounding objects. Her pale cheeks were delicately formed, but much altered and shrunk by a gradual extenuation. Her lips, though scarcely suffused with a faint tinge of the rose, stood out in contrast with this paleness, and, like her eyes, their movements were sudden, quick, and full of expression and mystery. The well-formed tallness of her figure disappeared in the habitual stoop of her carriage, or was disfigured by a certain quick and irregular starts, which betrayed too resolute an air for a woman, still more for a nun. In her very dress there was a display of either particularity or negligence, which betokened a nun of singular character. Her head-dress was arranged with a kind of worldly carefulness, and from under the band around her head the end of a curl of glossy black hair appeared upon her temple, betraying either forgetfulness or contempt of the rule which required them always to keep the hair closely shaven. It was cut off first at the solemn ceremony of their admission. These things made no impression on the minds of the two women, inexperienced in distinguishing nun from nun, and the Father Guardian had so frequently seen the Signora before that he was already accustomed, like many others, to the singularities in manner and dress which she displayed. She was standing, as we have said, near the grated window, languidly leaning on it with one hand, twining her delicately white fingers in the interstices, and, with her head slightly bent downwards, surveying the advancing party. "Reverend Mother and most illustrious Signora," said the guardian, bowing his head and laying his right hand upon his breast, "this is the poor young girl to whom you have encouraged me to hope you will extend your valuable protection, and this is her mother." Agnese and Lucia reverently curtsied. The Signora, beckoning to them with her hand that she was satisfied, said, turning to the father, "It is fortunate for me that I have in my power to serve our good friends the Capuchin fathers in any matter. But," continued she, "will you tell me a little more particularly the case of this young girl, so that I may know better what I ought to do for her?" Lucia blushed and held down her head. "You must know, Reverend Mother," began Agnese, but the guardian silenced her with a glance and replied, "This young girl, most illustrious lady, has been recommended to me, as I told you, by a brother friar. She has been compelled secretly to leave her country to avoid great dangers, and wants an asylum for some time where she may live retired, and where no one will dare molest her, even when—" "What dangers?" interrupted the Signora. "Be good enough, father, not to tell me the case so enigmatically. You know that we nuns like to hear stories minutely." They are dangers, replied the guardian, which scarcely ought to be mentioned ever so delicately in the pure ears of the reverend mother. Oh, certainly, replied the signora, hastily and slightly colouring. Was it modesty? One who would have observed the momentary expression of vexation which accompanied this blush might have entertained some doubt of it, especially if he had compared it with that which diffused itself from time to time on the cheeks of Lucia. It is enough, resumed the guardian, that a powerful nobleman, not all of the great people of the world use the gifts of God to his glory and for the good of their neighbours, as you, illustrious ladyship, has done, a powerful cavalier, often having for some time persecuted this poor girl with base flatteries, seeing that they were useless, had the heart openly to persecute her by force, so that the poor thing has been obliged to fly from her home. Come near, young girl, said the signora to Lucia, beckoning to her with her hand. I know that the Father Guardian is truth itself, but no one can be better informed in this business than yourself. It rests with you to say whether this cavalier was an odious persecutor. As to approaching, Lucia instantly obeyed, but to answer was another matter. An inquiry on this subject, even when proposed by an equal, would have put her into confusion, but made by the signora, and with a certain air of malicious doubt, it deprived her of courage to reply. Signora, mother, reverend, stammered she, but she seemed to have nothing more to say. Agnese, therefore, as being certainly the best informed after her, here thought herself authorized to come to her succour. Most illustrious signora, said she, I can bear full testimony that my daughter hated this cavalier as the devil hates holy water. I should say he is the devil himself, but you will excuse me if I speak improperly, for we are poor folk as God made us. The case is this, that my poor girl was betrothed to a youth in her own station, a steady man, and one who fears God, and if the Signor Curato had been what he ought to be, I know I am speaking of a religious man, but Father Cristoforo, a friend here of the Father Guardian, is a religious man as well as he, and that's the man that's full of kindness, and if he were here he could attest. You're very ready to speak without being spoken to, interrupted the signora, with a haughty and angry look, which made her seem almost hideous. Hold your tongue. I know well enough that parents are always ready with an answer in the name of their children. Agnese drew back mortified, giving Lucia a look which meant to say, see what I get by your not knowing how to speak? The guardian then signified to her with a glance and a movement of his head that now was the moment to arouse her courage and not to leave her poor mother in such a plight. Reverend lady, said Lucia, what my mother has told you is exactly the truth. The youth who paid his addresses to me, and here she coloured crimson, I chose with my own good will. Forgive me if I speak too boldly, but it is that you may not think ill of my mother. As to this signor, God forgive him, I would rather die than fall into his hands. And if you do us the kindness to put us in safety, since we are reduced to the necessity of asking a place of refuge and of inconveniencing worthy people, but God's will be done, be assured, lady, that no one will pray for you more earnestly and heartily than we poor women. I believe you, said the signora in a softened tone, but I should like to talk to you alone. Not that I require further information nor any other motives to attend to the wishes of the Father Guardian, added she hastily, and turning towards him with studied politeness. Indeed, continued she, I have already thought about it, and this is the best plan I can think of for the present. The portress of the convent has, a few days ago, settled her last daughter in the world. These women can occupy the room she has left at liberty, and supply her place in the trifling services she performed in the monastery. In truth, and here she beckoned to the guardian to approach the grated window, and continued in an under voice, in truth, on account of the scarcity of the times, it was not intended to substitute any one in the place of that young woman, but I will speak to the lady abbess, and at a word from me, at the request of the Father Guardian, in short, I give the place as a settled thing. The guardian began to return thanks, but the signora interrupted him. There is no need of ceremony. In a case of necessity I should not hesitate to apply for the assistance of the Capuchin fathers. In fact, continued she with a smile, in which appeared an indescribable air of mockery and bitterness, in fact, are we not brothers and sisters? So saying, she called the lay sister, two of whom were, by a singular distinction, assigned to her private service, and desired her to inform the abbess of this circumstance. Then sending for the portress to the door of the cloister, she concerted with her and Agnese the necessary arrangements. Dismissing her, she bade farewell to the guardian and detained Lucia. The guardian accompanied Agnese to the door, giving her new instructions by the way, and went to write his letter of report to his friend Cristoforo. An extraordinary character, that signora, thought he as he walked home. Very curious, but one who knows the right way to go to work, can make her do whatever he pleases. My good friend Cristoforo certainly does not expect that I can serve him so quickly and so well. That noble fellow! There's no help for it. He must always have something in hand. But he is doing good. It is well for him this time that he has found a friend who has brought the affair to a good conclusion in a twinkling, without so much noise, so much preparation, so much ado. This good Cristoforo will surely be satisfied, and see that even we here are good for something. The signora, who in the presence of a Capuchin of advanced age had studied her actions and words, now, when left tête-à-tête with an inexperienced country girl, no longer attempted to restrain herself, and her conversation became by degrees so strange that instead of relating it, we think it better briefly to narrate the previous history of this unhappy person. So much, that is, as will suffice to account for the unusual and mysterious conduct we have witnessed in her, and to explain the motives of her behavior in the facts which we shall be obliged to relate. End of chapter 9, part 1. Chapter 9, part 2 of the Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni, Chapter 9, Part 2. She was the youngest daughter of the prince, a Milanese nobleman who was esteemed one of the richest men of the city. But the unbounded idea he entertained of his title made his property appear scarcely sufficient, nay, even too limited to maintain a proper appearance, and all his attention was turned towards keeping it, at least, such as it was, in one line, so far as it depended upon himself. How many children he had does not appear from history. It merely records that he had designed all the younger branches of both sexes for the cloisters, that he might leave his property entire to the eldest son, destined to perpetuate the family. That is, bring up children, that he might torment himself in tormenting them after his father's example. Our unhappy signora was yet unborn when her condition was irrevocably determined upon. It only remained to decide whether she should be a monk or a nun, a decision for which not her assent, but her presence was required. When she was born, the prince, her father, wishing to give her a name that would always immediately suggest the idea of a cloister, and which had been borne by a saint of high family, called her Gertrude. Dolls dressed like nuns were the first playthings put into her hands. Then images in nuns' habits, accompanying the gift with admonitions to prize them highly as very precious things, and with that affirmative interrogation, "Beautiful, eh?" When the prince or the princess or the young prince, the only one of the sons brought up at home, would represent the happy prospects of the child, it seemed as if they could find no other way of expressing their ideas than by the words, "What a lady abbess!" No one, however, directly said to her, "You must become a nun." It was an intention understood and touched upon incidentally in every conversation relating to her future destiny. If at any time the little Gertrude indulged in rebellious or imperious behavior, to which her natural disposition easily inclined her, "You are a naughty little girl," they would say to her. "This behavior is very unbecoming. When you are a lady abbess, you shall then command with the rod. You can then do as you please." On another occasion, the prince reproving her for her too free and familiar manners, into which she easily fell. "Hey, hey!" he cried, "they are not becoming to one of your rank. If you wish some day to engage the respect that is due to you, learn from henceforth to be more reserved. Remember, you ought to be in everything the first in the monastery, because you carry your rank wherever you go." Such language imbued the mind of the little girl with the implicit idea that she was to be a nun. But her father's words had more effect upon her than all the others put together. The manners of the prince were habitually those of an austere master, but when treating of the future prospects of his children, there shone forth in every word and tone an immovability of resolution which inspired the idea of a fatal necessity. At 6 years of age Gertrude was placed for education, and still more as a preparatory step towards the vocation imposed upon her, in the monastery where we have seen her. And the selection of the place was not without design. The worthy guide of the two women has said that the father of the Signora was the first man in Monza, and comparing his testimony, whatever it may be worth, with some other indications which our anonymous author unintentionally suffers to escape here and there, we may very easily assert that he was the feudal head of that country. However it may be, he enjoyed here very great authority, and thought that here, better than elsewhere, his daughter would be treated with that distinction and deference which might induce her to choose this monastery as her perpetual abode. Nor was he deceived. The then abbess and several intriguing nuns, who had the management of affairs, finding themselves entangled in some disputes with other monastery, and with a noble family of the country, were very glad of the acquisition of such a support, received with much gratitude the honor bestowed upon them, and fully entered into the intentions of the prince concerning the permanent settlement of his daughter, intentions on every account entirely consonant with their interests. Immediately on Gertrude's entering the monastery she was called by antonomasia the Signorina. A separate place was assigned her at table and a private sleeping apartment. Her conduct was proposed as an example to others. Indulgences and caresses were bestowed upon her without end, accompanied with that respectful familiarity so attractive to children when observed in those whom they see treating other children with an habitual air of superiority. Not that all the nuns had conspired to draw the poor child into the snare. Many there were of simple and undesigning minds, who would have shrunk with horror from the thought of sacrificing a child to interested views. But all of them being intent on their several individual occupations, some did not notice all these maneuvers, others did not discern how dishonest they were. Some abstained from looking into the matter, and others were silent rather than give useless offense. There was one too, who, remembering how she had been induced by similar arts to do what she afterwards repented of, felt a deep compassion for the poor little innocent, and showed that compassion by bestowing on her tender and melancholy caresses, which she was far from suspecting were tending towards the same result. And thus the affair proceeded. Perhaps it might have gone on thus to the end, if Gertrude had been the only little girl in the monastery. But among her schoolfellows there were some who knew they were designed for marriage. The little Gertrude, brought up with high ideas of her superiority, talked very magnificently of her future destiny as abbess and principal of the monastery. She wished to be an object of envy to the others on every account, and saw with astonishment and vexation that some of them paid no attention to all her boasting. To the majestic, but circumscribed and cold, images the headship of a monastery could furnish, they opposed the varied and bright pictures of a husband, guests, routs, towns, tournaments, retinues, dress, and equipages. Such glittering visions roused in Gertrude's mind that excitement and ardor which a large basketful of freshly gathered flowers would produce if placed before a beehive. Her parents and teachers had cultivated and increased her natural vanity to reconcile her to the cloisters. But when this passion was excited by ideas so much calculated to stimulate it, she quickly entered into them with a more lively and spontaneous ardor. That she might not be below her companions, and influenced at the same time by her new turn of mind, she replied that, at the time of the decision, no one could compel her to take the veil without her consent, that she too could marry, live in palace, enjoy the world, and that better than any of them, that she could if she wished it, that she would if she wished it, and that, in fact, she did wish it. The idea of the necessity of her consent, which hitherto had been as it were unnoticed, and hidden in a corner of her mind, now unfolded and displayed itself in all its importance. On every occasion she called it to her aid, that she might enjoy in tranquillity the images of a self-chosen future. Together with this idea, however, there invariably appeared another, that the refusal of this consent involved rebellion against her father, who already believed it, or pretended to believe it, a decided thing. And at this remembrance the child's mind was very far from feeling the confidence which her words proclaimed. She would then compare herself with her companions, whose confidence was of a far different kind, and experience lamentably that envy of their condition which, at first, she endeavored to awaken in them. From envy she changed to hatred, which she displayed in contempt, rudeness, and sarcastic speeches, while sometimes the conformity of her inclinations and hopes with theirs suppressed her spite, and created in her an apparent and transient friendship. At times, longing to enjoy something real and present, she would feel a complacency in the distinctions accorded to her, and make others sensible of this superiority. And then again, unable to tolerate the solitude of her fears and desires, she would go in search of her companions, her haughtiness appeased, almost, indeed, imploring of them kindness, counsel, and encouragement. In the midst of such pitiable warfare with herself and others, she passed her childhood and entered upon that critical age at which an almost mysterious power seems to take possession of the soul, arousing, refreshing, invigorating all the inclinations and ideas, and sometimes transforming them or turning them into some unlooked for channel. That which until now Gertrude had most distinctly figured in these dreams of the future was external splendor and pomp, a something soothing and kindly which from the first was lightly and, as it were, mistily diffused over her mind, now began to spread itself and predominate in her imagination. I took possession of the most secret recesses of her heart, as of a gorgeous retreat. Hither she retired from present objects, here she entertained various personages strangely compounded of the confused remembrances of childhood, the little she had seen of the external world, and what she had gathered in conversations with her companions. She entertained herself with them, talked to them, and replied in their name. Here she gave commands, and here she received homage of every kind. At times the thoughts of religion would come to disturb these brilliant and toilsome revels. But religion, such as it had been taught to this poor girl, and such as she had received it, did not prohibit pride, but rather sanctified it, and proposed it as a means of obtaining earthly felicity. Robbed thus of its essence, it was no longer religion, but a phantom like the rest. In the intervals in which this phantom occupied the first place, and ruled in Gertrude's fancy, the unhappy girl, oppressed by confused terrors, and urged by an indefinite idea of duty, imagined that her repugnance to the cloister, and her resistance to the wishes of her superiors in the choice of her state of life, was a fault, and she resolved in her heart to expiate it by voluntarily taking the veil. It was a rule that before a young person could be received as a nun, she should be examined by an ecclesiastic, called the vicar of the nuns, or by some one deputed by him, that it might be seen whether the lot were her deliberate choice or not, and this examination could not take place for a year after she had, by a written request, signified her desire to the vicar. Those nuns who had taken upon themselves the sad office of inducing Gertrude to bind herself forever with the least possible consciousness of what she was doing, seized one of the moments we have described to persuade her to write and sign a memorial. And, in order to more easily to persuade her to such a course, they failed not to affirm and impress upon her what, indeed, was quite true, that, after all, it was a mere formality which could have no effect without other and posterior steps, depending entirely upon her own will. Nevertheless, the memorial had scarcely reached its destination before Gertrude repented having written it. Then she repented of these repentances, and thus days and months were spent in an incessant alteration of wishes and regrets. For a long while she concealed this act from her companions, sometimes from fear of exposing her good resolution to opposition and contradiction, at others from shame and revealing her error. But at last the desire of unburdening her mind and of seeking advice and encouragement conquered. Another rule was this, that a young girl was not to be admitted to this examination upon the course of life she had chosen until she had resided for at least a month out of the convent where she had been educated. A year had almost passed since the presentation of this memorial, and it had been signified to Gertrude that she would shortly be taken from the monastery and sent to her father's house for this 1 month, there to take all the necessary steps towards the completion of the work she had really begun. The prince and the rest of the family considered it an assured thing, as if it had already taken place. Not so, however, his daughter. Instead of taking fresh steps, she was engaged in considering how she could withdraw the first. In her perplexity she resolved to open her mind to one of her companions, the most sincere and always the readiest to give spirited advice. She advised Gertrude to inform her father by letter that she had changed her mind, since she had not the courage to pronounce to his face, at the proper time, a bold "I will not." And as gratuitous advice in this world is very rare, the counsellor made Gertrude pay for this by abundance of raillery upon her want of spirit. The letter was agreed upon with 3 or 4 confidants, written in private and dispatched by means of many deeply studied artifices. Gertrude waited with great anxiety for a reply, but none came, excepting that a few days afterwards the abbess, taking her aside with an air of mystery, displeasure, and compassion, let fall some obscure hints about the great anger of her father and a wrong step she must have been taking, leaving her to understand, however, that if she behaved well she might still hope that all would be forgotten. The poor girl understood it and dared not venture to ask any further explanation. At last the day so much dreaded and so ardently wished for arrived. Although Gertrude knew well enough that she was going to a great struggle, yet to leave the monastery, to pass the bounds of those walls in which she had been for 8 years immured, to traverse the open country in a carriage, to see once more the city and her home, filled her with sensations of tumultuous joy. As to the struggle with the direction of her confidants, she had already taken her measures and concerted her plans. Either they will force me, thought she, and then I will be immovable, I will be humble and respectful, but will refuse. The chief point is not to pronounce another yes, and I will not pronounce it. Or they will catch me with good words, and I will be better than they. I will weep, I will implore, I will move them to pity. At last will only entreat that I may not be sacrificed. But as it often happens in similar cases of foresight, neither one nor the other supposition was realized. Days passed, and neither her father nor anyone else spoke to her about the petition or the recantation. and no proposal was made to her with either coaxing or threatening. Her parents were serious, sad, and morose towards her, without ever giving a reason for such behavior. It was only to be understood that they regarded her as faulty and unworthy. A mysterious anathema seemed to hang over them, and divided her from the rest of her family, merely suffering so much intercourse as was necessary to make her feel her subjection. Seldom, and only at certain fixed hours, was she admitted to the company of her parents and elder brother. In the conversations of these three there appeared to reign a great confidence, which rendered the exclusion of Gertrude doubly sensible and painful. No one addressed her, and if she ventured timidly to make a remark, unless very evidently called for, her words were either unnoticed or were responded to by a careless, contemptuous, or severe look. If unable any longer to endure so bitter and humiliating a distinction, she sought and endeavoured to mingle with the family, and implored a little affection. She soon heard some indirect but clear hint thrown out about her choice of a monastic life, and was given to understand that there was one way of regaining the affection of the family, and since she would not accept of it on these conditions, she was obliged to draw back, to refuse the first advances towards the kindness she so much desired, and to continue in her state of excommunication, continue in it too with a certain appearance of being to blame. Such impressions from surrounding objects painfully contradicted the bright visions with which Gertrude had been so much occupied, and which she still secretly indulged in her heart. She had hoped that in her splendid and much frequented home she would have enjoyed at least some real taste of the pleasures she had so long imagined, but she found herself woefully deceived. The confinement was as strict and close at home as in the convent. To walk out for recreation was never even spoken of, and a gallery that led from the house to an adjoining church obviated the sole necessity there might have been to go into the street. The company was more uninteresting, more scarce, and less varied than in the monastery. At every announcement of a visitor, Gertrude was obliged to go upstairs and remain with some old woman in the service of the family, and here she dined whenever there was company. The domestic servants concurred in behavior and language with the example and intentions of their master. And Gertrude, who by inclination would have treated them with ladylike, unaffected familiarity, and who, in the rank in which she was placed, would have esteemed it a favour if they had shown her any little mark of kindness as an equal, and even have stooped to ask it, was now humbled and annoyed at being treated with a manifest indifference, although accompanied by a slight obsequiousness of formality. She could not, however, but observe that one of these servants, a page, appeared to bear her a respect very different to the others, and to feel a peculiar kind of compassion for her. The behavior of this youth approached more nearly than anything she had yet seen to the state of things that Gertrude had pictured to her imagination, and more resembled the doings of her ideal characters. By degrees a strange transformation was discernible in the manners of the young girl. There appeared a new tranquillity, and at the same time a restlessness, different from her usual disquietude. Her conduct was that of one who had found a treasure which oppresses him, which he incessantly watches and hides from the view of others. Gertrude kept her eyes on this page more closely than ever, and however it came to pass, she was surprised one unlucky morning by a chambermaid while secretly folding up a letter, in which it would have been better had she written nothing. After a brief altercation, the maid got possession of the letter and carried it to her master. The terror of Gertrude at the sound of his footsteps may be more easily imagined than described. It was her father. He was irritated, and she felt herself guilty. But when he stood before her with that frowning brow and the ill-fated letter in his hand, she would gladly have been 100 feet underground, not to say in a cloister. His words were few but terrible. The punishment named at the time was only to be confined in her own room under the charge of the maid who had made the discovery, But this was merely a foretaste, a temporary provision, he threatened, and left a vague promise of some other, obscure, undefined, and therefore more dreadful punishment. The page was, of course, immediately dismissed, and was menaced with something terrible if ever he should breathe a syllable about the past. In giving him this intimation, the prince seconded it with two solemn blows, to associate in his mind with this adventure a remembrance that would effectually remove every temptation to make a boast of it. Some kind of pretext to account for the dismissal of a page was not difficult to find. As to the young lady, it was reported that she was ill. She was now left to her fears, her shame, her remorse, and her dread of the future, with the sole company of this woman whom she hated as the witness of her guilt and the cause of her disgrace. She in turn hated Gertrude, by whom she was reduced, she knew not for how long, to the wearisome life of a jailer, and had become for ever the guardian of a dangerous secret. The first confused tumult of these feelings subsided by degrees, but each remembrance recurring by turns to her mind was nourished there and remained to torment her more distinctly and at leisure. Whatever could the punishment be so mysteriously threatened? Many, various, and strange were the ideas that suggested themselves to the ardent and inexperienced imagination of Gertrude. The prospect that appeared most probable was that she would be taken back to the monastery at Monza, no longer to appear as the Signorina, but as a guilty person, to be shut up there, who knew how long? Who knew with what kind of treatment? Among the many annoyances of such a course, perhaps the most annoying was the dread of the shame she would feel. The expressions, the words, the very commas of the unfortunate letter were turned over and over in her memory. She fancied them noticed and weighed by a reader so unexpected, so different from the one to whom they were destined in reply. She imagined that they might have come under the view of her mother, her brother, or indeed anyone else, and by comparison all the rest seemed to her a mere nothing. The image of him who had been the primary cause of all this offense failed not also frequently to beset the poor recluse, and it is impossible to describe the strange contrast this phantasm presented to those around her, so dissimilar, so serious, reserved and threatening. But since she could not separate his image from theirs, nor turn for a moment to those transient gratifications without her present sorrows, as the consequence of them suggesting themselves to her mind, she began by degrees to recall them less frequently, to repel the remembrance of them, and wean herself from such thoughts. She no longer willingly indulged in the bright and splendid fancies of her earlier days. They were too much opposed to her real circumstances, and to every probability for the future. The only castle in which Gertrude would conceive a tranquil and honourable retreat, which was not in the air, was the monastery, if she could make up her mind to enter it for ever. Such a resolution, she could not doubt, would have repaired everything, atoned for every fault, and changed her condition in a moment. Opposed to this proposal, it is true, rose up the plans and hopes of her whole childhood. But times were changed, and in the depths to which Gertrude had fallen, and in comparison of what at times she so much dreaded, the condition of a nun, respected, revered, and obeyed, appeared to her a bright prospect. Two sentiments of very different character indeed contributed at intervals to overcome her former aversion, sometimes remorse for a fault and a capricious sensibility of devotion, and at other times her pride, embittered and irritated by the manners of her jailer, who, often it must be confessed, provoked to it, revenged herself now by terrifying her with the prospect of the threatened punishment, or taunting her with the disgrace of her fault. When, however, she chose to be benign, she would assume a tone of protection still more odious than insult. On these different occasions, the wish that Gertrude felt to escape from her clutches, and to raise herself to a condition above either her anger or pity, became so vivid and urgent that it made everything which could lead to such an end appear pleasant and agreeable. At the end of 4 or 5 long days of confinement, Gertrude, disgusted and exasperated beyond measure by one of these sallies of her guardian, went and sat down in a corner of the room, and covering her face with her hands, remained for some time secretly indulging her rage. She then felt an overbearing longing to see some other faces, to hear some other words, to be treated differently. She thought of her father, of her family, and the idea made her shrink back in horror. But she remembered that it only depended upon her to make them her friends, and this remembrance awakened a momentary joy. Then there followed a confused and unusual sorrow for her fault, and an equal desire to expiate it. Now that her will was already determined upon such a resolution, she had never before approached it so near. She rose from her seat, went to the table, took up the fatal pen, and wrote a letter to her father, full of enthusiasm and humiliation, of affliction and hope, imploring his pardon, and showing herself indefinitely ready to do anything that would please him, who alone could grant it. End of chapter 9, part 2.
Chapter 10, Part 1 of The Betrothed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lonnie Small. The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni. Chapter 10, Part 1. There are times when the mind, of the young especially, is so disposed that any external influence, however slight, suffices to call forth whatever has the appearance of virtuous self-sacrifice. As a scarcely expanded flower abandons itself negligently to its fragile stem, ready to yield its fragrance to the first breath of the zephyrs that float around. These moments, which others should regard with reverential awe, are exactly those which the wily and interested eagerly watch for and seize with avidity, to fetter an unguarded will. On the perusal of this letter, the Prince instantly saw a door open to the fulfillment of his early and still cherished views. He therefore sent to Gertrude to come to him, and prepared to strike the iron while it was hot. Gertrude had no sooner made her appearance than, without raising her eyes towards her father, she threw herself upon her knees, scarcely able to articulate the word "Pardon." The Prince beckoned to her to rise, and then, in a voice little calculated to reassure her, replied that it was not sufficient to desire and solicit forgiveness, for that was easy and natural enough to one who had been convicted of a fault and dreaded its punishment; that, in short, it was necessary she should deserve it. Gertrude, in a subdued and trembling voice, asked what she must do. To this question the Prince, for we cannot find it in our heart at this moment to give him the title of father, made no direct reply, but proceeded to speak at some length on Gertrude's fault, in words which grated on the feelings of the poor girl like the drawing of a rough hand over a wound. He then went on to say that even if, supposing he ever had had at the first any intention of settling her in the world, she herself had now opposed an insuperable obstacle to such a plan, since a man of honor, as he was, could never bring himself to give to any gentleman a daughter who had shown such a specimen of her character. His wretched auditor was completely overwhelmed, and then the Prince, gradually softening his voice and language, proceeded to say that for every fault there was a remedy and a hope of mercy; that hers was one, the remedy for which was very distinctly indicated; that she ought to see in this sad event a warning that a worldly life was too full of danger for her. "Ah, yes," exclaimed Gertrude, excited by fear, subdued by a sense of shame, and overcome at the instant by a momentary tenderness of spirit. "Ah, you see it too," replied the Prince, instantly taking up her words. "Well, let us say no more of what is past. All is canceled.
You have taken the only honorable and suitable course that remained for you. But since you have chosen it willingly and cheerfully, it rests with me to make it pleasant to you in every possible way. I have the power of turning it to your advantage, and giving all the merit of the action to yourself, and I'll engage to do it for you." So saying, he rang a little bell that stood on the table, and said to the servant who answered it, "The Princess and the young Prince, immediately." Then, turning to Gertrude, he continued, "I wish them to share in my satisfaction at once, and I wish you immediately to be treated by all as is fit and proper. You have experienced a little of the severe parent, but from henceforth you shall find me an affectionate father." Gertrude stood thunderstruck at these words. One moment she wondered how that "yes," which had escaped her lips, could be made to mean so much. Then she thought, was there no way of restricting the sense? But the Prince's conviction seemed so unshaken, his joy so sensitively jealous, and his benignity so conditional, that Gertrude dared not utter a word to disturb them in the slightest degree. The parties summoned quickly made their appearance, and, on seeing Gertrude, regarded her with an expression of surprise and uncertainty. But the Prince, with a cheerful and loving countenance, which immediately met with an answering look from them, said, "Behold the wandering sheep, and I intend this to be the last word that shall awaken sad remembrances. Behold the consolation of the family. Gertrude no longer needs advisers, for she has voluntarily chosen what we desired for her good. She has determined, she has given me to understand that she has determined." Here Gertrude raised towards her father a look between terror and supplication, as if imploring him to pause, but he continued boldly, "that she has determined to take the veil." "Bravo! Well done!" exclaimed the mother and son, turning at the same time to embrace Gertrude, who received these congratulations with tears, which were interpreted as tears of satisfaction. The Prince then expatiated upon what he would do to render the situation of his daughter pleasant, and even splendid. He spoke of the distinction with which she would be regarded in the monastery and the surrounding country, that she would be like a princess, the representative of the family, that, as soon as ever her age would allow of it, she would be raised to the first dignity, and in the meanwhile would be under subjection only in name. The Princess and the young Prince renewed their congratulations and applauses, while poor Gertrude stood as if possessed by a dream. "We had better fix the day for going to Monza to make our request of the Abbess," said the Prince. "How pleased she will be! I venture to say that all the monastery will know how to estimate the honor which Gertrude does them. Likewise but why not go this very day? Gertrude will be glad to take an airing." "Let us go, then," said the Princess. "I will go and give orders," said the young Prince. "But," suggested Gertrude, submissively. "Softly, softly," replied the Prince. "Let her decide. Perhaps she does not feel inclined to day, and would rather delay till to morrow. Tell me, would you prefer to day or to morrow?" "To morrow," answered Gertrude, in a faint voice, thinking it something that she could get a little longer respite. "To morrow," pronounced the Prince, solemnly. "She has decided that we go to morrow. In the meanwhile I will go and ask the vicar of the nuns to name a day for the examination." No sooner said than done. The Prince took his departure, and absolutely went himself, no little act of condescension, to the vicar, and obtained a promise that he would attend her the day after to morrow. During the remainder of this day Gertrude had not 2 moments of quiet. She wished to have calmed her mind after so many scenes of excitement, to clear and arrange her thoughts, to render an account to herself of what she had done and of what she was about to do, determine what she wished, and for a moment at least retard that machine which, once started, was proceeding so precipitously. But there was no opening. Occupations succeeded one another without interruption. one treading upon the heels of another. Immediately after this solemn interview she was conducted to her mother's dressing room, there, under her superintendence, to be dressed and adorned by her own waiting maid. Scarcely was this business completed when dinner was announced. Gertrude was greeted on her way by the bows of the servants, who expressed their congratulations for her recovery, and, on reaching the dining room, she found a few of their nearest friends, who had been hastily invited to do her honor, and to share in the general joy for the two happy events, her restored health and her choice of a vocation. The young bride, as the novices were usually distinguished, and Gertrude was saluted on all sides by this title on her first appearance. The young bride had enough to do to reply to all the compliments that were addressed to her. She was fully sensible that every one of these answers was an assent and confirmation, yet how could she reply otherwise? Shortly after dinner came the driving hour, and Gertrude accompanied her mother in a carriage, with two uncles who had been among the guests. After the usual tour, they entered the Strada Marina, which crossed the space now occupied by the public gardens, and was the rendezvous of the gentry, who drove out for recreation after the labors of the day. The uncles addressed much of their conversation to Gertrude, as was to be expected on such a day, and one of them, who seemed to be acquainted with everybody, every carriage, every livery, and had every moment something to say about Signor this and Lady that, suddenly checked himself, and turning to his niece, "Ah, you young rogue," exclaimed he, "you are turning your back on all these follies. You are one of the saints. We poor worldly fellows are caught in the snare, but you are going to lead a religious life, and go to heaven in a carriage." As evening approached they returned home, and the servants, hastily descending to meet them with lights, announced several visitors who were awaiting their return. The rumor had spread, and friends and relations crowded to pay their respects. On entering the drawing room, the young bride became the idol, the sole object of attention, the victim. Every one wished to have her to himself. One promised her pleasures, another visits. One spoke of Madre this, her relation, another of Madre that, an acquaintance. One extolled the climate of Monza, another enlarged with great eloquence upon the distinctions she would there enjoy. Others, who had not yet succeeded in approaching Gertrude while thus besieged, stood watching their opportunity to address her, and felt a kind of regret until they had discharged their duty in this matter. By degrees the party dispersed, and Gertrude remained alone with the family. "At last," said the Prince, "I have had the pleasure of seeing my daughter treated as becomes her rank. I must confess that she has conducted herself very well, and has shown that she will not be prevented making the first figure, and maintaining the dignity of the family." They then went to supper, so as to retire early that they might be ready in good time in the morning. Gertrude, annoyed, piqued, and at the same time a little puffed up by the compliments and ceremonies of the day, at this moment remembered all she had suffered from her jailer, and seeing her father so ready to gratify her in everything but one, she resolved to make use of this disposition for the indulgence of at least one of the passions which tormented her. She displayed a great unwillingness again to be left alone with her maid, and complained bitterly of her treatment. "What?" said the Prince. "Did she not treat you with respect? To morrow I will reward her as she deserves. Leave it to me, and I will get you entire satisfaction. In the meanwhile, a child with whom I am so well pleased must not be attended by a person she dislikes." So saying, he called another servant, and gave her orders to wait upon Gertrude, who, though certainly enjoying the satisfaction she received, was astonished at finding it so trifling in comparison with the earnest wishes she had felt beforehand. The thought that, in spite of her unwillingness, predominated in her imagination was the remembrance of the fearful progress she had this day made toward her cloistral life, and the consciousness that to draw back now would require a far, far greater degree of courage and resolution than would have sufficed a few days before, and which even then she felt she did not possess. The woman appointed to attend her was an old servant of the family, who had formerly been the young prince's governess, having received him from the arms of his nurse and brought him up until he was almost a young man. In him she had centred all her pleasures, all her hopes, all her pride. She was delighted at this day's decision, as if it had been her own good fortune. And Gertrude, at the close of the day, was obliged to listen to the congratulations, praises, and advice of this old woman. She told her of some of her aunts and near relations who had been very happy as nuns, because, being of so high a family, they had always enjoyed the first honors, and had been able to have a good deal of influence beyond the walls of the convent, so that, from their parlor, they had come off victorious in undertakings in which the first ladies of the land had been quite foiled. She talked to her about the visits she would receive. She would some day be seeing the Signor Prince with his bride, who must certainly be some noble lady, and then not only the monastery, but the whole country would be in excitement. The old woman talked while undressing Gertrude. She talked after she had lain down, and even continued talking after Gertrude was asleep. Youth and fatigue had been more powerful than cares. Her sleep was troubled, disturbed, and full of tormenting dreams, but was unbroken, until the shrill voice of the old woman aroused her to prepare for her journey to Monza. "Up, up, Signora Bride! It is broad daylight, and you will want at least an hour to dress and arrange yourself. The Signora Princess is getting up. They awoke her 4 hours earlier than usual. The young Prince has already been down to the stables and come back, and is ready to start whenever you are. The creature is as brisk as a hare, but he was always so from a child. I have a right to say so, I who have nursed him in my arms. But when he's once set a-going, it won't do to oppose him, for though he is the best-tempered creature in the world, he sometimes gets impatient and storms. Poor fellow! One must pity him. It is all the effect of his temperament, and besides, this time there is some reason in it, because he is going to all this trouble for you. People must take care how they touch him at such times. He minds no one except the Signor Prince. But some day he will be the Prince himself. May it be as long as possible first, however. Quick, quick, Signorina! Why do you look at me as if you were bewitched? You ought to be out of your nest at this hour." At the idea of the impatient Prince, all the other thoughts which had crowded into Gertrude's mind on awakening vanished before it like a flock of sparrows on the sudden appearance of a scarecrow. She instantly obeyed, dressed herself in haste, and after submitting to the decoration of her hair and person, went down to the salon where her parents and brother were assembled. She was then led to an arm-chair, and a cup of chocolate was brought to her, which in those days was a ceremony similar to that formerly in use among the Romans in presenting the toga virilis. When the carriage was at the door, the Prince drew his daughter aside and said: "Come, Gertrude. Yesterday you had every attention paid you. To-day you must overcome yourself. The point is now to make a proper appearance in the monastery and the surrounding country, where you are destined to take the first place. They are expecting you." It is unnecessary to say that the Prince had dispatched a message the preceding day to the Lady Abbess. "They are expecting you, and all eyes will be upon you. You must maintain dignity and an easy manner. The Abbess will ask you what you wish, according to the usual form. You must reply that you request to be allowed to take the veil in the monastery, where you have been so lovingly educated and have received so many kindnesses, which is the simple truth. You will pronounce these words with an unembarrassed air, for I would not have it said that you have been drawn in, and that you don't know how to answer for yourself. These good mothers know nothing of the past. It is a secret which must remain forever buried in the family. Take care you don't put on a sorrowful or dubious countenance, which might excite any suspicion. Show of what blood you are. Be courteous and modest, but remember that there, away from the family, there will be nobody above you." Without waiting for a reply, the Prince led the way, Gertrude, the Princess, and the young Prince following. And going downstairs, they seated themselves in the carriage. The snares and vexations of the world, and the happy, blessed life of the cloister, more especially for young people of noble birth, were the subjects of conversation during the drive. On approaching their destination, the Prince renewed his instructions to his daughter, and repeated over to her several times the prescribed form of reply. On entering this neighborhood, Gertrude felt her heart beat violently, but her attention was suddenly arrested by several gentlemen, who stopped the carriage and addressed numberless compliments to her. Then, continuing their way, they drove slowly up to the monastery, amongst the inquisitive gazes of the crowds who had collected upon the road. When the carriage stopped before these well-known walls and that dreaded door, Gertrude's heart beat still more violently. They alighted between two wings of bystanders, whom the servants were endeavoring to keep back, and the consciousness that the eyes of all were upon her compelled the unfortunate girl closely to study her behavior, but above all, those of her father kept her in awe. For in spite of the dread she had of them, she could not help every moment raising her eyes to his, and like invisible reins they regulated every movement and expression of her countenance. After traversing the first court, they entered the second, where the door of the interior cloister was held open and completely blockaded by nuns. In the first row stood the abbess, surrounded by the eldest of the sisterhood. Behind them the younger nuns promiscuously arranged, and some on tiptoe, and last of all the lay sisters mounted on stools. Here and there among them were seen the glancing of certain bright eyes and some little faces peeping out from between the cowls. They were the most active and daring of the pupils, who, creeping in and pushing their way between nun and nun, had succeeded in making an opening where they might also see something. Many were the acclamations of the crowd, and many the hands held up in token of welcome and exultation. They reached the door, and Gertrude found herself standing before the lady abbess. After the first compliments, the Superior, with an air between cheerfulness and solemnity, asked her what she wanted in that place, where there was no one who would deny her anything. "I am here," began Gertrude, but on the point of pronouncing the words which would almost irrevocably decide her fate, she hesitated a moment, and remained with her eyes fixed on the crowd before her. At this moment she caught the eye of one of her old companions, who looked at her with a mixed air of compassion and malice, which seemed to say, "Ah, the boaster is caught." This sight, awakening more vividly in her mind her old feelings, restored to her also a little of her former courage, and she was on the point of framing a reply far different to the one which had been dictated to her, when, raising her eyes to her father's face, almost to try her strength, she encountered there such a deep disquietude, such a threatening impatience, that, urged by fear, she continued with great precipitation, as if flying from some terrible object. "I am here to request permission to take the religious habit in this monastery, where I have been so lovingly educated." The abbess quickly answered that she was very sorry in this instance that the regulations forbade her giving an immediate reply, which must come from the general votes of the sisters, and for which she must obtain permission from her superiors; that, nevertheless, Gertrude knew well enough the feelings entertained towards her in that place, to foresee what the answer would be, and that in the meanwhile no regulation prevented the abbess and the sisterhood from manifesting the great satisfaction they felt in hearing her make such a request. There then burst forth a confused murmur of congratulations and acclamations. Presently large dishes were brought filled with sweetmeats, and were offered first to the bride and afterward to her parents. While some of the nuns approached to greet Gertrude, others complimenting her mother, and others the young Prince, the abbess requested the Prince to repair to the grate of the parlor of conference, where she would wait upon him. She was accompanied by two elders, and on his appearing, "Signor Prince," said she, "to obey the regulations, to perform an indispensable formality, though in this case, nevertheless I must tell you that whenever a young person asks to be admitted to take the veil, the Superior, which I am unworthily, is obliged to warn the parents, that if by any chance they should have constrained the will of their daughter, they are liable to excommunication. You will excuse me." "Oh, certainly, certainly, Reverend Mother. I admire your exactness. It is only right. But you need not doubt. Oh, think, Signor Prince, I only spoke from absolute duty. For the rest, certainly, certainly, Lady Abbess." Having exchanged these few words, the two interlocutors reciprocally bowed and departed, as if neither of them felt willing to prolong the interview, each retiring to his own party, the one outside, the other within the threshold of the cloister. "Now then, let us go," said the Prince. "Gertrude will soon have plenty of opportunity of enjoying as much as she pleases the society of these good mothers. For the present we have put them to enough inconvenience." And making a low bow, he signified his wish to return. The party broke up, exchanged salutations, and departed. During the drive home Gertrude felt little inclination to speak. Alarmed at the step she had taken, ashamed at her want of spirit, and vexed with others as well as herself, she tried to enumerate the opportunities which still remained of saying "no," and languidly and confusedly resolved in her own mind that in this or that, or the other instance, she would be more open and courageous. Yet, in the midst of these thoughts, her dread of her father's frown still held its full sway, so that once when, by a stealthy glance at his face, she was fully assured that not a vestige of anger remained, when she even saw that he was perfectly satisfied with her, she felt quite cheered, and experienced a real but transient joy. On their arrival, a long toilette, dinner, visits, walks, a conversazione, and supper followed each other in rapid succession. After supper the Prince introduced another subject, the choice of a godmother. This was the title of the person who, being solicited by the parents, became the guardian and escort of the young novice, in the interval between the request and the admission, an interval frequently spent in visiting churches, public palaces, conversazioni, villas, and temples, in short, everything of note in the city and its environs, so that the young people, before pronouncing the irrevocable vow, might be fully aware of what they were giving up. "We must think of a godmother," said the Prince, "for to morrow the vicar of the nuns will be here for the usual formality of an examination, and shortly afterward Gertrude will be proposed in council for the acceptance of the nuns." In saying this he turned toward the Princess, and she, thinking he intended it as an invitation to make some proposal, was beginning, "There should be" but the Prince interrupted her. "No, no, Signora Princess. The godmother should be acceptable above all to the bride. And though universal custom gives the selection to the parents, yet Gertrude has so much judgment and such excellent discernment that she richly deserves to be made an exception." And here, turning to Gertrude with the air of one who was bestowing a singular favor, he continued: "Any one of the ladies who were at the conversazione this evening possesses all the necessary qualifications for the office of godmother to a person of your family, and any one of them, I am willing to believe, will think it an honor to be made choice of. Do you choose for yourself?" Gertrude was fully sensible that to make a choice was but to renew her consent, yet the proposition was made with so much dignity that a refusal would have borne the appearance of contempt and an excuse of ignorance or fastidiousness. She therefore took this step also, and named a lady who had chiefly taken her fancy that evening, that is to say, one who had paid her the most attention, who had most applauded her, and who had treated her with those familiar, affectionate, and engaging manners which on the first acquaintanceship counterfeit a friendship of long standing. "An excellent choice," exclaimed the Prince, who had exactly wished and expected it. Whether by art or chance, it happened just as when a card player, holding up to view a pack of cards, bids the spectator think of one, and then will tell him which it is, having previously disposed them in such a way that but one of them can be seen. This lady had been so much with Gertrude all the evening, and had so entirely engaged her attention, that it would have required an effort of imagination to think of another. These attentions, however, had not been paid without a motive. The lady had for some time fixed her eyes upon the young prince as a desirable son in law. Hence she regarded everything belonging to the family as her own, and therefore it was natural enough that she should interest herself for her dear Gertrude, no less than for her nearest relatives. CHAPTER XI.